Woke up from a pitch-black night. Am I awake? I was given a new identity. Web novel. For Klein Moretti. Could it be that I've migrated? Zero neb novel firearms, giant warships, and flying dirigibles. One bullet is missing. Omicron Lambda Omicron Iota Also. This is what killed me. This place is a world of steam and machinery. A web novel. If it exists, it will leave traces behind. Which card would you like to look at first? But there's a bit of information on 0-08 as well. Its appearance is that of a feather quill, and it can write without ink. That's about all. Mysterious and unknown. Hidden within. Web novel fictional stories. The Fog of History. Year 1198 of the Fifth Epoch. The Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. Together with the Sauron family and other noble families from the former Intis kingdom, assassinated him, and he perished in the White Maple Palace. Either allow fate to play you like a puppet, falling into insanity and immediately going berserk, becoming more demonic than demons themselves. That is what it means to lose control. If that's really how it is, then instead of exposing myself, I might as well sound things out a bit. Perhaps I'll be able to gain some useful information. The light is still shining. When I feel worried, watching it move around like this calms me down a lot. Give it a try, Klein. Alright, Claes Klaj, there are always schemes and dark secrets lurking. The creator of the modern Nighthawk system, Archbishop Chainies, once said, "We are guardians, but we are also a group of miserable wretches, constantly fighting against dangers and madness. This is the tale of a fool. You can call me, the fool. Ugh, it hurts. What's going on? Could it be a brain humor, rage? Shit, I have to hurry and wake up. I don't want to die young. Am I awake? Push, but why does it still feel like there's a blunt knife slowly slicing through my head? How can I go back to sleep like this? Looks like I'll have no choice but to take a sick day tomorrow. Wait, where exactly am I? A desk I don't recognize. A room I don't recognize. Web noveless A Strange Red Moon. Web novel. Is this me? Zhou Mingrui. Could it be that I've graded? 0. Damn. I've read a lot of web novels about this kind of thing, but to think that I'd actually migrate. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. I need to gather my thoughts. I remember being pretty unlucky recently. Web novel 000. After getting off from work today, I think I walked past a street vendor who was selling old books. I'm not sure what possessed me, but I bought one. Blessings stem from the immortal Lord of Heaven and Earth. Blessings stem from the Sky Lord of Heaven and Earth. Blessings stem from the immortal Lord of Heaven and Earth. And following the book's instructions, I placed servings of a staple food in all 4 corners of my room and performed a luck enhancement ritual. Web novel, damn it. Nothing's changed at all. It really was just nonsense in the end. He can't be. Did I transmigrate because of that luck enhancement ritual? Web novel. Pi 4. Klein Moretti. NGH my head started hurt. NG again. A citizen of the Northern Continent's Lone Kingdom. From the city of Tingen in AWWA County. WWE, his father had been a sergeant in the Imperial Army, and he'd sacrificed himself during a colonial conflict with the Southern Continent. 117. The pension paid to his family as a result gave Klein the opportunity to enroll in a private grammar school. His mother had been a devotee of the Evernight goddess. Web novel. But she passed away the same year Klein passed the entrance exams for Koei University. 1774 Barre. Pi. He's currently living in a 2-bedroom apartment with his older brother and younger sister. Webnov. They're supported solely by the older brother, who works as a clerk at an import and export company. As a history graduate, Klein has a good grasp on the ancient Fasak language, which is said to be the parent language of every language spoken on the northern continent. Web novel. Hermes language. A notebook. Everyone will die. Omicron lambda Omicron iota alpha and seal KLSY including me. Why are these hands so dirty? I got some of it on the notebook. 10th blood? My temple hurts a T Omicron new. Could it be that? Is this novel? A bullet wound. How is this possible? There's no way anyone could survive such a serious injury. Webno hold on. Trembling. The wound is already half healed. What in the world is going on? I'm not a magi ning things. I really am still alive. Could this be a healing effect brought on by the migration process? And there's one other question. Web novel. How did I die? 0. 1 bullet is missing. Omicron lambda Omicron iota also. This is what killed me. Web novel. Sure enough. Blood stains and a bullet. Novel, however. Even though it's clear I died from a gun shot, was it suicide? Or murder? Web novel if it was suicide. Well, the family is so poor that older brother Benson had to go to great lengths to buy even the gas lamp on this desk. Web novel, so where would I have gotten the money for a revolver? But if it was murder, Omicron lambda Omicron web novel, what exactly was the murderer's goal? It's not like a poor, lower-class history graduate could cause any serious trouble, right? Web novel, damn it. The memories of this body's original owner only remain in fragments. It's impossible to link them all together. But at least I've finally managed to wash myself clean. Web novel in a bit. I'll clean up the blood on the ground as well. I don't want to scare Melissa. Creek. Klein? Web novel, what are you doing? Web novel. Web novel, Melissa, you're already up? You're so punctual as always. I wanted to wind up Father's watch. The hands don't move anymore. Web novel. Gimme. Web novel, fictional stories, Muse W. What? Father's pocket watch. It's probably best if I'm the one who fixes it. Melissa Moretti, 16 years old. The young daughter of the Moretti family. She's a student at Tianjin Technical School's Steam and Machinery Department. Her dream is to become a steam mechanic. This little sister, she's exactly as Klein remembers. She appears to have some serious talent when it comes to mechanical things. Fictional stories her. Web novel, fictional stories, or done. Here. Ticket really is fixed. Melissa, you're amazing. That look of concern. Does she think of her older brother as being mentally handicapped or something? Clack 0 web novel. Klein, don't forget to buy some fresh bread today. Meat and peas as well. You're about to have an interview, so I'll make you lamb and pea stew. Web novel, remember. Fresh bread. And only 8 pounds of it. The weather's hot, so it'll spoil easily if you get too much. And make sure you don't forget the lamb and peas. Alright? Yeah. She's showing loving concern for her nerd brother. She had to re-haisize it. That said, if I go and buy some staple food today, does that mean I'll be able to perform another luck enhancement ritual and then transmigrate back? Story Muse. Web novel, fictional stories, horror where? Found it. Wenovel Stories Hub Tech. Web novel. Come. Web novel, have some of our delicious pan-roasted fish. Hot and fresh oyster soup. A bowl in the morning will keep you energized for the whole day. Web novel. Vegetables that have just been picked from the farms outside the city. Cheap and fresh. Web novel, web novel. I suppose IT doesn't matter what world you're in. The markets used by people from the lower class are always going to be lively. This is all the money that Benson Rentley has saved. Web novel, yes. IT doesn't matter what world you're in. Money will always be incredibly cute. Web novel. Sigh. Even though I've transmigrated, I'm still dirt poor. Wrongly thought that transmigration was guaranteed to make you someone rich. Never mind that. I should hurry and buy some staple food so I can go back and perform that luck enhancement ritual. I want to go back to my world. Gosung Panties D. Good morning, Mrs. Smyron. Web novel. I would like 8 pounds of rye bread. Oh, Klein. Web novel Where's Benson? He still isn't back? He'll be gone for a few more days. He is truly such a hard-working young man. I'm sure he'll find a good wife. Web novel, but you as well. You've finished school, and you're now a graduate in history from our Koei University. Yes, you'll be able to start making money very soon. So you shouldn't live in that kind of an apartment anymore. You should at least find a place that gives you your own bath room. Mrs. Smyron, you're like a lively young lady today. Given the fragmented nature of the memories currently at my disposal, there's no way I'll be able to take on that upcoming job interview. Moreover, I have to transmigrate back. My friends and my wonderful life back home are all waiting for me. Web novel fictional stories HRE. That'll be a total of 9 pence. Thank the people who marched in protest. Oh, Melissa also asked for lamb and peas. 9 pence? Wouldn't this have cost 11 pence just a few days ago? And 2 months ago? IT would have been 15 pence. You have the repealing of the Grain Act to thank. The circus will be putting on a show tomorrow night. We welcome you to come and watch. The circus will be putting on a show tomorrow. Why don't you come? Good sir. Web novel There's a circus show tomorrow night. Huh? Pi alpha rho alpha tau alpha sigma eta tau omicron iota rho kappa omicron upsilon sigma chi omicron iota nu iota pi omicron upsilon pi eta delta sigma epsilon iota pi epsilon rho pi alpha tau omicron pi omicron nu sigma tau omicron chi theta iota nu iota omicron pi omicron upsilon mu epsilon mu alpha iota mu omicron upsilon delta epsilon. Web novel Melissa would definitely enjoy something like that. I wonder how much tickets cost. Would you like me to tell you your fortune? Web novel IDL stories per fortune? Web novel. Web novel no. Web novel but my tarot divination is very accurate. Web novel it's pronounced almost the exact same way as it is on Earth. Wait, did she just say tarot? Now that I think about the tarot cards in this world, web novel. They didn't originate from the 7 Orthodox gods, nor did they get passed down from ancient times. Instead, they were invented a little over 170 years ago by Rosel Gustav, who was the consul of the Intis Republic at the time. This Mr. Rosel invented the steam engine, improved the sailboat, and overthrew the rule of the Intis kingdom. Webn, the Church of the God of Craftsmanship, gave him recognition, and he became the first consul of the Intis Republic. 050. Later on, he waged war on multiple nations. Lemberg, and a number of other countries, became protectorates of the Intis Republic. The Lone Kingdom, Fainapotter, the Fasak Empire, and other powerful countries in the northern continent were also forced to bow down to him. From there, he turned the Intis Republic into the Intis Empire, and he named himself Emperor Caesar. It was during Rosel's reign that the Church of the God of Craftsmanship received its first public divine revelation since the 5th epoch. After that, the God of Craftsmanship was renamed the God of Steam and Machinery. Rosel also invented tarot divination, and he established the current system of paper-based cards, as well as the ways that they could be played. Among those ways were many that Zhou Mingrui recognized. For example, there was War, Texas Hold', and Gwent. Unfortunately, he was betrayed during the later years of his life. 25 Web novel. In year 1198 of the 5th epoch, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, together with the Sauron family and other noble families from the former Intis kingdom, assassinated him, and he perished in the White Maple Palace. Web novel based off of my memory fragments. This Emperor Caesar. Could it be that he was my senior in transmigration? If it's not, if the price is reasonable, I'll give it a try. Sir, you are the first person to come in for divination today. Therefore, it'll be free of charge. Web novel. Temperance. The Hanged Man. Even the cards themselves are the same as they are on Earth. It's starting to look more and more like Rosel might actually be my senior. Here, shuffle the cards and cut the deck. Web novel Vistional Stories her. Just to double check. No extra fees for the reading. right? No extra fees. Scomple telly free. B. Web novel shuffle shuffle. I'm done shuffling. Web novel what would you like me to divine? The present. And the future? Web novel fictional stories her. Then please shuffle the cards again. Only if you shuffle after you know what you want to ask. Will the cards give you truly pertinent answers? Web novel. Damn. Are you messing with me? Do you have to be so petty? I just wanted to confirm that this is 100% free. Is that so wrong? I finished shuffling. There aren't any problems this time, right? Nope. There aren't. This card represents the past. Web novel this card symbolizes the present. And this card heralds the future. Web novel. Which card would you like to look at first? I'll look at the present first. Sure thing. It's the Fool. 02 Alpha Nu Omicron Eta Tau. The Fool? The tarot card that's numbered O? Webnov if I remember correctly. IT presents a beginning of some kind? What does it mean in this case? A beginning that branches out into endless possibilities? This card. Why are you impersonating me again? Web novel. Hurry and head back. Don't forget, you're just an animal trainer. Telling people their fortunes is my job. Don't worry about this development too much. It's just that divination is what I like. Also, I can't help but say this, but sometimes my divination and interpretation can be really quite accurate. Seriously. Goodness. Web novel. Sir, do you need me to help you interpret your cards? Web novel Web novel will it be free? No. Never mind. Then. Man, what the hell was that? I was about to get a tarot reading from an animal trainer. Web novel at least I've bought all the food that Melissa tasked me with getting. Money really is tight. I had to spend 2 soli and 1 penny just to buy this food, and that 1 extra penny had to come out of my own Pia skit. 2. Benson. Who's the breadwinner in this household? I feel so bad for him. Done. I've finally finished Transla. Ting the ritual's incantation. Web novel the Hermes language is too difficult, but I've translated the incantation into ancient Fasak and the Lone language. I'll try those out first. The staple food is in place. It's time to start. Novel. Blessings stem from the immortal Lord of Heaven and Earth. Blessings stem from the Sky Lord of Heaven and Earth. Web novel fictional stories. Blessings stem from the immortal Lord of Heaven and Earth. Blessings stem from the Sky Lord of Heaven and Earth. Webnov. Can I go back now? Has there been any effect? Might something unexpected happen? What's going on? I can barely even open my eyes. Why? And who is IT that's talking next to me? Thursday it feels as if a nail is being read into my head. Gah. IT hurts. My head's about to explode. Am I awake? What is this place? This is web novel. Gah. Oh no, web novel fictional stories who? Magic mirror. Magic mirror. Hurry and awaken. In the name of the Hall family. Web novel I command you to awaken. Audrey Hall. Silence. Father really was just lying to me. Then. He's always telling me that this mirror was once owned by the Dark Emperor of the ancient Solomon Empire. That it's an extraordinary treasure. W.H. This. Web novel. Alger Wilson. We're still short on ghost shark blood. What is? Web novel. NG web novel. Novel other people. Excuse me, sir. What is this place? What are you trying to do here? They're speaking the Lone language. What is this place? What am I trying to do? Web novel heh. I don't even know the answers myself. Could it be that these 2 people were also dragged into this strange place because of my luck enhancement ritual? Web novel. Web novel if that's really the case, then instead of exposing myself, I might as well sound things out a bit. Perhaps I'll be able to gain some useful information. Web novel. Tiskle stories, her this was an attempt. An attempt? Who exactly is this man? And who's this person next to me? I can't see clearly at all. Web novel. Sir, is your attempt complete? May I be allowed to go back home? Web novel fictical stories Ave. They seem to be a girl with blonde hair and a man with blue hair? Web novel I still can't clearly see their appearances. Is it because my power is too weak? Or is it because I don't understand this world enough? But one thing I can say for sure is that in this current situation, they are the guests, and I am the host. Of course, if you formally request it, I can send you back right this very instant. Web novel. He doesn't sound like he's harboring any ill intentions. This is truly such a wondrous experience. So web novel, yes. I've always been hoping that I might experience something like this. What I'm trying to say is that I like mysteries. I like supernatural miracles. No. What I mean is, sir, what do I have to do to become a beyonder? Good question. I would also like to know the answer. That said, I'm the host of this world, aren't I? Isn't it a bit too unbecoming of me to just stand here and answer questions? Web novel, shouldn't there be a temple? And a long table or something? And I should be sitting at the head of that table, observing the guests as they ask their questions. Web novel, what's happening? Web novel fictional stories hub. Wish. Is truly miraculous. Indeed. Are you from Lone? If you wish to become a beyonder, you should join the Church of the Ever-Night Goddess, the Church of the Lord of Storms, or the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. But the vast majority of people never get the opportunity to meet a beyonder. I suspect that's also the case within the churches, even among the ranking clergy. Still, I can say for certain that there are beyonders within our courts, tribunals, and execution agencies, fighting against the many dangers that grow within the dark. Web novel, it's just that there are far fewer of them now than there were before, in the early days of the Iron Age. Iron Age. Going off of Klein's memories, the Iron Age refers to the current epoch, the fifth epoch, which began 1,349 years ago. Web novel. Mr. I already know all of those things. In fact, I know even more than that. For example, I know about the Nighthawks, the mandated Punisher, and the machinery hive mind. However, I don't want to lose my freedom. Web novel. But have you ever heard of anyone becoming a beyonder without having to pay a price? If you don't want to consider joining a church and accepting their tests, your only option will be to seek out one of those few noble families, those families whose histories go back at least 1,000 years. Web novel. Failing that, I suppose you could try your luck and search for one of those evil organizations that hide amongst the shadows. Is there really no other way? Another way? I actually possess the recipes for 2 sequence 9 potions. Web novel. Really? Which 2? Sequence 9? I'm sure you know this, but if you wish to become a true beyonder, you have to rely on potions, and potion names come from the blasphemy slate. Web novel. Potion names have been translated through many languages, and they've greatly changed over time. The names are always modified so that they match the idiosyncrasies of the current era. But what's most important is whether or not the names can portray the core characteristics of the potions. One of the potions I possess is called Sailor. It gives you the ability to walk freely and steadily even if you're on a ship in the middle of a storm. Web novel. It will also give you illusory scales, which allow you to swim with incredible ease and dive underwater for at least 10 minutes at a time, as if you were a creature of the sea. That sounds amazing. The Keeper of the Sea from the Lord of Storms? Yes. In ancient times, it was called Keeper of the Sea. The second recipe is for a potion called Spectator. I don't know what this one was called in ancient times, but it gives you greatly heightened mental energy and observation skills. By observing the expressions, conduct, and words of people in the secular world, you'll be able to steal a glimpse of their inner thoughts. Web novel. As if you're a spectator watching a play. But it doesn't matter if it's an extravagant banquet or a crowded street. You have to remember that a spectator will always only be a spectator. With novel, I think I think I've taken a liking to the idea of spectator. How can I obtain the recipe for spectator? What can I use to trade you for it? Ghost shark blood. At least 100 milliliters of ghost shark blood. Assuming I can obtain it, how do I give it to you? Web novel, and how can I know for sure that once you've received the ghost shark blood, you'll give me the formula in return, and that the formula will be authentic? I will give you an address. Once I've received the ghost shark blood, I will send the formula to you. Don't worry. Natively, I can tell you the recipe directly in this place. As for authenticity, I think, if we have this mysterious lord as a witness, both you and I can rest assured. That's right, sir. Please be a witness for our transaction. Webvelo, right? // sir. What should we call you? Adamu. You can call me, Tap. Webno the Fool. Webnovel the Fool? Honorable Mr. Fool. If I may be so bold as to ask, Mr. Fool, would you please be a witness for our transaction? Of course. It's no thing. Webnovel, we are honored, Mr. Fool. Webnovel. Go on. You may continue. The way I'm responding to them fits my current status, right? 00. If you obtain the ghost shark blood, send it to the Warrior and Sea Bar on Pelican Street, in the White Rose district of Pritz Harbor. Tell the owner, Williams, that it's what the captain wants. Webnovel, once I've confirmed that everything is in order, I will send the potion formula to you, or I can simply tell you the recipe here. I'll choose the more secure method. You can just tell me the recipe here, although it will really test my memory. Mr. Fool, would you mind making a few more attempts like this one? Since he's already agreed to be a witness for the transaction, that implies we'll be having more gatherings like this in the future, right? Mr. Fool, don't you find this gathering quite interesting? Although you're remarkably powerful, there are surely certain fields that you aren't an expert in. Both I and the highborn young lady sitting across from me have our own experiences, insights, connections, and resources. Web novel perhaps, at some point in the future, she and I will be able to help you carry out tasks that would be inconvenient for you to attend to yourself. Highborn young lady, do my accent and mannerisms make it that obvious? Mr. Fool, I think this is a very good suggestion. If our gatherings become a regular thing, you could definitely delegate some of your tasks to the two of us. Of course, they would have to be things that are within our ability to accomplish. Indeed, having more gatherings will allow me to gain more knowledge about the secrets of the Beyonders, as well as many other mysteries. It may even help me find a way to migrate back. What's more, during the next gathering, I should be able to learn the recipe for the spectator potion. I can also learn other things that might prove useful in this current life. Web novel, but the more gatherings we have, the more likely it'll be that my true identity gets exposed. Nervous webnov. Web novel, I am quite fond of fair and equal exchange. I will make sure to reward you for any help you give me. Every Monday, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, try your best to be alone. After I make a few more attempts and figure out a few things, perhaps you'll be able to take leave of absences ahead of time, and then you won't have to worry about our gatherings occurring at inopportune times. Mr. Fool, does this mean you agree? Then should we also give ourselves our own code names? If you're Mr. Fool, which is taken from a tarot card, since these gatherings of ours will be regular, long-term, and secret, it's best if our names are thematically similar. Yes, I'll take my name from a tarot card as well. I've decided. Web novel, my code name will be Justice. 11 Delta Iota Kappa Alpha Theta Delta Upsilon Nu Eta. What about you, Mr. The Hanged Man? Omicron Kappa Rho Epsilon Alpha Theta Mu Epsilon Nu Omicron Me, since all of our code names are taken from major arcana tarot cards. How about we call this gathering of ours the Tarot Club? And we'll be the founding members of the Tarot Club. That's fine. right, Mr. Fool? You may decide such trivial matters yourselves. No, oftentimes, divination comes from within one's self. Everyone possesses their own innate spirituality. I heard that tarot cards were invented by Emperor Roselle to be used in games. They don't actually possess any divinatory powers, right? Web novel Ional Aturian Muse. Receive. But when they use divination tools, the tools can help present some of that information. The simplest example of this is dream interpretation. Nov tarot cards actually fall into this category of tools. They use a combination of symbolism and easily digestible ideas to help us interpret signs in a more convenient and accurate way. What's going on? My head's starting to ache again. Web novel, I'm not questioning the validity of tarot cards. It's just, I once heard that Emperor M. Roselle actually created another set of cards as well. Cards that symbolized an unknown power. There were 22 cards in total. And using those as reference, he created the 22 major arcana tarot cards. To be used in games, this won't do. My headache is getting worse and worse. It seems I won't be able to maintain my connection with this world much longer. Web novel. That's correct. It said that Emperor Roselle once saw the blasphemy slate, and that the profound mysteries of the 22 paths of the divine are hidden within that deck of cards. 22 paths of the divine. All right. We will end today's gathering here. Stands up. As you will it. Let us look forward to our next gathering. Web novel. Web novel Rictional Stories. Hua, it was like a dream. What exactly was that gray and foggy world? And who, or what kind of power, created the changes that happened earlier? It looks like time progresses at the same pace in the fog-filled world as it does in this one. However, that gathering just now was fascinating indeed. We clearly live in different parts of the world, but we were able to communicate over the long distances that separate us. Though now that I think about it, that sounds pretty familiar. WeChat? QQ? Online chat rooms? By the looks of it, I won't be able to go back to Earth. At least not in the short term. Starting now, there is no longer a Zhou Mingrui here. There is only Klein. Zero web novel. Web novel. You. Web novel live. Return ed. Chino webnov. This is web novel. May the storm be with you. For web novel. Web novel Al Stories Hus Captain 1 I won't give in. Web novel. I have faith that you can. Web novel. You. Cough. Web novel Dry drip. Some. Web know what happened. The captain escaped. He actually still has some of his beyonder powers. Damn it. Forget it. He was only of secondary importance. Anyways, BNOV will still be rewarded for finding this ghost ship from the Tudor era. What's more, if this storm continues, WEBN repairing itself, the captain won't be able to last long out there. A new era has begun. Web novel Steinal Stories WR. Web novel. Rumble Rimble 777 web novel. It's the King's Airship. 0000. Sage web novel. Ruler of the Lone Kingdom George III to think that, even in this age of iron, steam, and guns, there are still people who persist in wearing full suits of metal armor. Web novel. Could it be that they're higher order, disciplinary paladins? 100 web novel Fictional Stories NVS. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have now already seen Prime Minister of the Lone Kingdom Aguisid Negan, that this is a history making ironclad warship. It is 101 meters long and 21 meters wide. It utilizes a high freeboard design. Its main armor belt is 457 millimeters thick, and its total displacement is 10,060 tons. It has a main battery of 4 305 millimeters guns, complemented by 6 rapid-firing guns, 12 6-pounder guns, 18 6-barreled machine guns, and 4 torpedo tubes. It can also reach a speed of 16 knots. It will be a true hegemon, a conqueror of the seas. Your Majesty, please give it a name. Web novel since it will start its journey in Pritz Harbor. Let us call it the Pritz. The Pritz. Web novel Dom the Pritz. From now on, the 7 pirates who call themselves admirals, and the 4 pirates who call themselves kings, will have no choice but to tremble in fear and await their doom. Web novel Their era is coming to an end. Even if they possess beyonder powers, ghost ships, or cursed ships, only ironclad warships will be able to freely roam the seas. Web novel fictional stories her, but, my lord, won't they be able to build their own ironclad warships in response? Indeed, can't they just build their own? What will we do if the pirates obtain ironclad warships as well? Web novel fictional story. Chatter chatter impossible. That could never happen. The construction of this ship required 3 large coal and steel amalga matters and 20 large-scale steel factories. Web novel It also required ghost scientists and senior engineers, as well as 2 royal shipyards and nearly 100 different parts factories. It required an admiralty, a shipbuilding committee, a cabinet, a determined king with excellent foresight, and a powerful country with annual steel production of 12 million tons. Web novel. Al pirates would never be able to achieve something like that. Ladies, gentlemen, web novel The era of guns and giant warships is here. HMP web novel Pixto. Their discipline. Ring? For dots. Arranged in a square. Could it be that they correspond to the 4 pieces of staple food in the 4 corners of the room? Then, in the future, does it mean I won't have to prepare staple food anymore? That I can start with the ritual and incanta tie-ins directly? Well, it seems good on the surface, but I can't help but feel frightened by the fact that I don't understand what's going on. From Taoist rituals to everything that's happened now, fear is humanity's oldest and strongest emotion. Web novel and the fear of the unknown is the oldest and strongest kind of fear. Web fictional stories that was a really nice nap. Though my head hurts a bit. It's 12:30. I slept for 3 hours. Here, time is measured in the same way as it is back on Earth. However, I can't say for certain if an hour here is exactly as long as an hour there. RGLE. Stare. Size 00 Web novel 0 Is this the life I have to live? One where I eat rye bread for breakfast, rye bread for lunch, and where it's only during dinner that I get to eat any meat? Right. It's time for me to demonstrate a transmigrator's true strength. Web novel. SY Splash. Web novel. Phew. I'm finally finished. Web novel. Huff huff I'll eat some potatoes to stave off my hunger for now. As for the lamb, I'll wait for Melissa to come back, so we can eat it together. Web novel. It's good. This tastiness really takes me back. Web pics. When I was a kid, I loved eating potatoes this way. Glue glug. Gam web novel burp I finally feel alive again. Turns out, performing that ritual actually uses up a tau omicron nu of energy. Web novel satisfied. But now that I'm full, it's time to get to work. I've been transmigrated. That's a fact, and it doesn't seem I can escape. So the biggest priority right now is to find a way to connect with the ways of mysticism and become a beyonder, like Justice and the Hanged Man we're talking about. Web novel Fortunately, Klein had the habit of keeping a journal. I should look through it for clues before the next gathering and see if I can fill in the gaps between Klein's fragmented memories. What's more, I have to figure out the issue of Klein himself. Web novel Why did he commit suicide? What exactly happened to him? Welch found me and told me that he'd obtained a notebook from the 4th epoch. Oh my goddess. A notebook from the 4th epoch. Well, he didn't want to ask the students from the archaeology department for help decoding its contents. Instead, he came to me and Naya. Helping with something like that, how could I possibly refuse? Of course, I have to put it off until after graduation, until after my thesis defense. I can't afford to get distracted at a time like this. The 4th epoch? According to Klein's memories, It's currently the Iron Age. And the fourth epoch came right before the Iron Age. Solomon Empire, the fourth epoch, Tudor dynasty, Trunsoist Empire, unknown, Iron Age current, but the fourth epoch is truly too mysterious. Even historians have to rely on the theological texts of the 7 major churches to piece together a rough record of what happened during it. 00 web novel at the moment. We're only aware of the existence of the Solomon Empire, the Tudor dynasty, and the Trunsoist Empire. Klein was a history student, and when he found something that could provide more information on the fourth epoch, also known as the Age of the Gods, he must have been so incredibly excited. Web novel, fictional stories, Hus. Wait, could it be that the Informa Tion he found about the fourth epoch had something to do with his death? Web Picti. Are there more clues in this journal? So web novel, fictional stories, June 24th, Naya told me that they've discovered something new. Web novel, fictional stories, Muse, June 25th, from the newly interpreted content. We found that the original owner of the notebook accepted a mission to summit the highest peak in the Hornaces mountain range, where the nation of the Evernight was located. Oh, my goddess! The highest peak in the Hornaces mountains is over 6,000 meters tall. How could a nation possibly exist up there? How would they survive? Web novel, fictional stories, her 52, June 26th, are all these strange things real? The journal ends here? Web novel, I transmigrated here on the 28th at midnight. So, in other words, Klein should have written an entry for June 27th. Wait, was that line it? WWE 50, everyone will die. Including me. I think these are all the clues I can find. Close to be honest. Now that I've looked through all this, Klein really had no reason to worry about finding a job. In this world, in this era, universities are still few and far between. For the most part, only nobles and aristocrats can attend them. So any commoner who can get into one of these schools, even if they failed out in the end, would still be able to accumulate valuable social connections. Wernevel. Take Welch, for example. He's the son of a wealthy banker, but because he was assigned to the same group as me and Naya, he would often come to US for help. Web novel, fictional stories. That's right. Welch. I should go visit Welch and take another look at the ancient notebook. Maybe I'll be able to find more clues that way. Webnov, however, with the way these things usually play out in movies and such, if the notebook really has something to do with me, I'll most likely run into danger if I go. Workoval. But I can't not go either, because if I try to run, I'll never be able to solve the matter at hand. 00 Nor can I go to the police. It's not like I can report my own suicide, right? Thud. Web novel, who? For your convenience, we've translated a number of Klein Moretti's journal entries into English. Takes out. Who is it? Nervous WW. Click, it's me. Mountbatten. Web novel, bitch, Mount Batten. You. It's the police. Alright. I'm coming. Web novel, stories, Hus. Scrape. Jovel. That should do it, right? CUCK while store. Sorry. I was taking a nap. YAWW. What? Web novel, TAON. These 3 police officers have something they want to ask you about. Web novel, fictional stories, Hus, please. Come in. What do you need to ask me about? His epaulette has 6 pointed stars on it. Fictional stories hub. That means, and these 3 are inspectors? Web novel, stational stories. Do you know Welch McGovern? Web no fictional store. Did something happen to him? Let me ask my questions first. Web novel, fictional stories, Hus. Don't be nervous. 53. This is just a routine questioning. Web novel, fictional stories, her MM. Inhale if you're talking about the Coe University graduate. Welch McGovern from Constant. Web novel, then yes, I know him. We were classmates, and we studied under the same mentor, Senior Associate Professor Quentin Cohen. Honestly, I think we have a pretty good relationship. Novel, he and I, as well as Naya, have been getting together quite a bit recently. We've been interpreting and discussing the fourth epic document he obtained. The document is a notebook. Sir, did something happen to him? Yes. I'm very sorry. Web novel. Mr. Welch has passed away. How could this be? Web novel fictional rise. Then what about Naya? Ms. Naya has also passed away. They both died in Mr. Welch's place of residence. Were they murdered? No. Web novel stories hub, judging from the evidence at the scene. Web novel. They committed suicide. Mr. Welch slammed his head against a wall. Webnov fictional stories H many times. By the looks of it, the wall was covered in blood, and Ms. Naya drowned herself in a water basin. Webnovel fictional stories he yes. The kind that's used to wash one's face. That's impossible. Impossible. That's what we thought as well. However, the autopsy results and the state of the scene itself ruled out drugs or external forces. They, Mr. Welch LCH and Ms. Naya. I mean, Webnov fictional stories, their bodies showed no signs of struggle. Nods. When was the last time you saw Mr. Welch or Ms. Naya? Webnovel fictional stories hub on June 26th. I think. We interpreted and read a new section of the notebook. Webnovel fictional stories hub. After that, I came back home to prepare for my interview on the 30th. Yeah, an interview with the Department of History at Tianjin University. Nebanovel Voris Hus. Webnovel fictional stories Hugh. While story AH. Crap. I forgot to hide my journal. Debnovel Pural Stories Hub. How strange. Omicron lambda Omicron iota theta Omicron KLSY this line. What does it mean? Webnovel Omicron lambda Omicron iota theta alpha KL asterisk everyone will die. What should I do? Should I try to lie my way through this? Is it not common sense that everyone will die? Everyone, except the gods? Wait, I don't know if I'll encounter any danger down the road. It might be a good idea to try and make a connection with the police. Neb novel, this is an opportunity. I don't know. I really don't know. Web novel. As soon as I woke up this morning, I felt as if something wasn't right. As if I was forgetting something. In particular, the things that happened over the last few days. So it's not clear, even to myself, why I wrote such a sentence. At a time like this, telling the truth might be the best way to solve Titch problem. Of course, I'll need to be cautious in how. But, web novel, will they believe me? How absurd. Heg novel, do you think we're fools? Pretending to have amnesia? Are you? I'd much sooner believe a plea of insanity. I'm telling the truth. Web no view. 0. Perhaps he is telling the truth. It's possible. An expert will be coming here in the next day or two. Trust me. She should be able to help you recover your lost memories. What? He believed me. Just like that. An expert? Helping me recover my memo. Rise? Is she a psychologist? Or? What will I do if they uncover my memories of Earth? Alright, Mr. Klein. Thank you for your cooperation. Over these next few days, it's best if you don't leave Tianjin. Though if you must leave, please notify Officer Mountbatten first. Otherwise, you'll be held in contempt of the law. 0. Alright, I understand. It's over? They aren't going to ask more questions or investigate further. Or maybe even take me back to the police station and try to torture Informa Taoen out of me. How nice. You're very lucky. What? Usually, after encountering such an event, web novel well, it's normal for everyone involved to die. We are very happy and very fortunate to see that you're still alive. Web novel. Normal for everyone involved to die? Very happy to see I'm still alive? Westnovel, very fortunate that I'm still alive? Wait, if this matter is this scary web novel, then why aren't they taking me in for protection? Since I'm an import ant witness? Isn't this being way too careless? Are they trying to sound things out? Or using me as bait? You'll protect me, right? Web novel. Yes, I know you will. Web novel. That just now was how a normal person would have reacted to all this, right? But my acting was really lacking. Looks like I'll have to put some serious effort into cultivating my acting skills. Web novel. NGH web novel. NG. Rue now. I wait for Melissa to come home and make lamb and pea stew. Neb. Although it's true that poor families usually don't have much in the way of seasoning, Melissa's approach to cooking is still way too simple and crude. Web novel. If I wait for Melissa to come back and make it, it'll be at least 7:30 before the food is ready. Web novel. She would be absolutely starving by then. It's time to show her what true cuisine looks like. And as for Klein suddenly learning how to cook, web novel, I'll just blame it on Welch. The dead can't refute me. 300mm web novel. Smells good. WWE. Melissa, you're back. You made this? Yeah, try some. Webnov. Web novel. Plus. So tender. So tasty. So good. Web novel. Munchchu. Klein. This all was supposed to be for you. I've already snuck more than a few bites. It's a privilege that comes with being the chef. Right? That was so good. There's no way I'd be able to tell that this was your first time making it. I actually went and asked Welch to teach me how to make this dish. He has a really good /L chef, as you know. But compared to the food made by Welch's chef, this was still far too lacking. When I have the money, I'll take you and Benson out to a restaurant, where we'll eat some even better food. Your interview, Bureau web novel, / /pt. Your task is to clean up. Web novel. Alright, PPPBL. Webno C. You used black pepper and lard? Web novel. Just a tiny little bit. It's the price of deliciousness. Let's go back to having me cook. Alright? Yeah. You need to hurry and focus on your interview. Focus on finding a job. Ahaha. Sis. Did you have to bring that up? It's an entirely different issue. Web novel, fictional story. Make sure you sleep soon, Klein. Good night. Good night, Melissa. Web novel. Knock knock. Web novel, fictional stories. What time is it? Did Melissa forget to wake me up? Who is it? OVL, it's me. Dunn Smith. Dunn Smith? Who? I don't recognize that name. Creek, sorry. But, did something happen? Web novel. We found a coachman who confirmed that you, on the 27th web novel, in other words, on the day of Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya's deaths, went to Mr. Welch's residence. What's more, it was Mr. Welch that helped you pay for the coach. Web novel. It's just as I guessed. On June 27th, the original Klein really did go to Welch's place. And after he got home, he committed suicide that same night. Just like Welch and Naya. Web novel. This isn't strong enough evidence to prove that I have anything to do with Welch and Naya's deaths. To be honest, I also really want to know what conspired that day. I also want to find out what happened to my poor friends. Web novel. But I really can't remember. I've forgotten about pretty much everything I did on the 27th. You probably don't believe me. Wherevel, it was only because of the entries in my journal that I was able to guess, and only barely, that I might have been to Welch's residence on the 27th. Webnov, you have a strong composure. Everything I've said is true. Of course, it's only a part of the truth. Web novel. One of Mr. Welch's revolvers is lost and unaccounted for. I think. Web novel, fictional stories. Nos, I'll be able to find it here. Isn't that right, Mr. Klein? Web novel. So the gun belonged to Welch? 00 web novel. So raises hands. It's on the bottom of the bed, tucked inside the frame. Web novel. There's nothing you would like to add? Web novel. There is. 2 nights ago, I woke up in the middle of the night, and I found myself lying on my desk. That revolver was next to me, and there was a spent bullet in the corner of the room. It looked as if I'd committed suicide. Perhaps it's because I'm inexperienced, or because I got cold feet at the very last moment. But, in short, the bullet did not achieve the intended effect and I lived. Slova real web novel after that. I found that I'd lost some of my memories. This includes any memo, rise I had about what I saw or did at Welch's residence on the 27th. I'm not lying. I really don't remember anything. I've been a bit vague with my wording, but my transmigration and the gathering aside, I've now confessed everything. Probably won't be found out, right? Web novel, yes. This is in line with what I'd already surmised. It also fits the veiled logic that we found in similar incidents that happened in the past. Of course, I have no idea how you managed to survive. 0. Web novel so long as you believe me. Phew, I don't know how I survived, either. Web novel, however, it doesn't matter that I believe you. Right now, you're under very heavy suspicion. You must have an expert confirm your story. Web novel, we need to make sure that you truly did forget what happened, that you truly didn't bring about Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya's deaths. Web novel, Mr. Klein, if you don't mind, please cooperate with our investigation and come back to the police station with me. The whole process will take about 2 to 3 days. Web novel. Let's go. The expert is already here? Didn't you say it could take up to 2 days? 9. Web novel, yes. But she arrived earlier than we expected. Then, let me leave a note. Alright. Web novel, fictional stories, who? Will that expert be able to find out that I migrated? Right under the noses of the 7 major churches, Emperor Roselle was assassinated. As such, something like transmigration. Web novel might end up putting me in front of an arbitral tribunal. 0. I have no weapons, no fighting ability, and I have no idea how many more police there are waiting outside. 000 web novel, if they take out their guns and fire a volley at me, I'll be finished. Whatever. I'll have to take this one step at a time. Go on in. Hey, kid. Hand over what you stole. Web novel, let 60 of me. I didn't steal anything. You damn brat. Hurry and give it to me. Otherwise, I'm innocent. Let go of my hand. Bump web. 0 nay web novel 000. Web novel rictional stories s this is my chance. 0 web no 0 as long as I can escape the city. I won't have to meet that expert. Where did this guy come from? Web novel, what's going on? And after this, right, I'll go to Backlund. Backlund has a large population, and it'll be easier to hide there. Carriages. Novel. Understood. K. When I find an opportunity later, I'll jump in one of these carriages. That way, I should be able to get the police off of my trail for at least a little while. Hurry. Please tack mu epsilon to the pier outside the city. Almost there. Clop clop. Web novel, fictional stories, more. This place is web novel. Where are you going? Webno to Welch's residence. Web novel, fictional story, Huss. Web novel, fictional stories, her. You. Huff huff. Thank goodness. It was only a dream. It's only 2:30 in the morning. Web novel. Hey, I need to go relieve myself. Web novel. It's him. Dunn Smith. Web novel. Am I still dream? ING? Gulp. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Dunn Smith. A Nighthawk. A Nighthawk? Aren't Nighthawks the group of Beyonders that Justice and the Hanged Man mentioned? The one that's under the Church of the Evernight Goddess? Were you controlling my dreams? Is that why I had such a dream just now? No. I merely entered your dream and gave the necessary guidance. Web novel, when you're dreaming, the thoughts and emotions that you normally keep suppressed will rise to the surface, making everything appear chaotic, crazy, and absurd. However, the truth can always be found, hiding within. And for an old hand like me, finding such truths is easy. Compared to your conscious self, I believe your dreaming self more. Normal people aren't able to control their dreams. Web novel, this means that if I dream about something on Earth, he'll definitely find out. Wait, web novel, in my dream just now, I was very clear-headed. I knew very well what I could and couldn't say, and so, he only saw what I wanted him to see. Zero, could it be that, because I transmigrated, there's something special about my mental state? Or perhaps it's due to some extra effect of the luck enhancement ritual. VL. So, Mr. Smith, you now fully believe that I lost my memories, right? Web novel. Don't you feel shocked about this at all? Web novel, the people I've met in the past, even if they had just finished dreaming, they still wouldn't believe that beyonder powers exist. They preferred to believe that they were still dreaming, that they hadn't actually woken up yet. Web novel. Maybe it's because I'm hoping and praying that such powers can be used to help me. Web novel, that's a very interesting line of thought. Perhaps it wasn't only because of luck that you're still alive. Right now, I can confirm that you truly did lose some of your memo rise because of this incident. Web novel, fictional story hus in particular. Memories that have to do with the incident itself. Then, may I go home now? No. Web novel, you still have to go with me and meet the expert. Why? Novel. You aren't confident about the guidance you gave in my dream? This has to be a joke, right? If that expert knows hypnosis, mind reading, or something else like that, won't the fact that I transmigrated be brought out into the open? Web novel. I'm very confident when it comes to dreams. However, it never hurts to double check critical things like these. Web novel, what's more, she and I specialize in different areas. Perhaps she'll be able to help you restore some of your memories. For example, she might help you remember the current whereabouts of that notebook you were so concerned with. The Antigonus family's notebook. What? We weren't able to find that fourth epic notebook. We looked all over Mr. Welch's home. Nothing. Web novel, fictional stories per Welch is dead. Naya is dead. Web novel, you are the only remaining clue. The notebook disappeared? This is too strange. Before this, I never once stopped to think about the location of the fourth epic notebook. Come, let's go to Welch's residence. The expert is wait ing for us there. I want to run. But beyonders are much more powerful than normal humans, and based on the way he reacted during my dream, he's already raised his guard. Web novel, what's more? Web novel, he's definitely carrying a gun. Why did you try to escape at the end of your dream? What were you afraid of? I don't remember what I did at Welch's house, and I don't remember if I caused their deaths or not. I'm afraid that, in the end, it might turn out that I really am the culprit. I was too scared to face that possibility, so I thought it would be better to run away. To run away to the southern continent and start a new life there. I see. If I were in your shoes, I would have thought the same thing, Mr. Smith. And only if the expert confirms that I really did lose that portion of my memories. And if there isn't any evidence to prove that I'm the perpetrator, then this whole matter will be over? In theory, yes. Web novel, we will continue searching for the notebook. At the same time, we will also make sure that you haven't been cursed, and that there aren't any demons or evil spirits lurking about your body. We'll need to confirm that you can live a safe and stable life in the future. In theory, has there ever been something that broke this mold? Nebby. A few years ago, we dealt with a case involving a cult. The cult made its followers commit suicide to act as living sacrifices. One of these followers managed to triumph over his own foolishness, and he reported the cult to US. Zero. The case was quickly resolved, and we confirmed that there weren't any demonic sense lingering about him. After that, he started living an ordinary life. His financial situation was good. He had a strong relationship with his wife. His child was smart and adorable. However, in March of this year, he suddenly died. He strangled himself to death within his office. Novel, he strangled himself to death? We've arrived at Welch's residence. Come, get off the carriage. All right. Web novel. Webnov. Let me introduce the expert in advance. The expert is known to the outside world as the most renowned spirit medium of AWWA County. Of course, that's just a disguise. Then what is her real identity? In reality, she's Creek, a true spirit medium. Web novel. Web novel. Good evening, gentlemen. Daily. Are there any results? Najavel Tories more the original spirits have already disappeared, including Welch and Nayas. This is tricky indeed. Right? Daily, this is Klein Moretti. Try and see if you can find out anything from him. Find out anything from me? Stare. Web novel. Rise. What should I do? What if she really exposes my secrets? Web novel. Fictional stores her. I don't have anything I can rely on. I can only hope that there's something special about me. This is a really uncomfortable feeling. I need a little help. After all, you aren't an enemy, so I can't treat you in a way that's too direct or rough. Web novel. Journal stories hub. That would make you uncomfortable. It would make you feel pained, and it may even cause some serious future complications. I will give you some fragrances. They'll provide you with a smooth and gentle sensation, and they'll allow you to slowly loosen yourself up. And then, you can really immerse yourself in that feeling. Web novel. Why does that sound so weird? Cool. Don't find it too strange. Now, we aren't the same as the people from the Church of the Lord of Storms. Here, on our end, women can verbally tease men as well. Web novel. And I'm sure you can understand this point. No? Your mother was a devout follower of the Evernight goddess, and both you and your older brother attended the church's Sunday school lessons. I understand. I just never thought that it would be so. So, don't worry. Daly doesn't do this often. She's just using this method to help you calm down and relax. Web novel. Tori's hub. She's more interested in corpses than she is in men. You're making mu epsilon sound so perverse. This is an herbal distillate made from a mixture of night vanilla, slumber flower, and chamomile extract. I call it a mantha, which means tranquility in the Hermes lawn gauge. Trust me, it smells very nice. This one is called Eye of the Spirit. It's made by taking bark and leaves from Drago and polar trees, sun, drying it for 7 days, decocting it thrice, and then immersing it all in Lanty wine. 000. Wisp. Of course. I add in a number of incantations throughout fictional stories. It's very helpful in mediumship, and it's strong enough to enchant people with. This feeling is very similar to what I felt during my luck enhancement ritual. Bubble, but it's lacking that sense of madness. The sense of madness that made me want to explode. Let me formally introduce myself. Web novel stories Hus-am, the spirit medium. Daily. Humans have vast cognitive scopes, and many secrets can be found hidden within someone's thoughts. See? That wide, open ocean. The things we know about ourselves are like islands, the small patches of land that poke up from the water's surface. Wabubble has it started? But in reality, underneath the surface, there is much more to those islands, far more than what we see above the water. Strange. I can still think calmly and rationally, like during the luck enhancement ritual and the gathering. In addition to the islands, there is still the entire ocean itself. There is also the boundless sky above, which symbolizes the spiritual world. I don't know what else she'll do to me, I guess. For now, I'll pretend that I've already fallen under her spell. You are the spirit within your body. Not only do you know about the island tops, the parts that are exposed above the ocean's surface, drip, but you also know about the parts below the surface. You know about the entire ocean as well. If it exists, Webnol, it will leave traces behind. Wish. Where are we? D. Web novel Ripsom Stories Hub. Is this the ocean of my mind? A memory that resides above water can be erased away, but below the water, or perhaps in the water itself, there will definitely be a reflection of that memory that survives and remains behind. I don't think so. 0. You. Fictional stories. Who you are the spirit within your body. Not only do you know about the island tops, the parts that are exposed above the ocean's surface, but you also know about the parts below the surface. You know about the entire ocean as well. I can't remember if it exists. It will leave traces behind. I've forgotten. Web novel fictional stories hub. See, hopefully, I've timed this performance of mine correctly. Humans have vast cognitive scopes and many secrets. CD. Alright, we'll stop here. You may return. Web novel fictional stories hus. You may return. You may return. HM? Is it over? Why did you use that theory? The one that belongs to those evil madmen. To the psychology alchemists? I felt it was quite accurate. At the very least, it's in line with what I've seen and come in contact with before. Web novel Tynal Store. A tricky fellow, this one. Not a single trace was left behind. Web novel fictional stories hub. What happened just now? I feel like I was asleep, but are we done? Thankfully, the luck enhance meant ritual gave me some practice for this kind of thing. It's safe to say that I've cleared this stage, right? 0 Yes. Let's assume we are. Daily, have you checked Welch and Naya's body's novel fictional story cub? Corpses are able to tell us a lot more than you think. Unfortunately, Welch and Naya really did commit suicide. Web novel fictional stories hus, so all I can say is that the power that affected them is scary indeed. It didn't leave any traces behind. Alright, I need to rest now. Congratulations. You may go home. Novel dries hus, but you absolutely must remember that you can't tell your friends or family about this matter. Promise me you'll remember. Novel IES hus, don't you also need to check me for curses or traces of evil spirits? If Daily didn't say anything, that means there aren't any. But how can I know for sure that I won't run into any more trouble after this? Web novel. You don't need to worry too much. If we look at the statistics, in similar situations that happened in the past, 80% of the people involved didn't experience any scary follow-up incidents. I reckon, around that much, more or less. Shoo, but doesn't that mean 20% of people still got really unlucky? You could also consider joining the Nighthawks as a civilian personnel. Or you could simply become a Beyonder. See, could I? After all, we aren't babysitters. We can't always be keeping an eye on you, day in and day out. So much so that we even see the sort of intimate things you do within your bedroom. But if you join us, at the very least, we'll be able to immediately catch any warning signs that might come your way. So, I really can? Is this a joke? Is becoming a Beyonder really this easy? Ranswell, it's not that you can't. 0, but it depends on the situation. Web novel. You don't believe me? To be honest, if you become a Nighthawk, you'll have to sacrifice a lot. For example, your freedom. And even if we ignore that aspect, there are still a host of other problems. First off, you are not a clergyman or a devotee. You won't be given the luxury of choosing the safest path to becoming a Beyonder. And secondly, of the incidents that we, the mandated punisher, the machinery hive mind, and other judiciaries have to deal with every year, 1/4 of them involve Beyonders who have lost control. A good portion are our calm raids. 1 in every 4 Beyonders who have lost control. Why? Does being a Beyonder come with serious hidden dangers? So serious that even the Beyonders of the Church's internal judiciary systems are prone to succumbing to them? This isn't something that you need to understand. It also isn't some thing that you can understand unless you become one of us. But unless I fully understand this matter, how could I possibly make the decision to join you? And if I don't join, I can't understand. It's an endless, paradoxical cycle. Web novel. I think you've misunderstood. There are civilians within our ranks. So, in other words, as long as I become one of your civilian personnel, I can learn about the relevant secrets, and after I've come to understand the possible hidden dangers that Beyonders have to face, then I can make a decision as to whether or not I want to become a Beyonder. That's right. However, you need to know that deciding to become a Beyonder doesn't necessarily mean you'll actually get to become one. In this respect, all of the different churches are equally strict. Web novel, then what about becoming civilian personnel? That should be quite strict as well, right? If it's you, there shouldn't be any problems. Why's that? Could it be that my specialness, the fact that I'm a transmigrator, glows brightly and obviously like fireflies in the night? Firstly, you didn't require our help to survive the incident you went through. That alone shows that you have some sort of advantage over the average person. For example, you might be luckier. And lucky people are always welcome within our ranks. Alright, you can just treat that as a joke. Then. But secondly, you are a history graduate from Koei University. And we sorely need one like that. We often come into contact with ancient documents and objects. And there are many cults and heretics out there who wish to try and use these things to strengthen themselves. And when they do try, strange and terrible things can happen. Other than the beyonders in special fields, the vast majority of us aren't particularly studious or well-learned. In the past, we've considered cooperating with outside experts before. However, doing so could result in information leaking out, and it could also cause misfortune for the experts in question. Clop chop. And so, whenever there are professionals wishing to join us, well, it's something that we simply can't turn down. That kind of dry, boring knowledge makes people want to fall asleep, so much so that even the sleepless can't resist. But why don't you? Well, train a historian from scratch. Web novel, fictional stories, This leads us to the third and most important point. The kinds of incidents that we have to deal with. You've already been exposed to Tau Omicron Nu Epsilon. Alpha and so. Extending an invitation to you doesn't violate my oath of confidentiality. However, if I were to try training someone from scratch, and if it failed, I would have to bear the responsibility for any secrets that get exposed as a result. Most of our teams, civilian staff included, come from within the church. Why are you all so strict about keeping things confidential? If you let more people know about these things, wouldn't IT help to avoid similar mistakes happening in the future? No. Doing that would actually lead to more people imitating these things, resulting in more serious incidents. Humans are never able to learn from history. They always repeat the same tragedies, time and time again. This quote from Emperor Roselle. It is indeed filled with philosophical truth. Emperor Roselle said it. My senior in transmigration was truly all-encompassing. It doesn't seem he had any blind spots. And he's left me, his junior, with no room to flex, not even a little bit. Zero within the judiciaries of the major churches. There is a similar saying. It might be the main reason for our strict adherence to confidentiality. The main reason we can't make any of this known to the common man. Web novel. What is it? Faith and fear beget trouble. Greater faith and greater fear beget greater troubles. Until, in the end, everything is destroyed. Web novel. Besides praying to the gods for blessings and aid, humans don't have any other ways to truly solve the biggest problems that face them. Faith and fear beget trouble. Greater faith and greater fear beget greater troubles. Do you want to join us? To become one of our civilian personnel? Web novel. May I think about it for a bit? Sure, no problem. As long as you have an answer for me before Sunday. Of course. Remember to keep all of this secret. Don't tell anyone else about what happened to Welch. Not even your brother or sister. If you do tell anyone, not only will you cause them trouble, but you might also find yourself placed before a special court of law. Alright. Tiop Clopia Clop. Your civilian personnel. How well are they paid? What kind of benefits do they get? You don't need to worry about any of that. Our funding is jointly guaranteed by the church and police department. Web novel civilian personnel will receive a weekly salary of £2 and 10 solely upon joining. There is also 10 solely of additional compensation to account for the burden of confidentiality and the risks of the job. In total, it comes out to £3. After that, as your qualifications and contributions increase, your salary will gradually increase as well. Webnov fictional stories civilian personnel usually sign a 5-year contract. Once 5 years are up, personnel can quit without issue. Right? If you quit, you'll be asked to sign a lifelong confidentiality agreement. You also won't be allowed to leave Tianjin without prior approval. And if you move to another city, you'll need to register with a local Nighthawk. Web novel. Other than that, we work in shifts, and there must be at least 3 civilian personnel working at any given time. I understand. Once I've come to a decision, where should I go to find you? Go to the Hound Pub on Basic Street. Ask for their boss. Right? And in boss tell him that you Mare Squad huh? Our location is confidential as well. Until you've agreed to join us, I can't just tell you outright now then, Mr. Klein Moretti. Web novel. I wish you pleasant dreams tonight. Clack clack. It's a little after 4 in the morning. Web novel. Fictional stories. I finally managed to get past the spirit medium stage. QHEW. My shirt. Has it been drenched in sweat this whole time? Klein. Web novel. Where have you been? I woke up earlier to go to the bathroom, and I realized that you weren't home. Why is Melissa here? Web novel. She didn't find anything out, right? Then, I woke up in the middle of the night, and I couldn't fall asleep again afterwards. Web novel. I didn't want to waste time like that, so I thought I might as well exercise for a bit, and so I went out for a run. See? I'm soaked in sweat. Sigh. Actually, Klein, you don't need to stress yourself out too much. You'll define Telly be able to pass Tianjin University's interview. And even if you somehow can't, Webnov, and that's a big if. Alright? I'm sure you'd be able to find something better. Yeah. I haven't been thinking about the interview at all. And as for the Nighthawk's offer, I probably shouldn't tell her about it until I've accepted it. Webno. Klein. Wait just a moment. Here. Web novel. It's something I made out of spare parts the school didn't need, or stuff I found lying on the side of the road. Twist. I finished it just the other day. Webmoval. Fictional Stories Hub. When I feel worried, watching it move around like this calms me down a lot. I've been doing this quite often recently. It's very effective. Give it a try, Klein. Alright. CLAGCACH. Melissa, you're amazing. This is a turtle, right? 0. It's a puppet. It's a problem with the materials. Then, they're a bit too simple and crude. Web novel. Melissa, why would you need to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night? Don't you have a chamber pot in your room? Web novel. Gurgle. Web novel. Gurgle gurgle. I'm going back to sleep. Webov. Looks like yesterday's dinner was just too good. And she ate too much. Her body isn't used to digesting so much food. I need to give this a lot of thought. Should I accept Dunn Smith's invitation or not? SNY guys 00. If I constantly put myself under the watchful eyes of the Nighthawks, taking into account the fact that I'm a transmigrator, as well as my identity as the Fool, the risks define Telly won't be small. With the benefits I gain from the gatherings, if I join the Nighthawks web novel, my goal will definitely be to become a Beyonder. However, the Nighthawks are a very strict organization. Once a mission is assigned, it cannot be rejected. Even civilian personnel have many restrictions placed upon them. They aren't able to go wherever they please. And, what's more, chug Beyonders constantly run the risk of losing control of themselves. Read novel. If another strange event happens to me, only by joining the Nighthawks and becoming a Beyonder will I be able to fend it off. Because I have the gatherings. Obtaining potion formulas won't be a big problem, but gathering materials will be an issue. I don't have any capital that I can trade them and obtain ING materials directly, in person, could expose my identity. Novel. What's more, if I join the Nighthawks, I'll gain access to secret knowledge about the Beyonders. That knowledge could help me get the maximum possible benefit from the gatherings. It'll also provide me with an income. The amateur fugitive hides within the wild. The expiry. Inst fugitive hides within the city, and the expert hides within the court of law itself. Obtaining an identity as a knight hawk will probably provide me with the best cover and the best protection. I could also join one of the organizations that are being suppressed by the various major churches and become a beyonder through their means. But I would still lose my freedom by doing that, and the risks would be far greater. Moreover, I have no idea where I'd even start if I wanted to find them. Lambda Omicron Nu Delta Omicron Iota Kappa Eta Sigma. Becoming a civilian personnel will allow me to maintain a buffer. To maintain the ability to pull back and withdraw. This is the Hound Pub 000 in the future. If I become one of the top authorities within the tribunal, who would possibly be able to guess that I'm a heretic? That I'm the head of a secret organization working behind the scenes? W. Webb knows. 1 penny for a glass of rye beer. 2pence for an Enmat beer. 4pence for a Southville beer. Or perhaps you'd like a glass of Lanty, brewed from pure malt. 0L. I'm looking for Mr. Right. Boss. Someone's here to see you. Web novel. Hey kid. You're looking for me? Mr. Right. I'd like to hire a small mercenary squad. Web novel. Who told you to come here for something like that? Web. Dunn Smith. I see. Things like small mercenary squads really do still exist. That said, they operate a bit differently nowadays, and they call themselves something else. Something that fits better into modern society. You can find one such squad on Zutland Street, on the 2nd floor of Building No. 36. Web novel. 32. 034. 00. This is it. Web novel. AeroBWH. Blackthorn Security Company? Web novel. Knock lock knock. Creek HM? Is there no one here? Secho. ZZZ. Although the whole security company thing is just a guise, isn't this still a bit too unprofessional? How long has it been since you've had any business? Well, I guess you guys don't exactly need any booziness. The Soaring Express, the steam train service that directly connects to Constant City, begins operation today. And seriously, when will they finally open a direct line to Desi Bay? I don't want to go by boat anymore. It's uncomfortable. So very uncomfortable. 000. Who are you? Hello. My name is Klein Moretti. I'm here on Mr. Dunn Smith's invitation. Captain. Alright, please wait here for a moment. I'm gonna go call him. Sure thing. Web novel. She's not even offering me a cup of water or anything. This lack of hospitality is a bit worrying. Mr. Moretti, please follow me. The captain is on watch at the Chinese gate today, and he can't leave his post right now. I see. Web novel. The Chinese gate? This guy's here? Web novel. We have to go down a few flights of stairs. 0L. Alright. Although I often walk down these stairs, I always worry that I might slip and tumble all the way down. Leonard, the fellow who greeted you earlier, did just such a thing on the first day he became sleepless. 00 Webvel. We're here. This is the Chinese gate. At the crossroads we passed by earlier, the path to the left leads to the St. Selena Cathedral, and the path to the right leads to the armory, storeroom, and archives. And going straight, as we did, leads us to here, St. Selena Cathedral, which is located on Red Moonlight Street. Then, Zutland Street is right behind Red Moonlight Street. The captain is inside that room. You can head in on your own. Alright, sorry for the true blee. Web novel fictional. Oh right, my name is Roseanne. I've been a part of the Nighthawks for 5 years. My father was a member of the Nighthawks proper and he sacrificed himself 5 years ago. But anyways, I guess we'll be colleagues from now on. Web novel. I hope I can have that honor. However, we still have to wait and see what Mr. Smith says first. 0. Creek. WH. Web novel fictional stories. Her have a seat. Have you come to a decision? Have you decided to join us? Yes, I have. Then please take a look at this agreement. Though these days, everyone likes to call these contracts. Heh, but I digress. If everything looks to be in order, please sign it. Web also, please note that the contents of this contract itself must also be kept confidential. If you violate this confidentiality, you will be directly tried in the tribunal courts of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Understood. So the full official name here is the Nighthawk Squad of Tinjin City, Awa County, Lone Kingdom. Welcome. 0 from now on, you are one of us. So I should call you Captain now, right? Indeed. Web novel. I was really surprised by the fact that you guys would use the Blackthorn Security Company as your disguise. What would you do if someone actually wanted to hire you for security services? As long as it doesn't get in the way our actual work, there's no reason for us to not accept. Web novel, and any money we earn will be distributed as bonuses. It's a win-win NOP. We actually have other signboards as well. We are the 7th unit of Awa County Police's Special Operations Department. The first 4 units are regular police units. 21. The 5th unit and subsequent units are the ones that deal with paranormal events in each of the county's cities. Our unit is specifically responsible for incidents related to followers of the Evernight Goddess in Tinjin. If there are other types of followers in the area, then our responsibilities are divided by region. We are responsible for the North, West, and Golden Indus regions. The university area and the suburbs are under the 5th unit, which is a machinery hive mind squad. The 6th unit, mandated punishers from the Church of the Lord of Storms, are responsible for the docks, the East region, and the South region. How many people are within our Nighthawk squad? In the city of Tinjin, including me, there are only 6 formal Nighthawks members. There are about that many civilian personnel as well. Then, Captain, in the past you've men tioned beyonders losing control. Why does that happen? Klein, do you know the creation? Of course. Web novel Tynal Stories. I remember reading about it in the Revelation of Evernight. During the church's Sunday school lessons, the Creator awoke amidst the chaos, shattered the darkness, and created the first rays of light. He integrated himself completely into the universe, giving birth to everything in existence. Neb novel his body became the land and the cosmos. One of his eyes became the sun, and the other the crimson moon. Some of his blood became the rivers and oceans, nourishing and nurturing life. The creation myth states that the Evernight Goddess is the crimson moon, or, in other words, one of the Creator's eyes. And human beings are born from the Creator's wisdom. That is why we have intelligent minds but lack other magical abilities. At the same time, by going off of the creation myth, we can draw a clear and simple conclusion that all things come from the same origin. All from the same origin, web novel Seasonal Stories muse. And from this conclusion, humans, by creating potions made from crystals or parts taken from other living things, can gain a wide variety of powers. But if you consume a high-grade potion directly, one of 3 tragic endings can easily result. What 3 endings? The first is the death of the mind and physical collapse. Every part of one's flesh and blood will become a terrifying monster. Web novel Fictional Stories Us. The second is that the power contained within the potion will change the person's personality. They might become cold, irritable, cruel, or indifferent to everything around them. As for the third, what's the third? A mental abnormality, going crazy on the spot, becoming more demonic than demons themselves. That is what it means to lose control. 10. Losing control? Web novel. After a long period of experimentation, and with the birth of the blasphemy slate, the potion system has duly been perfected, and sequence chains have been formed. At this point, the 7 major churches each control at least one complete sequence. The blasphemy slate you men tioned just now. What is it? Web novel The Hanged Man also mentioned it. It's something created by certain evil gods. I'm not too clear on the details myself. If you find any clues, make sure you immediately report them to me. Something like that would warrant a response of the highest order. The kind of losing control that is caused by using potions is only one kind of losing control. There are still 4 others. The second kind, well, some people are lucky and some people aren't. Some are born with relatively high perception, and they have some of the characteristics of a beyonder. Novel. They are more or less comparable to sequence 9 beyonders. They make up the lowest tier within the chain. Novel, they're only able to choose potions from their corresponding fixed sequence pathways. If they use potions from other sequences, In the least serious cases, mental disorders may result. And in severe cases, the user will lose control or die outright. The third kind of losing control is similar to the second kind. If, after you've selected a sequence chain, you use a potion from a different sequence, although it's highly likely you'll be able to gain the potion's powers in a distorted form, you will definitely be left in a state of half-madness. And if you use another potion after that, regardless of whether the potion is from your chosen sequence or not, you will inevitably lose control. The only variable in that case is whether you undergo mental death, go through a breakdown of your body, or transform into an evil spirit afterwards. Web novel, then. What's the fourth kind? The fourth kind? The fourth kind is the most common. When we consume potions, we gain powers that originally belonged to extraordinary beings. That is not a natural thing, and it will always have some degree of residual effect on your mind. If you consume a higher grade potion before fully grasping the powers of the potion that comes before it in the respective sequence, the madness will accumulate and you will lose control. That's why we have a rule that if you want to get a promotion, even if you've made great contributions to our cause, you must still go for at least 3 years without consuming a potion first. You must also undergo an examination. But even so, there are still many who lose control every year. How terrifying. Web and fictionals. What's the last kind? The fifth kind is also very common. Beyonders with small Euler sequence numbers have greater perception, so they can hear and see things that others cannot. Constantly met contrary temptations and bewitchments. And once greedy desires emerge within them, they will start to slowly walk down the path towards losing control. The creator of the modern thought system, Chinese, we are guardians, but we are also a group of miserable wretches, constantly fighting against dangers and madness. You're disappointed, aren't you? Being a beyonder isn't quite as you'd imagined, right? We're constantly courting danger. 0. Web novel. Everything good comes with a price. And I don't know or if I'll have another opportunity like this. Web novel. Not bad. That's a very mature and sensible outlook. If you want to become a beyonder, you must first accumulate enough contributions. We'll also have to see what the higher-ups say. No one can tell you yet how that will go, unfortunately. Web novel. All right. Now that you know more about beyonders, I'm sure you won't make any impulsive decisions in the future. Now, let me introduce you to the kind of work you'll do as a civilian personnel of our Nighthawk squad. Alright, at the moment, our civilian staff includes an accountant and someone in charge of procuring supplies while working part-time as a coachman. These two don't work in shifts, so they have Sundays off. The remaining civilian personnel, such as Roseanne and Old Neil, web novel, they're in charge of writing and organizing our records and guarding the armory, storeroom, and archives. They each get 1 day off per week, though it can't be a Sunday. They negotiate amongst themselves who gets which day off. Web novel. Will I be doing the same kind of work as Roseanne and the others? No, you are a specialist. For now, you will have 2 jobs to do. The first is to, once every day, go out for a walk. Pay particular attention to the streets that lead from Welch's residence to yours. That requires a specialist? Now we've Hat confirmed that you lost your memories. Welch and Naya's case is effectively closed. However, the Audiobook is still a possibility although you've forgotten that portion of your memories, the human mind and spirit can be incredible indeed. As such, it's possible that you may feel a sense of familiarity when you go near a key location. But if you can find that notebook, it should be big enough of a contribution that you'll be able to become a beyonder shortly thereafter. I see. What's my second job, then? Web novel. The second job is for you to, in your free time, go to the armory and read the literature and ancient records that we've been preserving there. That job is a specialist's job. When you've finished reading, you'll rotate with Neil and the others. This isn't anything difficult, either. Alright, no problem. This is a Chinese gate, named after the creator of the Nighthawk system. Web novel. There's one of these underneath the central cathedral in every major city. Members of the Nighthawks take turns guarding it. That sounds pretty intense. Inside the Chinese gate, there are also at least 2 keepers sent from the church. In addition, there are countless traps. Web novel. Potion formulas and materials are stored inside. It is also used for temporarily holding heretics and cultists. 4,870 beyond that. There is also a wide variety of highly classified documents and historical records inside. Once you've gathered enough authority, you might gain the opportunity to read some of them. Behind the Chinese gate, on the lowest floor, there are also sealed artifacts. Sealed artifacts? Web novel. Some of the items we obtain contain too much magical power and are too dangerous. A portion of them even exhibit certain characteristics of being alive. They will try to tempt the keepers, and so they need to be kept under strict custody. The headquarters have categorized these sealed artifacts into 4 different grades. They range from grade O to grade 3. Grade O artifacts are extremely dangerous, while grades 1 to 3 are less so, relatively speaking. Web novel. Take a look at this. Web novel stories. 3 years ago, there was a newly appointed archbishop who lost control and, along with a grade O sealed artifact, went missing. This will give you a rough overview. Ada Mu, Ince Zangwil, male 40 years old, former archbishop, a gatekeeper, who failed in his promotion, fell into evil, and escaped with sealed artifact 0-08. Web novel. If you ever come across him, make sure you don't alarm him. Otherwise, there will be a 100% chance that you'll die. Description of sealed artifact grades 100 grade 3. Relatively dangerous. Must be operated with care. They can only be applied for if an operation involves 3 or more people. One must be at least a Nighthawk to gain access to these artifacts. Grade 2 dangerous. Exercise caution when using. Only available to bishops, Nighthawk squad leaders, and above. Webno grade 1. Very dangerous, and can only be used in limited applications. Available only to diocesan bishops, Nighthawk deacons, and above. Grade. Extremely dangerous. Require the strictest monitoring and the highest level of confidentiality. They cannot be asked about or spoken about to third parties. They must always be sealed away within the lowest levels of the Holy Cathedral. Remember, safety first. Ada Mu. The fugitive is described in detail, but the only mention of the sealed artifact is a single code. Because O is the highest confidentiality level, the search for 0-08 is only ever spoken about. None of the details get written down. Web novel. But there is still a bit of information on 0-08. Its appearance is that of a feather quill, and it can write without ink. Web novel. That's about all. Alright, I've said everything I need to say. Head to the arsenal and find old Neil, and ask him to set up a list of documents for you to read. He used to be an official member of the Nighthawks, but he's getting old, and he failed to get promoted. He also doesn't want to rest, and only wishes to spend his time with literature. Web novel. Got it. Webnov. An ordinary feather quill that can write without ink? That's not all that useful, is it? Could it be a death quill of sorts? Where if you write someone's name, that someone will die. No, that can't be it. If it was really that powerful, In Song wouldn't have had to run. Hold on. I forgot something. HM? 0 Abnovel 0 before anything else. Go visit the accountant. Mrs. Oriana. Web novel. You can get an advance payment of £12. After that, you'll earn half your salary every week until the difference is accounted for. That's too much. There's no need. A bit less would be fine. Chuti. Do you still wish to live in your current apartment? Web novel where even the bathroom must be shared with several other households. And what's more, you will also need a cane and a new suit. Cheap Al. Alright. Missing cheap. Web novel. I'll have Roseanne take you to her. Boozy. Ding ding ding. Web novel. Eek. Web novel. Phew. Need something, Captain? I hope I didn't disturb your rest. But yes, I do. Please take Moretti to Mrs. Oriana. Huff huff. Web novel. Understood. Captain. Web novel stories muse. Wait, there's one last thing. Web novel. I'm listening. When you go to Old Neil, remember to obtain 10 demon hunting bullets. Me? Web novel. Demon hunting bullets? Isn't Welch's revolver in your possession? We won't be asking you to turn it in. That way, if you encounter any dangers, you'll be able to protect yourself. It'll give you courage, if nothing else. P. Obtaining demon hunting bullets requires formal documentation. Here. Alright. I'll remember. Thank you, Captain. Web novel. Captain. Is there still something else? Captain. Can't you please say everything at once, Sep? You look like you're only in your 30s. So how come it seems as if you're already starting to go senile? Web novel, I forgot just now that you've never trained in shooting before. Give that back here. Every day, go and obtain 30 normal bullets. Then, go practice at the shooting range at number 3, Zutland Street. Alright, you still need to get a badge from old Neil. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter the range. Good marksmen are only made through piles of spent bullets. So don't look down on the idea. ABR 2 to 3 slags. 2 understood. Web novel 00. Captain. There's nothing else, right? Yeah. That's all. 10,000 novel. It's finally over. Phew, the captain is always so forgetful. Even my grandmother has better memory than he has. Though of course, he never forgets anything major. Webnov Klein. Yeah, I'll call you Klein. Mrs. Oriana is a very kind person, and it's very easy to get along with her. Her father is a watchmaker, and he's really good at his craft. We're here. This is Mrs. Oriana's office. Creak. Hello. Can I help you with something? Web novel. Hello, Mrs. Oriana. I am Klein Moretti, and I'm a newly hired civilian personnel. The captain told me to come here and ask for 4 weeks' salary in advance. It's £12 in total. Lovell. Sure thing. Just sign your name on this advance slip. Do you have a seal? If not, you can use your fingerprint. Siam, alright. I don't need to show proof? For something like collecting salary in advance, even. Just how lax is the financial management here? By the way, Klein, were you invited because you were involved in a paranormal incident? And because you specialize in something? Webby, yeah. Ma'am, your intuition is spot on. Well, you see, that's how it was for me too. Webnov, a true gentleman's ensemble silk top hat, 5 to 6 soli bow tie, 3 soli dress shirt, 3 soli silver inlaid cane, 7 to 8 soli leather boots, 9 to 10 soli vest and dovetail suit, around £7. The total price is at least £8 and 7 soli. This excludes the cost of a pocket watch, chain, and wallet. Meanwhile, this ensemble here is worth less than £1. Cheap clothes. Stop. You're embarrassed? Anjimi, do you know about the serial killer who caused a huge stir in Tianjin 16 years ago? If it hadn't been for the Nighthawk's timely arrival, I would have been the 6th victim. If I recall correctly, that serial killer was a beyonder and he would take various organs from his victims? Yes, that's right. He was only caught in the end because he'd been preparing a demonic ritual. Just what kino of ritual was it that the killer would need to take so many different organs? Was it related to the fact that he was Vasa beyond? But on a different note, Benson's monthly salary is only £5. But this here a whole £1. It's time for me to report to the armory. Come in. Good afternoon, Mr. Neal. So you're Klein Moretti? Little Rosen stopped by just now to tell me that you're very well-mannered. Web novel, have a seat. Would you like a cup of hand-ground coffee? Web novel, but you aren't drinking any, are you? That's plain water inside your cup. Haha, it's just one of my rules for myself. I don't drink coffee after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Web novel, I'm scared that, if I do, I won't be able to sleep well at night, that I'll hear whispers from some unknown entity. I see. I'm fine without, thank you. Then, Mr. Neal, which records or pieces of literature should I read? Here, my equipment request slip. Web novel title stories with anything that's related to history is complicated or is fragment. To be honest, I've constantly been trying to learn, but I can only master the rudimentary things. Everything else is too much trouble. For example, these documents I have here. I need more detailed historical records if I want to figure out what exactly they're talking about. As it stands, I'm missing too much context. These are pages from the diary of Roselle Gustave, which was lost after his death. In order to keep things private, he wrote the contents using strange symbols that he invented himself. Web novel Emperor Roselle? My senior in Transmigration? Many people think that he didn't actually die, that he became a god instead. There have even been cults that held rituals in his name to try and obtain power. Web novel in dealing with such cases, we've obtained a number of pages copied from the diary. And, so far, no one has been able to decipher and read them. Web novel, however, I've already confirmed that some of the symbols here are used to represent numbers. It proves that these pages are, as was suspected, from a diary. I want to take the historical events that happened around the emperor and compare them with the corresponding dates in the diary. Perhaps by doing that, I'll be able to decipher more of the symbols. Genius thinking, right? Definitely. Zero haha, you can take a look as well. Starting tomorrow, you'll also be doing this kind of work. Web novel why yeah, 喜哈，现任有来，甲还是占卜家都更加的好，可快，法再回头了。Who is this pitiful fellow he found? 1月4日，为什么我的孩子们会那么蠢？我说过10000遍了，不要被那些神棍忽悠。不，那些神棍或许自己也被忽悠了。魔药的关键不是掌握，是消化，不是挖掘，是扮演。而魔药的名称也不仅仅是核心象征，还是具体意象，更是消化的钥匙。What exactly does he mean by digesting and acting? 9月23日，我与寻找神器之地的船只失去了联系。我该考虑发明无线电报了，但愿它不会受风暴影响。Where is this forsaken land of the gods? Web novel. These 3 pages are from different time periods. It seems that Emperor Roselle would only write down the year for entries on New Year's Day. For the time being, I don't know what year the entries for November and September are from. Web novel. HM? A Klein? Web novel I had a fit of fancy just now. I thought I might be the chosen one, so to speak. So I wanted to try and decipher it. You're a young un indeed. Once upon a time, I thought I might be the chosen one foot as well. Are these the only pages we have? Web novel, did you think we'd have a lot? Incidents involving Beyonders are few and far between to begin with, and those that involve fools who worship Emperor Roselle are even rarer. The fact that we were able to obtain 3 of these pages is already very fortunate. Well, some of the other large cathedrals or dioceses might have some more. Web novel, let's see. What are you here to collect? Ordinary bullets and demon hunting bullets. Do you have a concealed shoulder holster? Web novel, it won't do for you, as a gentleman, to have a large bulge below your waist while going around in public. No, I don't. Do I need to go ask the captain to add that to my equipment request? Web novel, no. We simply need to record it. This is just an accessory item. Repeat after me. It's just an accessory item. Were you once a teacher in the past? Web novel, I spent some time teach ing in the church's Sunday schools and in free public schools, yes. I feel like Beyonders aren't all that different from ordinary people. Web novel, however, it looks like Emperor Roselle is indeed shrouded in mystery. I wonder where the rest of the diary's pages are. I have to think of a way to find more of them. Not bad. 0, this shoulder holster fits perfectly. Web novel, I forgot to ask about sequences and potions. It's all because Emperor Roselle's diary distracted me. Ugh, right now. I still don't even know what the sequence 9 of the Church of the Evernight Goddess completed pathway is. I don't know at all what Web novel, it's him? Good afternoon. Wernevel, web novel, good afternoon. I probably don't need to introduce myself, right? That's right. I have a very deep impression of you. You have a special temperament. Web novel, I am Leonard Mitchell. A sequence 8 midnight poet. I really don't think my temperament is all that special. Web novel, he really does look like a poet. There's such a gay vibe about him. You survived an event like that one even though you didn't immediately receive our protection. That alone already makes you special enough. I have to go change shifts with the captain. See you tomorrow. Novel. See you tomorrow. Did you notice anything? Just as I thought. There isn't anything special about him after all. November 18th, it is truly a fascinating matter. An experiment I carried out on a whim, combined with a chance mistake, allowed me to discover a pathetic fellow who was lost and trapped in the deep darkness of the storms. He can only approach the material world on the day of the full moon, once every month. However, he is still unable to transmit his shouts and cries. I am still unable to hear him. Still, he's lucky that he met me, the protagonist of this era. Actually, now that I've read the paragraph I wrote above again, I suddenly feel a little sad. My Chinese writing skills have devolved, and I can't help but think that this reads like a translation. In the blink of an eye, 4 decades have passed. Sometimes, I wonder if my memories of the other world are all just part of a distant dream. January 1st, 1184. Lady Florina was stunning at the Grand New Year Gala. 1/2 my diplomats are all idiots. 1/3 I made too hasty of a choice back then. Looking back, I should have chosen the apprentice, the seer, or the bandit. Alas, I am unable to redo the past. 1/4 Why are my children so stupid? I've had to repeat myself countless times. They can't allow themselves to be fooled by those charlatans. Wait, no. Perhaps those charlatans have been fooled themselves. The key to potions is not grasping them, but digesting them. It's not about unearthing powers, but about acting. What's more, potion names at their core are not merely symbolic. They provide very specific mental images, and they are the keys to digestion. The 3 pages from Roselle Gustav's diary, translated into English. It seriously feels as if I've run into an old friend in a different world. Klein, the captain says you don't have to come back again until Monday. He wants you to sort out your household affairs first. However, all right. They're being surprisingly considerate. Speaking of which, the original Klein only received interview apport because he was remended by the associate professor. I should proba go and expla be attend. Roseanne. The Church of the Evernight Goddess completed sequence. Do you know what its starting point is? You want to become a Beyonder? Web novel. Our church's complete sequence begins with sequence 9, Sleepless. As you can probably guess from the name, the sleepless don't need to sleep. And to sleep, and during the night they become from the name stronger. The deeper the night, the stronger they become. 4 after that is sequence 8, Midnight Poet. Then comes sequence 7, Nightmare. As for the rest, I think only the captain would know. Ever Church Goddess Onl has 2 sequence 7 Beyonders in Tingen, as the other sequences are. Right, old Neil once mentioned that his sequence 9 title is Mystery Prior. I also know of a sequence 7 title from an incomplete pathway, Spirit Medium. Heb novel Klein. I believe that being an honest civilian personnel is the better option here. Do you know how dangerous it is, being a Beyonder? A Beyonder's enemies are not only limited to cultists and dark warlocks, because they can become their own worst enemy. Almost every year, there's someone who loses control and sacrifices themselves. So, in other words, the captain and MS Daily are both sequence 7 Beyonders. Nightmare and Spirit Medium, Achin? High sequence Beyonders are very scarce. So a sequence 7 Beyonder would be considered one of the church's big guns. Right? However, I've finally gained some more information on Beyonders, and when I've gathered enough information, perhaps I'll be able to return to my original world. Web novel sigh. I'll stop thinking about all that for now. Since I got paid today, I'll take Melissa out tonight for a nice, big meal. That's how we would do things in China, the Futa-holic Empire. Wait. I only have 3 pence of spare change left. That's not even enough. Tau Omicron Tau Alpha Kappa Epsilon, a coach back home. Maybe I'll ride for as far as 3 pence will get me, and then I'll walk the rest of the way. Alternatively, I can go to the bank and exchange my bills. A novel. No, that won't work. If I walk, I'll have to walk really far, and that's too unsafe. The bank also charges a 0.5% fee for exchanging bills to change. I can't afford such a luxurious service. Web novel. HM? A clothing store? This'll do. Welcome. Sir, what are you looking to purchase today? A cane. A heavy, sturdy one. This cane is made from ironheart wood. It's very heavy and very sturdy. The head is also inlaid with gold. The price is 11 soli and 7 pence. Would you like to give it a try? Urnavel. Sure. I'll try it. W11 soli and 7 pence. That's robbery. You think, just because it's inlaid with a bit of gold, you can charge whatever the hell you want for it. Ironheart wood is a bit too heavy. Then how about this one, sir? This one is made out of walnut wood. It's 10 soli and 3 pence. Don't think this one works either. Then this one? It's made from the core of a white boli tree, and it's inlaid with silver. 7 soli and 10 pence. Let me look at another one. You, sir. Then how about this one? Web novel. It's made of ebony wood. It's also inlaid with silver, and it's as hard as steel. 7 soldi and 6 pence. Not bad. I'll take this ebony wood one. Then, novel the cheapest 100. Here. Pass £1 The Lone Kingdom. Thank you, sir. Web novel. Any chance you could make it a bit cheaper? Absolutely not. Sir. 0 web novel. Sir, here is your cane. And here is your change. Wonderful. These are all genuine bills. And now I also have enough change to take a carriage. Web novel. Clack. Am I finally regained a sense of security? Web novel career. Klein, you're back? Let me warm up the leftovers from last night. Benson might be coming back tomorrow as well. Melissa. To celebrate the fact that I've gotten a job. How about we go to the Silver Crown restaurant? 00 push 0 webno. I've heard that the food there is really good. But isn't your interview with Tianjin University tomorrow? Web novel. I found a security company whose mission is to find and protect ancient relics. The work contract lasts for 5 years, and I'll be making £3 a week. Look, they even gave me 4 weeks' salary in advance. My goddess, to be honest, this job does sound really good. But why in the world would they give you 4 weeks' salary in advance? Web novel. Because we need to move somewhere new. Klein. To be honest, we live pretty well. I occasionally complain about not having my own bathroom, but that's nothing more than a bad habit. Do you remember family? 5 people family, 5 people in sleep in the same room. We're already very fortunate. So don't waste your salary on finding someplace new. What's more, I really like Mrs. Smyron's bakery. I personally don't have any problems with the current environment. But for Melissa, CO like inconvenient. Addition, my goal right now is to become a beyonder, and if I'm living in a crowded apartment like this one, that could lead to problems. Web novel, Melissa. The security company I currently work at is somewhat related to the government, so the income will definitely be stable. Moreover, I'm going to be looking at townhouses and not single-family homes. Web novel. In any case, we need to get ourselves our own bathroom at the very least. I'm also quite fond of Mrs. Smyron's bread, so we can look for a place that's close to Iron Cross Street. Also, it's not like I'm in a huge hurry to Omicron move. We have to wait for Benson to come back first, or he'll be so scared. He'll surely say something like, "My goddess, am I dreaming? Where are my brother and sister?" No, if Mr. Frankie finds out that we moved away early, Benson won't even be able to enter the building when he gets back. As the landlord, Mr. Frankie will probably have Benson turn in his keys. Web novel. I used to have this classmate. When their father's company went bankrupt, their family's financial situation quickly deteriorated, and they had to drop out of school. Novel. In addition, the government isn't stable. When a new party is elected, chaos always results, so we need to save money in case things go downhill. Web novel. Alright. 00. Sis, you have a pretty deep understanding of these things, don't you? Web novel. Let's celebrate just a little bit, then head out and buy a fish, a cut of beef, a can of cream, and a bottle of ginger beer. That all should cost a total of 1 soldi and 6 pence. Oh, and also, remember to go to Mrs. Smyron's. Let me reward you with a small piece of lemon cake. Alright, Tianjin University. No wonder it's one of the 2 most renowned university or cities in the Lone Kingdom. Web novel 00. The nearby Koei University totally pales in comparison. Knock 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 asterisk staff office F come in. Web novel. Mr. Stone. Cray, there's still an hour until the interview. Did you need something? Web, do you still remember me? I am a student of Senior Associate Professor Cohen, Klein Moretti. I believe you've read my letter of recommendation before. Web novel. So what I came to tell you is that I've already found a job and that I will no longer be participating in the interview today. I see. Congratulations, young man. Thank you for coming to let us know. I'll pass this on to the professor and Senior Associate Professor. Alright, thank you. Web novel Moretti, you found a different job? Ah. Good morning, Professor Cohen, Mr. Azik. Why are the 2 of you here? Good morning, Moretti. Web novel. Cohen and I are here for an academic conference. Moretti, what kind of job did you find? 173. It's with a security company that works to find, collect, and protect antiques. They needed a professional consultant, and they'll be paying me £3 a week. As you know, I like exploring history more than trying to summarize it. Well, everyone gets to choose their own path. And I'm very happy that you remembered to come here and inform everyone instead of not showing up at all. Web novel. By the way, Klein, do you know what happened to Welch and Naya? I read in the newspaper that they were murdered by burglars. Webno. So they're telling the public that it was a burglary? And it reached the newspapers so fast. I'm not too sure what exactly happened, either. Well, I wonder if these two history teachers know any additional details. A while ago, Welch obtained a notebook that originally belonged to the Antigonus family from the Solomon Empire in the 4th epoch. He asked me to help him decipher its contents, and I did go over to help for the first few days. But after that, I had to focus on looking for a job, so I didn't have time anymore. Web novel, yeah. The police even came looking for me the other day. Antigonus. It sounds very familiar. But no matter how hard I try, I can't remember where I've heard that name before. Web novel. Webnov, I don't recognize the name at all. Alright then. Maybe it just sounds similar to something else. 2. Professor. Mr. Azik. If you do think of anything, or if you find out any additional information, could you write me a letter, please? As you know, I'm very interested in the history of the 4th epoch. Sure, no problem. The conference is about to start. Azik, we can't delay any longer. Web novel. Oh, right. In regards to the matter with Welch and Naya, what exactly did the newspapers say? Webno. If you want details on the case, you can read it here, Klein, in the Tianjin Morning Post. Thanks. We have to go now. Remember to write us a letter, telling us what your address is. As before, Azik and I can be reached at the Koei University History Department office. Haha. Ada Mu. According to the police, the scene of the murders was horrific and all the valuables were gone. 00 This was, they say, perpetrated by a group of cruel and vicious thugs, so they're completely covering it up. Huh? Who? Web novel. Someone. Web novel is watching me? Web novel, I know I'm not imagining things. I can clearly feel that I'm being watched. Web novel, could it be that my transmigration or the luck enhancement ritual strengthened my 6th sense? Iron Cross. Zutland. Web novel, no. Champagne Street. Understood, sir. That'll be 6 pence. I can't go straight home. Until I know what the other party's motives are, I'll have no choice but to assume that they're malicious. Web novel, I have to go find the Nighthawks. Only they will be able to solve this problem. However, if I go to them directly, I'll expose them. Web novel. You can drop me off here. Web novel, my only option is to come to the Church of the Ever-Night Goddess Tianjin headquarters, the St. Celine Cathedral. They are naked, without clothes and without food. Web, and they suffer through the cold. Uncovered. They are drenched by the heavy rain. And because they have nowhere to take shelter, they huddle around rocks. The Evernight has not forgotten about them and has shown them compassion. What's going on? 0 The feeling I had that I was being monitored is gone. 10 Child, what are you here to confess? I'm actually here to look for Dunn Smith. Someone's following me. Web novel. Head outside the door of the confession room and turn right. Keep going straight until you hit the end. You'll find a secret door nearby. Once you've gone inside, someone will lead you the rest of the way. I remember Rosen telling me that if you go left at the crossroads leading to the Chinese Gate, you'll end up at the St. Selina Cathedral. Come with me. Webnov. Head down and turn left at the crossroads. Then you'll arrive at the Chinese Gate. Webnovel, all right, thank you. May the goddess bless you. Praise the lady. Seneval. Webnovel THP. Hey, Roseanne. Hello. The weather today isn't half bad. Klein? Why are you here? I need to talk to the captain. Webnovel. You scared me half to death. Don't you know to knock on the door first? I thought you were the captain. GG guy, what do you need to talk to the captain about? He's in his office. It's a secret. Good morning, captain. Good morning. Do you need something? Webnovel. Someone is following me. Webnovel, you came here from the cathedral? Webnovel. Why yeah. Webnovel, it's possible that Welch's father didn't believe the cause of death we reported. So he may have hired a private detective from Wind City to investigate. It could also have something to do with the notebook. We're currently trying to find out where Welch obtained the notebook. And of course, we can't forget the possibility that other individuals or organizations might also be looking for it. Then, what should I do? Web novel, head back the way you came and then do anything you want. Anything, anything. Of course, don't scare the other party, and don't violate the law. Web novel, all right, now that I've left the cathedral. The feeling that I'm being watched has instantly returned. This is just too strange. Why didn't the person who's watching me follow me into the cathedral? It's not like they've done anything overtly wrong. Webnov, so there's no reason why they couldn't just enter the cathedral. Unless, web novel, they have a dark history of some kind. What if they're afraid of the church, afraid of the bishop, knowing that the other party might have beyonder powers? Yeah, I don't think it's very likely that this is a private detective. Web novel. 00 The Zutland Shooting Club? Web novel 0. Please follow me, sir. Web novel, since I'm being watched, it's probably in my best interest to learn some self-defense. Bang, not bad. WWE. With practice, not only am I landing my shots on the target now, but I'm hitting closer to the center. 2. Web novel. We look forward to seeing you again. Sigh. Web novel. Just as I thought. Web novel. As soon as I step back out onto the street, the feeling of being tailed returns. Good morning. No, good afternoon, Benson. Good afternoon, Klein. How did your interview go? Terribly. Web novel, fictional story isase? To tell the truth, I didn't take part in the interview at all. 0 I already found a different job ahead of time. A job at a security company that searches for antiques. The weekly salary is £3. Web novel, we can start thinking about moving somewhere better. This job of yours sounds like quite a good one. I suddenly feel like a parent, as if my child is now all grown up. Web novel sigh, hearing such good news as soon as I get back. How about we celebrate this evening? For example, we could buy some beef. Alright, let's go and buy ingredients in the afternoon. Ada Mew, though I'm afraid it'll cost 3 soli. £1 is 20 soli and 1 soli is 12 pence. This has to be one of the dumbest currency systems in existence. No, it's not one of the dumbest. It is the dumbest. Web novel, developing a proper currency system requires mastery of the decimal system. Unfortunately, the ruling class contains too few people who can grasp such a supremely difficult concept. Indeed, to tell the truth, there's no concrete evidence that those useless baboons have any brains at all. Web novel, fictional stories, yes. Very good. Klein, you have a much better sense of humor now than you did in the past. Praise the lady. 0 Sync. Fic story, not bad. This is way more delicious than the food I had at my company last time. Klein, your cooking ability has truly exceeded my expectations. It's all thanks to the guidance of Mr. Welch's chef. Web novel, Tynal. Melissa, you have to eat the pudding first. If you wait until you're full, it won't taste as good. No. It's just as tasty either way. Novel. Let's go and look for a new place tomorrow. We also have to go talk to Mr. Frankie. After all, our lease hasn't expired yet. To be honest, Mr. Frankie would kick us out if we missed even a single week's worth of rent, for his intelligence is even lower than that of a useless baboon. Web novel, Tynal stories her no, he's definitely more intelligent than a baboon. When he's in a good state of mind, at least. Klein. Web novel. NG. So web novel, fictional stories Captain. West novel, Aries why are you? Someone has snuck into your room. Pick up your revolver and force him out into the hallway. After that, you can leave the rest to us. Alright, web novel stories There really is someone here. Web novel, hello there, sir. Web novel, please raise your hands and turn around. Web, do try to move as slowly as you can. I'm a bit of a coward, so if you startle me, well, I can't guarantee that I won't accidentally pull the trigger. Why do I feel like I'm being stared at by a wild, vicious beast? Wellness hub. Sir, let's go talk about this outside. We don't want to disturb those who are still sleeping. Yes, move a bit slower and try to walk quietly. As a gentleman, you should be well aware that these are basic courtesies. If I make one wrong move, he might just tear me into pieces. And a novel, Tynal stories hub. Web novel, fictional stories. Shoot. At this rate, Benson will wake up. L fictional rise the threat of horror, the hope of crimson cries. Web novel, at least one thing is certain. this life will I buy. One thing is true and the rest are all lies. The lower that once has bloomed forever dies. Few thanks to the captain, he's fallen back asleep, has been resolved. Web novel fictional stories her I had to waste a bit of time to enter his dreams. Captain, do you know anything about his background? He's from an ancient organization called the Secret Order. Warnovel fictional The Secret Order is also the source of the Antigonus family's notebook. Due to their own negligence, the notebook ended up in a market, and Welch was able to obtain it. As such, it was inevitable that they would send someone to try and hunt it down. We will turn things around and hunt after them in return. But when we do that, they'll find out that we already have a strong handle on the situation. And in that case, as long as the notes aren't particularly important to them, they might just give up entirely. Web novel fictional stories her, but what if the notes are very important? What if they're critical? We know very little about the Secret Order, and we owe tonight's success to you. We will consider it one of your contribute-ins. Web novel fictional stories Hus taking into account the potential dangers, and considering the fact that heightened perception would help you search for the notebook. You have an opportunity right now. Do you want to become a Beyonder? Though you'll only be able to pick a starting sequence from an incomplete sequence. 0. Webnov fictional stories. Which sequence 95 can I choose from? We novel. In addition to Sleepless, the church has 3 other sequence 9 potion formulas. The first is Mystery Prior. It allows you to understand various kinds of mystical knowledge. It would also make you good at magical rituals and make it easier for you to perceive various secret existences. Nebnov II is Corpse Collector. It provides resistance to cold, decay, and the corrosion caused by cadaveric auras. It also grants knowledge of the undead and the ability to see certain evil spirits. Finally, it will improve some of the user's physical attributes. The third potion is Seer. It gives the ability to learn astromancy, cartomancy, the operation of spiritual pendulums, and scrying, among other skills. Novel. I made too hasty of a choice back then. Looking back, I should have chosen the apprentice, the seer, or the bandit. Alas, I am unable to redo the past. Webnov Seer? I remember it being mentioned in Emperor Rosel's diary. In terms of mystical knowledge, a seer is superior to a mystery prior. However, they have far less combat ability. What's more, we only possess sequence 9 of Seer, and I don't know if the Holy Cathedral has the subsequent sequences or not. The abilities available to low sequence Beyonders likely won't be as effective against opponents as a firearm, so all 3 of these sequences would ultimately fulfill my needs. In addition, this Holy Cathedral, is it referring to the Cathedral of Serenity, the headquarters of the church? Web novel. Tell me what you decide on Monday morning. No matter what you decide, none of the Nighthawks will object or try to change your decision. Web no, all right. Approach this matter calmly and obtain an answer by asking your heart. Web novel. This feeling, well, no matter how hard it is to make this decision, it can't be as bad as a high school student deciding their future career on their college entrance exams. No college entrance exams. Yeah, I'll have to obtain Beyonder powers if I want any chance of going back. A single-family home with 6 rooms and 2 balconies, as well as a private lawn and garden. The weekly rent is £1 and 6 solely. Web novel fictional stories Hus. That house is our goal for the future. Web novel fictional stories Hus. Why don't we look for working class housing from the Tingen Housing Improvement Association? That kind of housing is set aside for the poor. The Tingen City Housing Improvement Company would suit us better. Web novel. Actually, there are a couple of housing companies that are strictly charitable in nature, though their requirements are too strict. If you wish to live there, you must be vaccinated, take turns cleaning the building. You also can't sublet, and you must be careful not to litter either. How could someone that's truly poor afford to get vaccinated? People like that don't have stable incomes. And since they aren't allowed to sublet, they aren't able to split the rent with co-tenants. In that case, what if they end up losing their jobs? The poor have to do everything in their power just to survive. They don't have enough energy left over to spend on following those rules. No wonder Jenny wouldn't let me visit her anymore after her family moved to Lower Street. Novel. Everything will improve. Novel Al stories Hus. However, our top priority for today is to find a new apartment. Right? Web novel. We're here. This is our Tianjin City Housing Improvement Company's Daffodil Street Housing. WEBM. The entrance to this unit connects to a living room, and there's an oriel window facing Daffodil Street here. As such, you'll get ample amounts of sunlight. The living room can also be used as a parlor. To the right is the kitchen, and there's a large fireplace on the left. There are 4 rooms on the second floor, 2 bathrooms, and a small balcony. There's a storage room in the basement, too. Web novel fictional story Her. The rent here is 13 solely per week. In addition, there will be furniture depreciation fees and a security deposit. If we wanted to buy this house outright, about how much money would we need? 150, although it's cheaper to buy than to rent in the long run. This unit has a list price of £850. Not everyone can come up with that kind of money. Novel. In addition, we don't sell real estate. We only provide leases. My weekly salary is £3, and Benson makes £1 and 10 solely. Rent is 13 solely, and our weekly expenditures will come out to about £2. We also have to account for clothing, transportation costs, social expenditures, and so on. At the very most, we can save about 19 solely per week. That comes out to about £35 per year, so it'll take us 29 years to save up £850. And this world doesn't have individual housing loans yet. See, buying a house is so hard. Web novel. CWH. Her opinion couldn't be any more obvious. Web novel fictional stories Hus. Ahem. Ebnov Sinal stories. The dining room has rather poor lighting, and the balcony is very small. The furniture is also too old and outdated. If we were to move in, we'd have to switch out at least half of the furniture. What's more, only one of the bedrooms has a fireplace. Thank you, Mr. Scarter. However, it looks like we should find someone to show us some other properties. Ep novel, sir. Please wait. We can lower the rent a bit. The weekly rent will be 12 solely. The furniture usage fee will be 3 pence, and the deposit is £2. It's all been written inside the contract. Sir, just as you wished. Done. Webnov pleasure doing Boosie Ness with you. Thanks to Benson persuading the landlord, we were allowed to move in ahead of time after paying only a 3 solely deposit. Phew, finally finished. From now on, this is our home. Web novel fictional. Good morning, Miss Roseanne. Good morning, Klein. Don't you feel hot wearing formal clothes in this kind of weather? Web novel. Style comes at a price. This style costs me a total of £8. You know. Anyways. Where's the captain? The usual spot. Thank you. Knock, come in. Web novel, have you decided? Yes, I know what I want to choose. Web novel, all right, let's hear it. Inhale. Seer. 0 Web novel. I'm sure you understand that once you've taken a potion, there will be no room for regret. I understand. However, I've chosen to listen to my instincts. Web novel. Come with me. We're going underground. Yes, Captain. Captain, I remember you saying that taking the potion will only grant me the capacity to learn, but not the knowledge itself. As that's the case, where exactly does all the mystical knowledge come from? Did our predecessors have to risk their lives to obtain it? Or did it come from other sources? Web novel fictional stories WHE. One way is, as you said, through experimentation and improving upon past results. A second way is when the knowledge is bestowed upon us by the gods. And a third way, well, the whispers you start hearing after you take a potion aren't always crazy. Occasionally, they'll reveal pieces of mystical knowledge. It's just, as far as I know, Webnov people who listen to those whispers for a long period of time all end up going insane. Of course, the notes they leave behind are all important assets. Are they human guinea pigs? Then, will the whispers that I hear when I perform the luck enhancement ritual have the same effect? We're here. This is the alchemy room, where we keep the potion formulas and ingredients for Seer. Go in and watch as old Neil prepares the potion. The process is something basic that you should learn. Understood, Captain. Ah, right. We're allowing you to become a Beyonder because you're going to be facing danger and searching for the notebook. You haven't contributed enough to join our main team yet, and so we'll be treating you the same. The only difference is that you'll be learning mysticisms from old Neil. For the most part, I don't mind, but not increasing my salary. I almost forgot. Web novel, I knew there'd be more. We've learned certain details about the secret order's actions. For the time being, they won't dare to come and provoke us. You should still be vigilant. 00. Although it's impossible to confirm the kind of importance that they place on the notebook, but we can confirm that they have something to do with the corrupted nobles from the time of the Solomon Empire. I understand. Thank you, Captain. For my own safety, I have to become a beyonder as soon as possible. The alchemy room. Web. It looks quite a bit like a chemistry lab. Ah, you're here. I really wasn't expecting you to choose seer. You have spunk just like I did all those years ago. Not bad. Not bad. Hello, Mr. Neal. Come here. I'll teach you how to prepare the potion. Alright. For potions that are below sequence 7, you simply have to add the ingredients according to the formula. You don't need to perform any additional rituals or say any Incan, Tad ions. Now then, the formula for the seer potion. First, add 100 milliliters of pure water and 13 drops of night vanilla extract. After that, add 7 gold mint leaves, 3 drops of poison hemlock juice, and 9 grams of powdered dragon bloodgrass. Such a mystical smell. Hiss hiss, so far we've only added auxiliary ingredients. Putting a bit too little or too much of them won't change the final effect of the potion. Where precision really matters is with the remaining ingredients, Lavos squid blood and stellar aqua crystal. It's alright if I put a tiny bit less than what's called for, but I definitely can't add too much. If I put far too little, your advancement will fail. And if I put even a tiny bit too much, your mind will go awry and you could even die. Alright, done. Your seer potion. Web novel, fictional stories core. 0. So, I drink it just like this? We don't need to make any other preparations first? For example, a ritual, a prayer preparations? You could have a glass of wine first. You could also smoke a cigar or dance to some music. Haha. You're very funny. I have a strong urge to punch him. Don't hesitate, young man. The more you hesitate, the more nervous and scared you'll become, and the more your absorption of the potion will be negatively affected. Whale glue give web novel. Hornaces. Phlegria. Web novel, where is this voice coming from? Hornaces. Phlegria. What's happening, tau omicron mu epsilon? Webno. Your vision is abnormal now, isn't it? What's more, you can now hear things that you couldn't before, correct? That's correct, Mr. Neal. What should I do? This is because you're unable to control the potion's power that's seeping out. Come, do as I say. Think of an object, one that's common, one that's simple. Focus all of your attention on it. Keep doing this over and over. Keep drawing the image in your mind. You feel better now, right? Succeeded? Look at your eyes. Novel congratulations. You are now a seer and a beyonder. Seer potion formula: 100 milliliters of pure water, 13 drops of night vanilla extract, 7 gold mint leaves, 3 drops of poison hemlock juice, 9 grams of powdered dragon bloodgrass, 10 milliliters of Lavos squid blood, 50 grams of stellar aqua crystal. Lavos squid are an extraordinary species of animal, and stellar aqua crystal is one of the best materials to use when making divination crystals. Other than that, poison hemlock juice can cause you to stiffen up and die. Be sure to not recklessly consume it. Duh. It's not like I'm stupid. The way your pupils have changed color, it's a manifestation of the potion's powers. Once you've learned how to cogitate, to meditate deeply, your eyes will return to normal. Then, Mr. Neal, when can I learn cogitation? You can learn right now. Picturing objects in your head is the first step of cogitation. Web novel now, empty your mind and replace those commonplace objects with things that don't actually exist in this world. Very good. As expected of a seer. Your cogitation is going very smoothly. These spheres of light, were they created by my cogitation? Opens eyes. Next, I will teach you an ability that is the most simple but also very useful. Spirit vision. 0. Raise your hands in front of your eyes. Point your index fingers at each other, but don't let them touch. Focus your vision behind your hands. Then move your fingers. Don't let them touch, and don't let them leave your sight. Adash, did you see color? Not bad. This is the first step of spirit vision. Try it a few more times to try and stabilize it. While you're doing that, I'm going to tell you what all the different possible colors mean. Within the SM study of mysticism, The non-physical part of a person is divided into 4 different levels. From the core layer to the outermost layer, they are the spirit body, astral projection, the body of heart and mind, and the ether body. The color you saw was your ether body. A healthy person's body will be balanced, and it will be cloaked in white. The head and the surface of the brain will appear purple, the throat and nervous system will appear blue, the digestive system will appear yellow, the heart and other regulatory systems will appear green, the excretory system will appear orange, and your limbs, as well as any other parts that are required for motion, will appear red. Warnavel fictional Tories whore if any of the colors change. It means that the corresponding part is exhausted or sick. Other than the vibrant purple around his head, everything is dim. Is it because he's old? Updates by Web Novel. Live. Web Novel Fictional Stories Hub. There is a pair of eyes behind you. Don't worry about them. It's just one of the many signs of ritualistic magic. Web Novel Fictional Stories Hub 00. Is spirit vision basically an enhanced version of yin-yang eyes? Then do dead, non-living things have spirituality within them? Do materials that come from extraordinary beings still retain some life in them even if the original creature is dead? Technically speaking, it's more that there's residual spirituality within them. This fact is actually crucial to successfully making potions. It's also one of the reasons why a beyonder can lose control, but isn't it said that the world of spirits is all-encompassing? If that's the case, how come I can't feel anything, except from that box over there? Hey, youngster. Right now, we're underneath the church of the Evernight Goddess. Do you think we'd allow spirits to wander around in a place like this? Ah, I see. Gack, Mr. Neil, the area around my brow. It's spasming. It hurts. See, Mr. Neil. Fictional Stories Hus. What is that? That's very normal. You've just become a beyonder, and using spirit vision puts a heavy burden on your body. It may even cause you to hallucinate. You will also become easily affected by your surroundings and the emotions of the people around you. As such, you need to use it sparingly. That thing. It disappeared. Was it just an illusion? Web Novel. Then, how do I stop using spirit vision? How do I deactivate it? Close your eyes. Then, just like before, think of an object and break yourself out of your state of cogitation. Repeatedly tell yourself to terminate. And then, once you open your eyes again, your spirit vision will no longer be active. Of course, this is the most cumbersome method. Once you get more practice, you'll be able to choose a simple action to act as a switch. For example, I can start and end spirit vision at will by tapping the space between my eyebrows twice. A switch for spirit vision. Huh? Tap as for what your exact action will be. Well, it'll depend on your personal habits and preferences. NNG. I've finally gotten a hang of it. We are not sleepless. After we overexert ourselves from practicing too much or using spirit vision, we need to sleep to recover. For now, you should head back and get some rest. Then, in the afternoon, you can go take a look around and try to find clues about the notebook as soon as you can. I'll teach you more tomorrow. Alright, Mr. Neil. Fiovkirilitsa горизонтально перечеркнутая web novel. From what old Neil told me, you acclimated yourself quite quickly, 0 to both cogitation and spirit vision. Updates by Web Novel. Live. 0. Perhaps. It's a special perk of being a seer. Webno Fictional Tories. Remember, curiosity kills the cat. And it can kill beyonders as well. Ignore the whispers that you shouldn't listen to. Ignore the existences that you should not see. Don't try to investigate them. Understood, Captain? Phew, I'm so tired. Right? Today's Monday. Thankfully, I didn't miss the time for our gathering. Good afternoon, Miss Justice, Mr. Hanged Man. Mystery's mini-classroom. The spirit body is a person's spirituality. Every living thing has spirituality within it. It is the most foundational aspect of a person's existence. Astral projection is an external manifestation of the spirit body. The scenes that one sees after consuming a potion are scenes that one's astral projection is seeing as it wanders the world. Divination, along with many magic spells, are cast via the astral projection. Web Novel. The body of heart and mind is a comprehensive manifestation of your ability to reason, analyze, perceive, and recognize. There are potions that focus on improving this, and there are also potions that specifically target this. The ether body is a manifestation of a person's vital energies and their physical and emotional states. The ether body can express emotions externally, but only beyonders within the same sequence as us can gain the ability to see it. Some claim that those with the strongest vision can see anything, anywhere, even things in the past and the future. Oh, that's amazing. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man. Good afternoon. This girl. Is she really not afraid at all that I might be a bad person? Alright, let me try and see if spirit vision works here. Web novel fictional store Russ. Happy and excited. Indeed, Justice is a lively young woman. Calm, pensive, cautious, and a little bit satisfied? Neb novel. Wait, this is Hanged Man's astral projection? He really is a beyonder. And he might even be stronger than old Neil. Mr. Hanged Man, have you received the box of ghost shark blood? Neb novel. Yes, thank you very much. It met my expectations to the fullest. Alright, let's start. In accordance with our agreement, I will now tell you the formula for Spectator, and that's the formula for the Sequence 9 potion, Spectator. For the ingredients, it's alright if you put in too little, but make sure you don't put in too much. I recommend you spend some time familiarizing yourself with chemical experiments first before trying to concoct a potion. Alright, I have a tutor who can help me in that regard. In addition, remember that a potion's name is symbolic. After you consume the potion, you must repeatedly practice your cogitation. Only then can you unearth and grasp it. Web novel Tynal Stories Hus. Not grasping but digesting. Not unearthing but acting. A potion's name is not merely symbolic. It is a portrait of the potion. Not grasping but digesting. Not unearthing but acting. Acting. The key. Mr. Hanged Man, what's wrong? Thank you, Mr. Fool. Although I don't fully understand it yet, this hint of yours has helped me make sense of quite a number of things. Web novel that was advance payment. Mr. Fool, what would you like from us in return? I want you to help me collect the contents of Roselle Gustav's diary. Even a single page would do. 0. I don't even know what Emperor Roselle meant by those words. What exactly has he understood? It said that the Emperor's, diary was written using mysterious symbols that he invented. No one knows how to read them. How should we relay the diary's contents to you? How was he able to confirm that it's the Emperor's diary? Could it be that he's figured out how to read those symbols? Veldo bihaha mysterious symbols? I wonder if there's anyone in this world who loves the Emperor so much that they get those symbols tattooed on their body. But yeah, the fact that they can't understand Chinese. That's definitely going to be an issue. Updates by web novel. Liva, I know. Think of a sentence, and think to yourself that you must write it out as urgently as possible. Then, take this pen and then paper and start writing. Webno allo write. Suddenly appears that I must write it out as urgently as possible. Tiar yell. Wiblog Analytalk minus 46,425. The pen is moving on its own. This is so fascinating. Mr. Fool, are you able to read my thoughts? No, I'm merely guiding you, and I've simplified the process. Unless you wish it to, nothing will appear. And so, you only need to remember the symbols in the diary to present them tau omicron mu epsilon. Web novel Miss Justice, you don't need to worry. After you become a spectator, your memory will greatly improve. However, you must remember that to a spectator, the world should be nothing more than a stage play. Only by watching objectively, from the sidelines, can you gain a handle on everyone's true thoughts. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Hanged Man. Web novel. Spectator more or less requires the user to be a completely objective and neutral audience member. Could this be the acting that Emperor Roselle was referring top? Then will I also have to act as a seer? So that I can digest the potion bit by bit? Mr. Fool, I will do my very best to collect more and more pieces of Emperor Roselle's diary. Novel, as I've said before, I'm fond of fair and equal exchange. The advance payment I've given is only enough to trade for 2 pages of the diary from each of you. If you manage to find additional pages, I will add more to my end of the deal. Heh. And naturally, the additional payment I give you will come from the pages you find. In this way, we form ourselves a virtuous circle. I don't have anything else to address today. We can have a casual chat if you both would like, about the things that happen around us. Web novel, as far as I'm aware. We weren't able to find that fourth epic notebook. We looked all over Mr. Welch's home. Nothing. It seems the secret order has lost a notebook that once belonged to the Antigonus family. Welch is dead. Naya is dead. You are the only remaining clue. A notebook from the Antigonus family? Novel, I'm very curious about how the Church of the Ever-Night Goddess would react after hearing such news. Why are you curious about that specifically? Would the Church of the Ever-Night Goddess have some kind of special reaction? Well, the Antigonus family was destroyed by the Church of the Ever-Night Goddess around the end of the fourth epic. It looks like the notebook is far more important to the Nighthawks than I'd imagined. The main reason they allowed me to become a Beyonder is that they want me to help them find the notebook. What I have to say is that, following their defeat at the battle on Balam's eastern coast, updates by web novel. Liv the King and the Premier have been under immense stress. They believe that the government is structured too chaotically. Whenever the ruling party changes, a large number of the staff who work in the government from top to bottom will also be changed. It's extremely inefficient, but there isn't really a better system. Web novel HMP. Did Emperor Roselle not invent a system of civil service? Or could it be that, in the later stages of his life, he focused his attention elsewhere? There's a very simple solution. Hold examinations that are open to every member of the public. Administrative positions within the government can be given to the elite individuals who pass. Political positions will be given to the parties that win the election. That is the piece of the pie they deserve. These examinations could be held once every 1 to 3 years, and the staff can be gradually replaced over time. This way, no matter who the ruling party is, the kingdom will be able to maintain effective operation. Web novel. This sounds like it could actually work. Mr. Fool, you must be an elder with lots of life experience and outstanding wisdom. If Justice is able to successfully promote this idea, I can steer Benson towards taking the exams. And I might even be able to find out Justice's real identity. An elder? Haha. Web novel fictional stories hub. Let's end today's gathering here. Entering and leaving the gray fog, and having my astral projection wander about in the spirit world. It still feels quite strange. Moreover, I now seem to have enough extra power to touch other crimson stars. Web novel. Should I try summoning another person? Formula. Sequence 9 potion spectator 80 milliliters of pure water 5 drops of autumn crocus essence 13 grams of cow teeth peonal powder 7 petals of elf flowers 1 eyeball from a mature manhal fish 35 milliliters of goathorn black fish blood. The last 2 ingredients come from extraordinary creatures that dwell in the sea. The ingredients need to be added in order. Remember to digest and act. Thank you, Mr. Hanged Man, and also Mr. Fool for his tips. I can hardly believe it. All of this is real. Down the formula for the spectator potion. Lest I forget the ingredients, I'll search within my family's trees vaults first. Net Susie. And if that's still, just have to wait until the next gathering and ask no. Fool and Mr. Hangman Hesnevel, you completed your mission very well. In the stories I read, the detectives always have a capable and reliable assistant. I think, after I become a spectator, I'll definitely need a big dog to support me. It's still so mysterious. I still can't get a grasp on the specific details at all. Although I made all the prior prep era tie-ins I could, I wasn't able to figure out the Fool, *7 Seafarer Levi Sue. I'm sure Captain and the others conducted an extremely thorough search of Welch's place, so I probably won't be able to find any clues about the notebook there. And as for summoning a new person, before that, there's something important I need to worry about first. The Divination Club? A 944. Perhaps I can learn how to act as a seer here? Welcome, sir. My name is Angelica, and I'm the receptionist here. Are you here to get your fortune told? Or would you like to join our club? Are there any requirements for joining? Simply need to fill in sorcery forms solely for the payment, and then 1 solely every year thereafter. Members can use our facilities as they wish, enjoy free tea and lessons, and buy meals here at very low prices. Web novel. Most importantly, you'll be able to gain a group like friends. That sounds like a pretty good deal. But I have nu omicron, mu omicron, nu epsilon, upsilon. What if I want to get my fortune told? Our members are free to perform divination services for our customers. They can set the prices themselves, too. Rees Lee 21. Renjo H. Here, you can see the prices that the various members charge, as well as short introductions about them. Sir, who would you like to choose? MLB. A. 222-1. Hertzeror H. Zri 24 Han S. Vincent, a famous fortune teller who hails from Tianjin. Each session costs 4 soli. That's way too expensive. I'd like to go with Mr. Glassy, the one who's charging 2 pence. Sir, I have to warn you that he's considered a beginner. I understand. I will take full responsibility for my decision. Then please follow me. Mr. Glassy, someone's here to have you tell them their fortune. Me? That's right. Which divination room would you like to use? The Topaz room. I like Topaz. To be frank, divination is merely my hobby. I don't have very much experience. Let's just treat this as a free session, and I'll cover the club's portion of the cost, as small as it is. What do you say? You're a very honest gentleman. I can tell that you have a decent and well-paying job. Tap tap. Sir, do you have headache? Would you like me to your fortune in regards to health lungs just a little bit? However, what's certain then, please calm your mind and focus your thoughts on silently repeat to yourself, can it still be found while you're doing that? This deck of card, alright. Will I be able to find that notebook Antigonus Shuffle? Shuffle turn the cards so that they're vertical, relative to you. Then, flip over the top card. If the image on the card is inverted, that means you won't be able to find that item. If the image is right side up, then I will continue and divine the item's specific location. The Fool again? What a coincidence. Zuxolu a 5022. According to the Hanged Man, divination is a tool for interpreting the results of communication between a person's innate spirituality and the spiritual world. No matter which specific interpretation tool is used for the divination, the results shouldn't be affected. It's inverted. I'm sorry. Then, can I ask you to divine whether or not the item has fallen into someone else's hands? Of course. We'll simply need to go through the same process again from the top. The star? It seems the item hasn't been found by anyone else yet. Thank you. HM? Alpha Sigma Tau Epsilon Rho Iota Cheney Clack, didn't I say this would be free? This is the minimum respect that divination is due. Alright then. Thank you for your generosity. Alright, Mr. Glassy. I recommend you go and see a doctor as soon as possible. Ask the doctor to pay special attention to your lungs. Is he a doctor? That had to have been a joke, right? One that wasn't very entertaining. Good afternoon. 34. HM? Leonard. Why are you here? Where's Roseanne? Her shift tonight is at the armory. Novel, by the way, Klein. There's this one thing that I've always been confused about. Why is it that, while both Welch and Naya committed suicide on the spot, you went home first? I think it's probably because an unknown entity wanted me to take the notebook tells and hide it where doing with the 3 you was for the essay of erasing any clues. Why didn't the have you destroy he notebook hidden awa destroyed? Perhaps that unknown entity enjoys taking human pieces' lives as sacrifice and wants sun the lap situations to keep why it had me that's WH take the notebook away. And it was only. Yes, that's not a bad explanation. However, it's also possible that the notebook is capable of spawning something evil, and it was only through the blood sacrifice of Welch and Naya that the evil could begin to grow. Web novel, and so, it had you take it away because it was worried that we would stop it before it could be born. What do you think? Of course, it's also possible that the notebook was destroyed to hide its contents or the presence of the growing evil. Web noviet, that's the case. It would provide a sufficient explanation for why your suicide failed. Is he suspecting me? Does he suspect that Klein's body is being used to house the growing evil? Or does he suspect that I'm a transmigrator? I really don't remember, so there's no way I can accurately defend myself. However, the captain and the others have confirmed that nothing's off about me. And so, I have to say that these jokes of yours aren't very funny. Web novel. I'm merely exploring the different possibilities. I also won't rule out the possibility that the unknown existence encountered a mishap of some kind. As for your suicide failing, we must have faith that the goddess is always watching over us, protecting and blessing us. Alright, What was your reason for coming here? Actional stories. Ho, I'm here to collect some bullets from the armory. I need to practice my shoot ing skills. Time went by in a flash. By the time I finished practicing, it was already almost 7 o'clock. I have to go buy some food later. 200 HM? Melissa? Web novel. I was thinking that you guys would be coming home a bit late tonight, so when I went out this morning, I took one solely from the place where we hide our money. Did you walk to school today? If you had some money on you, why didn't you take a carriage? Webno fictional ST08. A round trip to the school costs 8 pence. If we add in Uran Benson's travel, that comes out to a total of 12 solely spent every week. That's as much as our rent. What's more, walking is good exercise, and I'm often able to find broken, but salvageable components lying around on the sides of the road. Stop. We can definitely afford to pay these expenses. Even if we eat meat every day, we'd still end up with some money left over. But we have to consider the possibility of an accident happening. Melissa, don't you think it's a huge waste of time to spend 100 minutes on the road every single day? Updates by web novel. Liv, you'd be much better off using that time to study. Study hard, improve your grades, and find a good job. And when that time comes, you won't need to worry anymore, right? Fine, we novel. Safe travels. Alright. Melissa, don't forget our conversation last night. You aren't allowed to walk. Alright. I'll take a carriage. Good morning, Mr. Neal. Klein, you're here. Well, did you hear anything last night that you shouldn't have? No, I slept very well. However, I reckon my perception probably isn't all that good. Don't worry about it. Hearing them isn't that easy. Now then, let's continue our mysticism lessons today. Though, before we start, I'm going to teach you an interesting trick. An interesting trick? I'm going to do a quick patrol of the armory, storeroom, archives. While I'm doing that, make 2 cups of coffee. Put summit of the cups. Can be anything you want, just make sure not to waste too much coffee powder. I hand ground very high quality, alright. Ada Mew. What should I add? Are you done? Yes, I'm done. Web novel. Swinging in circular motion. This is the cup with something bad inside it. Your divination is very accurate. Did it rely on that piece of moonstone? It was the moonstone, right? This is pendulum dowsing, sometimes referred to as spirit dowsing. Updates by web novel. Liv, it's used to divine whether something is good or bad. If the pendulum starts swinging in a counterclockwise motion, it means the object is bad. Clockwise means that the object is good. And if the pendulum doesn't move at all, the object is neither good nor bad. You can also write a statement on a piece of paper. Make sure it's a statement, not a question. Web novel. So, in other words, there can't be any uncertainty in the statement? That's right. You can't write, "Is she willing to be my fiancé?" Instead, you must write, "She is willing to be my fiancé." Counterclockwise means no. Clockwise means yes. The 2 outcomes can also be interpreted as successful and unsuccessful. I have save up SC. You can just apply for one. They're standard issue for Beyonders particularly those in support roles like us. Web novel being a Beyonder doesn't net you a salary increase, so it has to be made up for with other perks and conveniences. Right. I'll go to the captain in a bit and apply for one. By the way, what did you put inside the coffee? A bit of sludge from the sole of my shoe. It was basically the same color as the coffee powder. Hurry and 60 pour it out. Web novel. If you are using pendulum dowsing on something you've written, make sure you've written a statement, not a question. Now then, this is the end of today's class. Don't forget what you've learned. Alright, let's begin with the mysticism lessons proper. Right. One of the foundations of mysticism is symbolism. Do you know what symbolism is? Symbolism. Outside the sensory world, there are unknown realms that we can't describe accurately using only our 5 senses. The only things we can gain there are revelations and experiences that are extremely difficult, if not impossible, to put to words. They appear as abstract symbols and images, and these symbols each represent different objects and hold different meanings. That's correct. Only after you've mastered symbolism can you say that you've truly stepped into the world of mysticism. The pictures you see on tarot cards, for example, are man, made symbols that help us to interpret the original revelation. Web novel. Do you know what this symbol represents? Eyelashes? This is the symbol of the bumper harvest constellation. That constellation name, it's so unsophisticated. Wernivel so lame and old-fashioned. Back then, Emperor Roselle thought the same thing. He wanted to change the constellation names to things like Virgo, Cancer, Scorpio, and so on. Sadly, he wasn't able to overcome the power of tradition. The emperor was probably a decent and respectful. Now then, let's continue with the lesson. CC, in addition to the various symbols, you also have to learn incantation choices, how to make a crystal ball, and how to draw out a divination astrolabe. Alright, let's end today's lessons here. Think about what you've learned, and apply it where you can. That's the only way you can make the knowledge instinctive. Well, Novelle, you also have to practice your cogitation every day. Unearth the hidden mysteries and eliminate any bad influences. Got it. My potion is seer, and I need to perform divination for other people as often as possible if I want to quickly improve. When I have enough extra money saved up, I plan on joining the divination club and becoming a real, through and through seer. Web novel. Daily has a similar approach. She's always going on about being a true seer. Updates by web novel. Live, however, why do you have to use money from your own savings? You can go to Dun and apply to have the Night Hawks pay for you. It's easy for cultists and heretics to get mixed up in places like the Divination Club. If you join them as a Nighthawk civilian personnel, you'll be making it easier to monitor them. It's a business need, so to speak. Wait, seriously? Can I really have my employer pay for a personal expense like this? Web novel. I knew nothing about such matters. Indeed, I was truly just a keyboard warrior. Or, would you prefer to use your own money on this? I'll go speak to the captain right after this. A spirit pendulum and membership fees for the Divination Club in the North Borough. Low. Old Neil taught you to do this? Yes. I was actually just about to apply for funding from July to September. After I submit this, and after it gets approved, you'll be able to collect what you applied for. As for the spirit pendulum, you'll probably be able to pick it up as early as this afternoon. Webnov, it's already July. Shouldn't July's funding be applied for in June? There were 3 big cases for me to deal with in June. And I was busy, too busy, so I forgot about a couple of things. As expected of our forgetful captain, web novel Journal Stories success. Updates by web novel. Live, haha. I really do have talent. I succeeded on my very first try. I was afraid that I would fail at first, so I'd prepared 2 full sets of ingredients. Woof now. I simply need to drink this potion, and I can become a spectator. Susie. Is someone here, miss? I thought I told you, didn't I? I don't wish to be disturbed when I'm conducting my chemistry experiments. Web novel. But Duchess Della has invited you and your mother to afternoon tea. She's even invited over the palace's baker, Madame Vivi. Tell my mother that I have a headache and to please apologize to Duchess Della for me. Then, do you need me to help you back into your room? Web novel. No, there's no need. Annie, hurry and go report to my mother. I'm gonna clean my laboratory now. I can finally drink my potion. Sigh. Oh no. Clack, I forgot Susie knows how to open doors that have handles. Web novel. Alger, you could easily have gone back to the kingdom and become a captain of a mandated Punisher team or a decent bishop. I don't understand why you instead chose to go out to sea and become the captain of the Blue Avenger. Updates by web novel. Live. The sea belongs to the storm. Updates by web novel. Live, this is the Lord's kingdom, and I am willing to follow the Lord's will. I am willing to patrol this area of his kingdom for him. You don't understand because you don't know enough. Web Fictigat. It's finally done. It's all Susie's fault for drinking the first potion. Thankfully, I was able to succeed the second time as well. Page. Gulp. Ritter 0. Web novel. The criminals who murdered Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya have all been arrested. Welch's father, the banker Mr. McGovern, escorted his son's body back to Constant City and held a grand funeral for him there. Looks like Welch's father believed what the police told him and didn't get a private investigator to look into the matter. Web novel. There's only a single Nighthawk here today. A case that potentially involves cultists cropped up in the Golden Indus Borough, and the police asked for corpse collector Fry and sleepless Royale Raydeen to go there and assist them. Oh. Knock, knock, knock. Web novel. Please come in, sir. Web novel. Hello. This place. You're what we used to call mercenaries, right? You could say that, yes. Webnov, I have a job I'd like to give you. Our security personnel are all out performing tasks at the moment, and they won't be back until about an hour from now. Webnovel, the captain, and the others all went out. Leonard has to guard the Cheney's gate, and Mr. Neal is probably too old. None of them are available right now. Then can I wait here for a while? You're mercenaries. No, you're security personnel. They'll be back soon, yes? Yes, sure. You may have a seat over there. And Klein is still only a novice, so we'll just have to wait until the others get back. Webno, this is a client. Web novel. Updates by Web novel. Live, is the captain back? Back? But no one else came in through the door? Webno, as a security company, we find it prudent to have more than just a single door. Oh, I see. Snap, I am a member of Blackthorn Security Company's security personnel. What can I call you? What is the job you would like to entrust us with? Lo, my name is Klee, and I'm the butler of Mr. Vicroy, a tobacconist. His only son, little Elliot, was kidnapped this morning. We've already reported it to the police, but my master also wants to use mercenaries, a security company, to help ensure that the young master can be safely rescued. If you can find where the kidnappers are hiding, my master is willing to pay a £100 reward. If you're able to save the young master as well, he is willing to pay £200 at once. Webnov, a tobacco trader who has a close relationship with the southern plantations, can only afford to give £200? DOD, or is he only really interested in finding the kidnappers' hideout? No, that's not it. Mr. Vicroy is only an Icroy is ONL ordinary businessman, and he's not as wealthy as you think he is. What's more, he believes that the police are better suited for saving hostages. Hebnovel, all right. There's no problem, then. Pretty lady, please write up the contract. You shouldn't always think of yourself as a poet. Indeed, reciting other people's works is all you know how to do. Mr. Klee, here's the contract. WW2. 12. Thank you. I look forward to hearing good news from you. Webnovel. All right. Klein, I need your assistance. HMP web novel. I'm good at fighting, shooting, climbing, sensing things, chanting, and a couple of other support roles. However, I'm not good at finding people. Wouldn't want old Neil to have to go out into each kind of weather. Alright. I can take advantage of this kills. I wonder ski iddies have. Klein, do you need anything from the client? Updates by web novel. Liv, I need some clothes that Elliot recently wore. Ones that haven't been washed yet. If you have any accessories that he's worn around before, that would be even better. I have a photograph of the young master with me. Why would you need the other things? Webnovel, my colleague has a pet with a very good sense of smell. That's why we need something with little Elliot's scent on it, to help us find him. As for the photograph, we'll clop gentlemanly clothes and a storm amulet. According to the client, there are a total of 3 kidnappers. They looked normal and unassuming, but all 3 were actually carrying firearms. So where should we go next? Wait just a moment. Perhaps I can try dowsing rod seeking. Updates by web novel. Live, Elliot's location. Elliot's location. Let's go. Elliot's location. Clack. Go straight. Yes, right in there. Web novel. Dowsing rod seeking instruction manual. What is dowsing rod seeking? It is one of many seer abilities. It involves using a dowsing rod to determine the location of an object or person. The rods or cane used for dowsing rod seeking must be made out of wood, metal, or some combination of the two. Make sure you remember this. When you get home, read the manual aloud and memorize the text. Step upstairs, on the 3rd floor. They should be right inside here. 3 for 3 kidnappers and 1 hostage. The person with the smallest aura should be Elliot. Mr. Klee said that they have 2 shotguns and 1 revolver. Why did they have to become kidnappers? Why couldn't they happily become civilized individuals? Allow me to sing them a chant. Webno. The threat of horror. The hope of crimson cries. At least one thing is certain. This life will fly by. One thing is true and the rest are all lies. What's going on? Once again, I feel like I'm being watched by an invisible, mysterious, and indifferent gaze, as if I'm wandering through the spirit world. The flower that once has bloomed forever dies. WWE. From the sounds of it, they've all fallen asleep. Oh, thank goodness for the sound that Leonard made when he forced open the door just now. It jarred me out of my reverie. Creak. Web novel. Updates by web novel. Live. This is Elliot, right? Step. Don't move. Raise your hands. Wedritel, sir. Could it be that there's a misunderstanding of some kind? Don't try to weasel your way out of this. Someone will be coming shortly to ascertain whether this is a misunderstanding or not. Fleeing arc. Web novel. Turns out I missed one. Web novel. Crack updates by web novel. Live. You're a pretty good shot. Was actually aiming for his leg. Web novel. Now then, all that's left is getting little Elliot out of here. NNG. Who are you? We're mercenaries that your father hired. You'll be able to see him again very soon. Klein, let's leave the rest to the police. A pleasure working with you. Sometimes I envy Beyonders like old Neil. In a similar way. While carrying out this job, I found myself envying you as well. You mean, how we can use divination? It's not hard. As long as you put in the effort, I'm sure you can learn how to do it. Your spiritual perception is probably really high, right? Well, that's not necessarily a good thing. Web novel. Oh right. Aren't we going to go and confirm things with Mr. Klee? If he ends up thinking that the police rescued little Elliot, we'll receive 50% less compensation. Web novel. Don't worry about it. For people like us, money isn't all that important. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Quite a few poets die early deaths because of poverty. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Tau Omicron mu epsilon. Money is super important. I'm sure little Elliot won't lie about this matter. What's more, those 200 pounds. You won't be able to receive very much of it yourself. We novel according to the rules. Half of it needs to be turned in to the organization. The rest is split up between the people who participated. However, you aren't a Nighthawk proper, so you can only get 10%. Me updates by web novel. Live. What's that sound? Came from this room. 0 web novel. This is web novel. 502 and 1256 11 SW 2 E theta alpha nu omicron eta tau omicron sh. Everyone will die, including me. Web novel. Web novel. Huff huff. Web novel. So it was just a dream, but why would I dream something like that? What was it trying to reveal to me? Wait. What I experienced when Leonard was singing his chant today. It wasn't the same as the feeling I get when I cogitate or use spirit vision. That feeling of déjà vu is the Antigonus family's notebook, although it feels like too much of a coincidence. I'm afraid the notebook was in the room across from the kidnapper's room. Web, I have to go and find the captain. Captain, whoa, you're in a hurry. Where's the captain? He's in his office. Sleep less. Beyonders only need to rest for 2 hours every day. I bet every banker or factory owner wishes they had such a potion. Web novel. Updates by web novel. Live all right. News. 00 Captain. I experienced a moment of serious déjà vu. I'm pretty sure it was caused by the Antigo News family's notebook, where, across from the room where we apprehended the kidnappers yesterday. Web novel. I didn't realize it yesterday. It wasn't until last night, when I received a revelation through a dream, that I finally did. Looks like I missed out on a very big potential contribution yesterday. Web novel. Have Kenley guard the arsenal and notify old Neil and Fry. We'll head over together. Understood, Captain. So that's essentially what happened. It wasn't until I had my dream that I realized the notebook might be here. I don't detect any evil spirits. 0 There isn't anyone inside. Nor are there any spiritual glows which would indicate the presence of magic. Corpse Collector Fry. Then 00. Bang 2009. Web novel. Updates by web novel. Live. Web novel. Fictional stories. Nos. JRF. You'll be fine once you get used to it. Smelling this will help you feel a bit better. Tage. Thank you. Leonard. Go and find the local police who patrol this area. Find out as much as you can about the situation. Fry. Examine the body. Yes, sir. Klein. Does this place feel familiar? This place? Hornaces. Fleg. It seems I've been here before. Yes, a little bit. The whispers I heard just now, were they talking about the same Hornaces that the original Klein wrote in his diary? She's already been dead for more than 5 days. There are no external injuries, and there are no clear signs that she was killed with beyond her powers. To figure out the exact cause of death, we'll need a more detailed inspection. Alright, web novel. What about you two? Have you discovered anything? I haven't. No. When we came in, I felt an invisible force that had been sealing off the room. Like what it we use when performing ritual magic. Katie, I finished investigating. The deceased's name is Ka Stefania Bieber. She was 155 to go years between 55 old, and she was a widow. She lived here with her son, Ray Bieber, for more than 10 years. Web novel. Her son is around 30 years old, and he inherited his father's trade, working as a jeweler. His weekly salary is about £1.15 solely. Updates by web novel. Live according to the neighbors. It's been over a week since anyone's seen Ray Bieber, so the notebook isn't here, and Ray Bieber has gone missing? Then there's a very good chance that that ancient notebook is on his person right now. Web novel. I'll leave the rest to you. Figure out what Ray Bieber looks like. Alright, goddess, give me strength. We look forward to the protection of the night. Web novel. Whoosh, this is what Ray Bieber looks like, according to the traces that he's left in this room. Black hair, dark blue eyes, and he has a ceramic dental implant on the left side of his mouth. Our mission is complete. After this, Dunn and the others will use the portrait and put out a warrant for Ray Bieber's arrest. Web no why. Why did I take the Antigonus family's notebook and deliver it to Ray Bieber's home? Shouldn't that be obvious? Plop, you provoked an existence that you shouldn't have, and its goal was to get the notebook into Ray Bieber's hands. Web, and you, it chose you. 0. In order to break the chain of clues, it had Welch and Naya commit suicide on the spot. However, I still don't understand why you were able to survive all the way until the present day. I don't know either. What's more, I really don't understand why I would give the notebook to Ray Bieber. Perhaps his life path number fulfilled a certain set of requirements. Or perhaps he's one of the only remaining descendants of the Antigonus family. There are many, many possibilities. At the end of the day, the notebook is already in his hands. Moreover, this entire matter has already been exposed. Very soon, news about Ray Bieber's arrest warrant will reach the secret order. The fact that you survived no longer has an effect on the way this situation will play out. As long as you don't draw attention to yourself, their focus won't be on you. Web novel. Congratulations, young man. You are about to embark on a new chapter of your life. One that's filled with sunshine. You're very lucky, you know. Soon after you joined, you encountered a job that paid £200. The next time a similar job comes up, be sure to let me know. Mr. Neal, are you short of money? How much money are you able to earn every week? My salary is £12 a week, and I don't have to pay tax. Although that's definitely quite generous. For beyonders like us, it's never enough. Attempting rituals, for example, requires a lot of materials. However, there's a relatively strict limit on how much our organization will provide for free. And so, for the rest of the materials we need, we have no choice but to obtain them ourselves from the underground markets, among other places. Underground markets for beyonder materials? I was under the impression that the church would definitely ban such things. Web novel WW, this is wonderful. I was just worrying that I wouldn't have a way to obtain materials. Updates by web novel. Live Mr. Neal, could you take me to one of these underground markets? As a seer, I'll also need to practice. Banning the underground markets is much easier said than done. And for the time being, it actually wouldn't be convenient for me to go. Alright, I'll tell you why. I owe a £30 debt there that's about to expire. I never would have guessed that it's because he owes money. Web novel. Anyways, I have to go get a bit of rest. Old age is truly the worst enemy one could have. For today, review what you've learned on your own. Tomorrow, I'll teach you the foundations of ritualistic magic. Alright, self-review. Huh? Ah, right. With the £10 I received from rescuing little Elliot, I'll be able to join the divination club today. Welcome, Mr. Moretti. You are now an official member of our divination club. These are your receipt and your cufflinks. They can be used as proof of your membership. Thank you. I can start telling people's fortunes for them now, right? Yes, you may now tell fortunes as a member of our club. You can also the classes that are taught here. The famous fortune teller, Mr. Hannes Vincent, S. currently giving a lecture. If you're interested, you can go and listen in. 1109 Thank you. I came here act as a seer, not to learn method of divination that even ordinary people can. I recently mastered a new divination method, Magic Mirror Divina Tian. Would you all like to learn it too? Magic Mirror Divination? 0. Web novel Tori's horror that isn't exactly a safe divination method. 0. First off, you must choose a suitable date and time according to the divinity you believe in. You can use the Astromancy manual to help you decide this. Next, carefully clean a silver-plated mirror and place it in a position that symbolizes your deity. After you bathe yourself, darken the room containing the mirror. Then, light a candle and place it in front of the mirror. Pray sincerely to your deity. And after you've prayed 7 times, gently toss the silver mirror. Web novel. His aura is dark red. Seems he's feeling a little anxious. Everything else looks very healthy. That's the only part with a bit of a problem. I wonder what's causing it. The way it shatters is a revelation from the gods. I will now give an overview of the main symbolisms to look out for. However, this is orthodox magic mirror divination. Updates by web novel. Live so there's no need to notify Captain in the middle of the night to check his gas meter. Webno. Oh my goddess. £5. Webnov. Having knowledge sure is important. I'm gonna go buy some books and study up on accounting. I don't want my weekly salary to still only be £2 5 years from now. This security company is so generous. These things I'm telling you, you don't doubt me at all? Web novel. I don't think you have the ability, nor the courage to successfully rob a bank. You're not the kind of person that knows how to lie. Aha, right? I've actually gotten very used to lying, you know. Melissa, you should go and buy yourself a new dress. And don't say that we'd be better off saving the money, unless you want to wear an old dress to Selena's 16th birthday banquet. Benson can also look into getting some grammar books. If he wants society to treat him in a truly dignified manner, being able to speak well is critical. Ah, that's true. I actually forgot about that fact. Perhaps the civil servant examinations will make their appearance in the Lone Kingdom soon. If I can get Benson to start preparing in advance, he'll definitely have a significant leg up over his competition. Come, let us toast to a beautiful future. Kling, Clack HM? Good morning, Madam Raiden. Ritualistic magic is a very dangerous thing. Who's Zero? Huh? Zero, good morning, Mr. Neal. What's that? 00 Good morning, Klein. Come on, let's go to my home. I've already collected the materials we need. Web novel updates by web novel. Live, we won't be doing things here. There isn't any open space here where we could practice ritualistic magic. Ritualistic magic. When she was still alive, my wife loved music. That's why we put a Piota Alpha Nu Omicron there. Anyways, I'm going to demonstrate ritualistic magic to you now. Be sure to watch closely and remember what you see. I'll write. Wait, this stuff he's writing. We Mr. Neal, what kind of ritualistic magic are you going to perform? Ahem. I'm going to use ritualistic magic today to settle Muzuroyu and debt. What? You can do that. Divination categories depending on the source of the revelations received. Divination methods can be divided into 3 different categories. The first category includes divination performed using tarot cards, poker cards, pendulums, dowsing canes, and dreams. In this category, answers are interpreted by using revelations obtained through the communication between the inquiring person's spirituality and the spirit world. However, spirit pendulum and dowsing cane divination have very high requirements regarding one's spirituality, spirit body, and astral projection. Meanwhile, card divination provides fixed symbolic elements in advance, so less is required of one's spirituality. In terms of difficulty, dream divination falls somewhere in between pendulum divination and card divination. The second category includes divination performed using spirit numerology, astromancy, and their various derivative forms. Fortune tellers using one of these methods will obtain information about the inquirer, either by asking them or observing their natural changes, and then use that information to calculate, infer, and interpret the relevant answers. With these methods, the inquirer does not take the initiative. The fortune teller does. The magic mirror divination Hannes Vincent mentioned falls into the third category of divination. Mirrors are connected to the unknown. They are doors to the spiritual world. Disapproving in your gaze, I see ignorance and foolishness. Didn't Dunn ever tell you the maxim of the mystery priors? Do as you wish, but do no harm. Your suspicions are an insult to mystery priors. We novel, when choosing a time to perform your ritualistic magic. Well, for Beyonders, having a vibrant spirituality is what's most important. If you aren't sure what time to choose, you can check the relevant manuals that ordinary people use. However, if there are rules to the magic you're performing, you must strictly follow them. I wonder what the maxim for seers is. Still, even if there isn't a maxim, I still have the Emperor's Notebook that I can refer to. Wernevel, remember, you can only pray to orthodox gods like the Evernight Goddess and the Lord of Storms. You absolutely must not attempt to communicate with unknown existences. If you do, you will definitely end up falling into an abyss. I'll keep that in mind. Wait, that luck enhancement ceremony I performed, it sought the power of an unknown existence, didn't it? Alright, let's continue. In this ritual, the red candle represents the goddess's identity as the Lady of Crimson, the black candle represents the night, and the white candle represents Mu Epsilon. The ritual process requires a clean spiritual environment where you won't be disturbed. We create such an environment using cogitation and supplementary items. I'm going to fully concentrate on the ritual now. If you have any questions, please ask me after the ritual is fully complete. Alright, I sanctify you, blade of pure silver. I cleanse and purify you, allowing you to serve me in this ritual, in the name of the Evernight Goddess, the Lady of Crimson. Huzi, you have been sanctified. 0. I pray for the power of the dark night. This incantation. Webn, I pray for the power of the crimson. I pray for the goddess's loving grace, and I pray for the money with which to pay off this debt. 0. Isn't it way too down to earth? Even though he's speaking in Hermes, that's not enough to conceal its simplicity. The goddess really won't get angry and double the debt or something. Praise the lady. Crack web novel done. Has the debt been resolved? And how exactly was it resolved? I don't know either. In any case, it will definitely be resolved, and it will be resolved in a reasonable way. Updates by web novel. Liv, the youngest son of Count Wolf. The more he gestures with his arms, the more you know that what he's saying is uncredible. Duchess Della has used her left hand to cover her laughter multiple times today. She's showing off the sapphire on her hand. Starting from the banquet all the way until now. She basically hasn't made any eye contact with her husband, Duke Negan. They don't seem to love each other as much as they try to make everyone believe. 0 web novel. The people here are all decent actors. Russell, Susie, Huzi. It's almost Monday again. 0 Lord Bishop. What is the goal of our current voyage? We're chasing after a man who has a 7 or 8-year-old child with him. He is the listener of the Aurora Order. Is this the wallet you lost? There should be about 300 pounds inside. My master will reward you for showing such integrity. Thank you for your generosity. So old Neil has solved his debt problem by picking up a lost wallet? Can't say I was expecting this turn of events. Updates by web novel. Liv, it's just the power of magic, I guess. 0. Whatever, I'm gonna stop thinking about old Neil's debt. Instead, I should think about whether or not I should spend my afternoon staying here, or if I should go to the divination club. Clack HM? Captain, how's the situation been progressing? Web novel. We've already determined that the notebook is, indeed, in the hands of Ray Bieber. However, he's completely disappeared. That said, our various Nighthawk teams are keeping an eye out for his whereabouts. The Backlund Diocese will also be escorting the sealed artifact 2-049 here. It once belonged to the Antigonus family, and it can help us confirm Ray Bieber's ancestry. Web novel. For the time being, continue going out. Perhaps you'll be able to sense where that notebook currently is while walking around. 0. All right. I'll be heading out, then. 3, 2. Wait. Weneville, is there something else, Captain? I knew it. From time to time, Beyonders in support roles may also have to fight. In addition to having you maintain your firearms training, perhaps I should also consider getting you a combat trainer. The precondition is that you become a formal member. Phew. I finished my training and daily tasks. It's time for me to head over to the Divination Club. Good afternoon, Madam Angelica. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. Webno updates by Web Novel. Live Mr. Glassy was here yesterday, and the two of you missed each other. He said he wanted to thank you for telling him about his lung condition. He also said that you're a doctor. Is that not the case? He said you were able to tell that he had a hidden lung disease just from observing him. Web Novel. I think he misunderstood what happened. That was actually a form of divination. Adamu, Madam Angelica, your body is very healthy. However, there are certain pains and sorrows that you shouldn't keep sealed up in your heart. Web Novel, you should go mountain climbing or watch a tragic stage play. Allow your emotions to burst out. Express them fully. 0000 for Web Novel. Come in. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. Creak. The lady at the reception desk recommended that I come to you. Novel. Good afternoon, miss. What should I call you? My name is Anna, and I would like you to divine my fiancé's situation. He went to the southern continent in March to conduct some business. He sent a telegraph saying that he would be setting out on the 3rd of June to begin his journey home. However, after all this time, he still hasn't returned. Write down your fiancé's name, a description of his appearance, the address of his residence, and the date of his birth. If you know the exact time of his birth as well, that would be ideal. Web Novel, the yellow around her stomach is a bit dull, and the color of her emotions is very, very dark, mainly due to worry and unease. I'm finished. 1120 to 812 SY or Hass. Joyce Meyer. A hawkish, beak-like nose, short, blonde hair, and he hasn't turned 27 yet. To perform my divination, I will need a certain amount of time as well as complete silence. Could you go outside and wait for a bit? Web Novel. All right, this is my very first request, so I definitely can't mess it up. 00 Perhaps I should try using dream divination to find Joyce Meyer's whereabouts. Rusty Rust. Joyce Meyer's current situa, Tyan. Joyce Meyer's current situa, Tyan. Joyce Meyer's current situa, Tyan. Web Novel. This man is Joyce Meyer? It looks like he safely returned. What is this place? Web Novel. Fictional Iris for who's watching me. 0. His Web Novel. Huff huff. The scene I saw at the beginning was the result of my divination. But what was it that came after? Web Novel. A palace up in the mountains that wasn't built for humans? And a silent gaze. Was that the entity I contacted during my luck enhancement ceremony? Or was it brought out by the Antigonus family's notebook? Wait, the notebook mentioned a nation of the Evernight that existed in the Hornacis Mountains. And just now, the palace in that dream, it was on a mountain peak. Sigh, I really can't get away from this stuff, can I? Still, the only thing I can do is hope that they catch Ray Bieber soon. In any case, I should head to the reception room and tell Miss Anna the results of my divination. Ah, Mr. Moretti, were you able to divine an answer? Is there Alpha Tau Omicron Upsilon windmill in front novel of either your or Mr. Meyer's house? That was a gift he gave me, and I have it set up right outside my front door. How did you know about it? Mr. Joyce Meyer is currently a guest at your home. He experienced a disaster, and he needs your comfort, your warm embrace. Oh, Lord of Steam, is that true? My poor Joyce has returned? Thank you, Mr. Moretti. Thank you. HM? She gave me 1 whole soli even though my price is only 8 pence. Not bad. My very first request, and I've already received a tip. Good afternoon. I'm back. Good afternoon, Klein. Mrs. Shoud came and visited us today, and she was very satisfied with the snacks we offered her. She invited us to go and visit her some Tau Omicron. She's really such a kind lady. The only problem is, their entire family believes in the Lord of Storms. They believe that girls shouldn't go to school, that girls can only receive their education at home. Don't mind that too much. As long as she doesn't try to interfere with us, she'll still be a good neighbor. Updates by web novel. Live Our Lone Kingdom is a country of many different faiths and beliefs. Novel MM00. Benson and Melissa are finally asleep. I've learned too much about mysticism. And so many different things have happened. It's time I sat down and organized my thoughts. This will make it easier for me to face the future, the states of one's body, heart, and soul, to the stubborn psyches that remain in the potion's core. This leads we novel to resonance between the potion and the user, allowing graded absorption and assimilation. The second hypothesis is that the remnant psyches are like computers with complete defensive mechanisms. If the potion user wishes to attack the potion and break it down, they will first need to find a bug they can exploit, a security hole, or a key. The name of any given potion provides a clue to this end. Therefore, we can disguise our body, heart, and soul through acting, tricking the system's defenses into thinking that we are not an outsider, but one of its own. This hypothesis is, I believe, in line with Emperor Rosel's description. Acting may truly have an effect, but I will have to wait and observe if I want to know the specific changes it incurs. But why do seers, who are very knowledgeable in the ways of mysticism, simultaneously lack the means to effectively fight in combat? Web novel. Could it be that it's like a game, and the different character classes need to be balanced? Perhaps it's because the efficacy of any given potion needs to be controlled? Or maybe it's because everything in this world came from the same source, and since everything is formed from fragments of the Creator that were originally meant to complement each other, everything has to have its own shortcomings? Now that I think about it, the luck enhancement ritual can be categorized as classic ritualistic magic. And that kind of ritualistic magic always has three parts: a sacrifice, an incantation, and a specific substantive goal in mind. 52. However, I never indicated a specific goal while performing that luck enhancement ritual. Web novel. I never made it clear which existence the ritual was directed at, either that book, Quintessential Divination and Arcane Arts of the Qin and Han Dynasty. It really screwed me over, didn't it? Wait. Ritualistic magic is always used to ask various existences for help. If I modify the incantation so that its opening words are directed at myself, then, if someone were to perform that ritual, wouldn't I be able to hear their request? Melissa, this is a letter for my mentor, Cohen Quinton. And here's money for a postage stamp. I have the day off today, so could you help me mail this letter on your way to school? Sure. Perhaps Cohen Quinton and the others might know something about the Hornaces Mountains. Melissa, it's time for us to head out. I'm coming. Benson, it's Monday again. Perhaps I should test my hypotheses. The colors in the depths of her aura have mixed and become one. Justice really has become a beyonder. Meanwhile, the color in the depths of the hanged man's aura is much purer than it used to be. Did he advance a level? Wait, the pattern at the back of Justice's chair is changing. Updates by web novel. Live. Yes, that's one of the symbols of mysticism, and it means giant dragon, spectator, and giant dragon. Behind the hanged man is the symbol meaning windstorm. Sailor, keeper of the sea, windstorm. That's reasonable. I don't see any issues there. What's the symbol behind the back of my chair? Congratulations, Miss Justice. You are now a beyonder. Web novel. You managed it much faster than I expected. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Thank you, Mr. Hanged Man, lady. Sir. Have either of you found any pieces of Emperor Rosel's diary? I found 2 pages of Emperor Rosel's diary, and I memorized their contents. I have 1 page. Web novel. Very good. I now ask you to express those contents. Who sh. April nth te desekvert a nameless island that was not along a safe sea route. There were many species of extraordinary creatures there. Emperor Rosel went on an ocean voyage. THSQWOPTS Cod Orikartsmanshiragaven 2 Chu SS Ioni SL Savantry Iwik Phasathic Cyandion Se MYSTERMPEYECU Tpnovel MIE Mavavesti SE Quincipitwa Grosser Savan TM Cons Avant Awas HT Exob Vias. On USCSYICE. Cn and BOCVE unning 8 can WABRE in Sinkito Nawi Wega WH's ones that Almog Disogi 8 Gai Glida Decown UMA B8 this Pstinip Spy Way Roem Store 4 AI. Zap Menwond. If the description about acting in the diary is accurate, then the conclusion about acting that I came to yesterday is probably correct. I was too absorbed in the diary contents. Why me? Fool me. Hanged man. T have 3 questions that I would like to ask. If you believe that the answers to my questions are very high value, T will try my best to pay the prices you ask. No problem. Go ahead. My first question is this: what does acting really mean so far? The remnant psyches within the potion have only how a Milo impact on me. Is it because I've been acting as a spectator? Imagine that the core powers of your potion are like a tightly glued castle. The dangerous remnant psyches live within that castle, and if we want to become the true owner of the castle, we must get Rio of those psyches. We have 2 ways of accomplishing this. The first way is to invade the castle by force. The second way is to get the owner of the castle to invite us in. To infiltrate the castle by disguising ourselves as guests. So the name of a potion is actually an invitation WT never would have guessed. That acting is used in that way. Such a valuable answer cannot be taken for free. Me. Fool, what would you like in exchange? Of course. I haven't forgotten that I still owe you another page of Emperor Roselle's diary. More pages of Roselle's diary, or any information you can pheno on the Antigonus family. Asking for information about Seer would probably damage the profiland image I possess as the Fool one. Me. Fool. In that case, I can pay you for your answer right here and now. The Antigonus family's history can be traced back to the Cataclysm epoch, which came before the 4th epoch. They also have something to do with the 2nd blasphemy slate. The blasphemy slate records the 22 paths of the divine, such an important item, and there's actually a second. The 2nd blasphemy slate. The 1st blasphemy slate appeared during the 2nd epoch, the Dark Epoch. The 2nd slate appeared at the end of the 3rd epoch. The information on the blasphemy slates is kept strictly secret. 8 Why the 7 major churches? All I know is that they both involve the paths of the divine. The blasphemy slate that Emperor Roselle saw, was it the first one or the second one? The second one. The Hanged Man once said that the names of the various sequence potions were derived from the blasphemy slate. The captain has also mentioned that potions are related to the blasphemy slate. Indeed, the paths of the divine are the sequence pathways ouring the time of the Solomon dynasty. In the 4th epoch, the Antigonus family was still only an ordinary noble family. It wasn't until they supported the establishment of the Tudor Empire that they became very prominent. However, after the War of the 4 Sovereigns, the blood emperor of the Tudor Empire perished. The Antigonus, Amon, Abraham, Anojacoer families all fell from their pedestals, and they were hunted by the 7 gods. The Antigonus family was whipped out by the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Mr. Fool. The Church of the Evernight Goddess, or those few ancient secret organizations, could probably tell you more. Ancient secret organizations. The Secret Order is one. The Moses Ascetic Order is another. I wonder if the Psychology Alchemists count as one as well. Very good. TAM satisfio with this payment. It's my pleasure. I am going to ask my second question. Then, what is the next potion in Spectator called? Where can I pheno clues about ITP? I was the one who led you down this path. So TAM obligated to answer this question for free. After Spectator is Sequence 8. Telepathic. Sequence 7 used to be called Psyche Analyst in ancient times, but it is now called Psychiatrist. I found out about all of this from a member of the Psychology Alchemists. Before you ask where you can pheno this inoivial. However, am sorry. I've already sent him to the bottom of the ocean. Ahem then. My third case, I mean, if an ordinary animal were to orink a Sequence 9 potion, what would happen? What kind of a strange question is that? Could it be that she did something stupid like that? Ordinary animals cannot learn cogitation in the same way that humans can. So there is a high probability that the animal will simply oi on the spot. It's also possible that the animal will break down into 4 monster. However, if the animal managed to survive, then it should be able to become an extraordinary creature. It may even get smarter. I won't have any other questions. Nor OOTI. I think it's time for me to try out the ritualistic magic I modified. SSNS now then. I have something that requires your cooperation. If it's successful, IT will be beneficial to you. So I won't be giving you additional compensation. Updates by web novel. Live in the past. I mentioned finding a way to allow you to ask for leaves of absences when it's not convenient for you to come here. After you get back, Fino a place where you can be alone. Then, place 4 brand new canolas on the follow-up corners of an altar. Then, place servings of a staple food next to each of the 4 candles. Ando LSE a silver knife to make a sealed spiritual environment. Mix moon flowers, gold mint, slumber flowers, fingered citron, and rock rose together. Still it. Extract the essential oil, and then pour a drop onto each candle. Me. Fool. What about the corresponding incantation? The fool who belongs not to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black. The one who wields good luck. This incantation. Just how powerful of an existence is me. Fool is he on the same level as a god if this ritualistic magic really is directed at me. Fool himself. Then we'll have to start speaking to him with the utmost reverence. Is the fool an ancient existence fortunately? I've always been very respectful towards him. WT pray for your help. Fingered citron. Herb that belongs to the sun. Please bestow your powers upon my incantation. From the way Justice and the Hanged Man are reacting, they've been tricked, haven't they? 3S. Lady and sir, have the 2 of you memorized ITP? I hope you can perform this ritual before Wednesday. Now that we've finished with business, IT is time for casual conversation. One of you 2 may start. Me. Fool. The exam screenings and separation of civil political affairs you proposed. They've received quite a bit of approval from many members of parliament. Ando it's very likely that they will become reality half a year from now. In recent decades, various secret organizations have been carrying out their activities with high frequency. We've even seen the rise of several new large-scale organizations. Some ancient powers are awakening from i.e. slumber. The leave of absence rituals incantation should now be directed straight at me and this world of gray fog. Right? And even if I am unable to receive their requests, that doesn't mean the gray fog can't. If there's nothing else to share, let's today's Gath ring here. This is Tachar WSSESII. The Plipolis I, which symbolizes secrecy, and the contorted lines of change, but both symbols are missing a part of themselves. Incomplete secrets and incomplete changes. What do we get when we add them together? At the time, I only imagined it casually. I don't think up of any specific details for how this palace should look. So what exactly is the design of this place based on? Now this place really is filled with mysteries. I wonder if there will be any new changes here after I become even stronger. Although I've basically figured out what acting means. Different people have different definitions for what a seer should be. If I want my acting to most closely mimic the potion's definition, I will have no choice but to get there through non-stop practice and adjustment. Madam Angelica, Mr. Glassy. Good afternoon to you both. Me. Moretti. You're just like me. Vincent's cat. When you walk, you don't make a sound. Updates by web novel. Live also. Thank you for the advice you gave me yesterday. Feel much better now. And this is the most relaxed I've felt this entire year. It's my pleasure. Good afternoon, me. Moretti. Was just wondering to myself if you would be coming today or not. Glacis, you seem to be completely Rio of the disease you HAOP. That's right. Fortunately, my wife was able to obtain a magical medicine from an amazing apothecary near my home. That's the reason I was able to fight off ETH. Amazing apothecaric magical medicine this be, something within a beyonders jurisdiction. Stood on the pow of the block king, stretching out my arms, and my fortune is yours for the sol 5 at first. Of the FO seal they didn't understand my Joe at all, and they asked if I really had other treasures. How boring. You can be my 4 horsemen of the apocalypse if you carry on like this anvil 4444 eft everything loun at the ends. I'd Sarit bro IET discovered 4 nameless island that was not spa there were sofa s of extraordinal recr call them animals. But, high calling the T sounds more painery that was several particularly strange types of he could have written his theory of a case. There were 8 yours residing on island. 1F Darwin had been TR rated there, their so way of evolution. April 15th Grimm has sudden la tart to act 4 little strange. Did he get infected by a wuckthing October 2nd Reba want me HRF me FRST the T-Haven? Even if Pies met her IPA Fay Shide Fom I will fight against Els New York on H-Hell. Tage October 5th his Satilda is very pret T October 6th V decided Thieves Lee going to deck and survive line on MYON. A safe CFUW. Yes there. I would rear beings. Fair personally Ali Lam Sta Ra her demeanor own 4T0 look forward to pi just my 4-ipe marriage October say they ACT that LY Nate the son of the Ste Yo Steam May 21st the Church of the God of Craftsmanship gave me 2 choices. 2 beginning sequence pathways. One is Savant, which is theirs, and one is Mystery Prior, which they obtained from the Moses Ascetic Order. May 22nd they have the Anna sequence pathway for Savant, but not for Mystery Year. 0 Savant was the obvious choice although having more information about mysticism can help me with my return home. If Imnit strong enough I will need to obtain external help if I wish to transmigrate again. Would this source of external help, this external sate be good or bad benevolent or malicious I cannot control it so it would be very dangerous. As this is the case, why not focus on strengthening myself so I can return by my own WER and so, whether or not the complete sequence is available to me was the most important factor in making my decision. May 23rd they've become a savant. With the power of the ET actually recalled all of the knowledge that I'd learned in the past. For example, AE chemistry and so on. T have also not only recalled the knowledge, but also gained a deeper understanding of said knowledge and its possible applications and implications. Haha, this is a job that's been P-tailored for someone like me, for transmigrator from an alternate realm. I will make the absolute most of this advantage T must say. If I were to return to my 3rd year of high school in my present state, I would definitely become a top-tier scholar if I could then specialize in a certain area. T could even become 4 scientist without too much trouble. May 26 T am enjoying my status as a savant. Something odd that's worth mentioning when I assert self as 4 savant, and do everything T can to appear like 1, the whispers T hear the ones that almost drove me crazy quieted down by it a bit. I have also been able to control my occasional outburst of anger. I have also recalled the matter regarding the diary. TS this the acting that the mysterious IR Zeratul mentioned to me this could be the hay to resolving the side effects caused by potions. The pages of Roselle's diary that Justice and the Hangio man found. My senior in transmigration and T. Our personalities are really different. However, I have to admit that I rather envy people like him. What is this apothecary's name? Where do they live up? Because, as you know, fortune tellers can get sick as well. Perhaps, in the future, I might want to go buy some medicine from them. His name is Lawson Orquade. He owns a small shop at No. 18 Vlad Street in the East Borough. It's called Lawson's FOLO Her Store. Mr. Moretti, could I ask you to perform some divination for MEPT will pay you according to the price you set. T have an investment opportunity, but it would require a huge amount of money. So, I definitely can't afford for the investment to fail. T would like to know if it's going to be successful or not. Then please describe the situation. Mr. Lenevis discovered a massive deposit of high-quality iron ore in the Hornacis Mountains. He purchased that piece of land and set up a steelworks company. He plans to raise his starting capital by issuing early shares in the company. The returns he's promised are very generous. 2. Are you sure that this matter isn't dubious, Mr. Lenevis is trustworthy? His land deed has a government seal on it. I've also seen the group photo that he took with Sir Oeville Ando, the mayor. Group photo. A group photo doesn't prove anything. According to the astrolabe, this matter will go very poorly. Under the prosperity you see on the surface is a dark abyss. My recommendation is to stay well away. Alright, thank you. T will seriously consider what you've said once I've gone home. So this is the helplessness of a seer. I can give suggestions to others, but IT can't make decisions for them. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. May T ask you to perform a divination for MEPHM? It's him. Afternoon, me. Meyer. Thank you very much for the information that you gave to Anna. She's constantly been praising your abilities. Me. Moretti. I've come today because I wish to have a dream interpreted. Oriamp. Yes, that's right. Ever since I got back, I've been having the same nightmare every single night. Tell dream that, when I fell off the alfalfa, someone caught me. BLITT can never clearly see his face. What's more, I'll be holding on to someone else with my other hand as well, a fellow passenger, Eunice Kim. But because of his struggling, I'll find that I can't bear his weight, and I am left with no choice but to let go. Ando, in that moment, the person above me will also let go. I'll try very hard to grab onto something, but I am always unable to. Then, my body will begin to fall. Fast. Ando, then TLL, wake up. Audio. Eunice Kim asked something of you while you were on the boat, and were you then unable to help? And DIO, he ultimately succumbed to his fate, yes. But I have no sympathy for him. Very soon, you'll find out in the newspapers about the evil he wrought. He slaughtered the crew, Ano, passengers of the boat. TM, not blaming you or doubting you. It's QUST that, if you keep on dreaming about how you let go of his hand, does that mean you're regretful? I can't shake the feeling that what happened on the alfalfa was just too abnormal. If I haven't let go, perhaps I will have been able to ask him why he would suddenly start acting as if 4 demon had possessed him. This isn't the only thing you're doubting. The details you overlooked are currently pointing towards a horrifying conclusion. Your spirituality is telling you that the person who was holding you, preventing you from falling, is seriously suspect. However, your subconscious doesn't suspect him. Ando, that's why you aren't able to see what he looks like. He was your companion. He once had control over your fate. Or perhaps he once saved your life. The person I see in my dream. 15 Mr. Triss. Good morning, Captain. 7 Come take a look at this arrest warrant. An extremely brutal beyonder has entered Tingen. Triss. The initial estimates have him as a Sequence 8 instigator. Ano, he comes from the Theosophy Order, the person responsible for the tragedy on the Alfalfa, and it's currently known where they went after arriving in Tingen. Triss. The Alfalfa. It was a beyonder that DIO ITP. Captain. I know someone who was involved in the incident. Yes, I know. Joyce Meyer. Last night, when I went to assist the Machinery Hivamino squad, I saw you in his dreams, and T confirmed that Triss was the one responsible for the tragedy. Then, Captain, which sequence pathway does instigator belong? Top Ando, what kind of an organization is the Theosophy Order HM? IT just so happens that it's about time TO give you access to the relevant information about Beyonders and Secret Organizer Q4. That's right. I am the Kino of person who can't sleep soundly when there are debts to be paid. I always strive to pay what I owe as soon as possible. I'm going to the Chinese gate to collect the relevant documents. You can only read them here. You aren't allowed to take them. Can't you just be straightforward about how you're afraid you might spend the money that you need to repay your debts? Do you have to be so euphemistic about it? Wow, so detailed. Does this contain information about the potions that follow Seer? Yes, the potions that come after Seer in its sequence. There's even information on the other sequence pathways good at fighting cunning. Is this information on sequence 8 really correct? Seer pathway potent. The name of the is EE. The corresponding beyonder is skilled in fighting and very cunning. Seer wa CF the I. The Padonis unknown. The CORRING beyonder can cast spells very quickly, and has their body's inherent shills and supernatural powers combined. AS1. There we go. Sequence 7 is what ID expect for an lip-graded seer. This sequence pathway was first formed by the Zeratal family of the Solomon Empire. It's suspected that there's a connection here with the ancient secret order. Zapatulp, that's the name of the Pepsin who reminded Emperor Roselle to act HM. There's also information on Instigator and the Theosophy order. The origins of the Theosophy order can be examined via two different sequence pathways. The first one, which includes Apprentice and Trickmaster, and the second, with Assassin and Instigator, which point to the Demonist sect. Their sequence pathways are all related to this Ano, for the sake of approaching the primordial Demoness, that secret existence. The upper echelons of their organization are completely made lip of women. A lot of the information about them is hidden away at the Holy Cathedral. However, I've heard that their mission is to spread disaster. Spreading disaster. Indeed, that's completely in line with what Instigator and Assassin are capable of. However, the Demonist sect's sequence potions seem to be more suited for women. So me. Triss' future looks a little bleak. According to the information I read today, secret organizations can basically be divided into three different categories. The first category consists of the ancient organizations that were born during the Fourth Epoch. This includes the Moses Ascetic Order, the Secret Order, the Blood Sanctify Sect, and the Demonist Sect. The second category is made LP of the organizations that were born at the beginning of the Fifth Epoch, the current epoch. This includes the Theosophy Order, the Numinous Episcopate, the Life School of Thought, and the Rose School of Thought. The third category consists of the organizations that only appeared within the past 100 or 200 years. This includes the Aurora Order, the Iron and Blood Cross Order, the Element Dawn, and the Psychology Alchemists. Sigh, I really hope my tarot club doesn't end up on a list. Updates by. My head hurts so much. What's going on? However, I am still far from being strong enough to hear the contents of I request. I wonder if the message they're conveying will be stored within the gray fog. Yeah, I'll check that tonight. Melissa, I am back. Where's Benson? Benson said that work was too tiring today, so he's taking a bath to relax. Is that a new dress? I thought that, since I'll definitely have to wash it later anyways, I might as well try it on for now. Klein, you're back. Bitch Mountbatten came by today, asking if we've seen an 18 to 19-year-old boy with a round face. There's 4 bounty to be how. But Solly, I haven't seen the boy in question. What about YOUP? Triss escaped from the Evil Dragon Bar to an area near Cross Street and Daffodil Street. It looks like they failed to arrest him. By the way, have you complimented Melissa's new Oris YETPH? I think I forgot. I only asked her where she got it. Bad older brother. After getting her new dress, she simply can't wait to put it on, and she still hasn't taken it off. Don't she say it was because she haven't washed it yet that... Just as I thought. The headache I felt this afternoon really was because Justice and the Hanged Man were trying out the ritual. SABJ. The fool who belongs not to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray. I pray that you would give me a good dream. It's the Hanged Man and Justice. Incantation I came LP with. It really is being conveyed to this place. How you feel? I feel great. It was exactly what it wanted. I've already finished my task. Ano, I've also made the necessary preparations for my AO advancement. Very good. The name of the potion is on the cover of this book. Inside, you'll find the sequence 7 formula. In accordance with our agreement, TLL also give you the 3 main ingredients. However, you'll need to obtain the rest yourself. The pot John for Witchy 21, I'll advance to become a witch 15. This a joke. Haven't you always wondered why the members of our upper echelons are all women? The market is right inside. Klein, let's WQA AO to QA Ron ELGX. Steam Riflep. This evil Oregon bar is actually able to procure such weapons. Fellows showed up. Just now. The bar came close to getting completely torn down, but that criminal still managed to get away. I've never seen anyone run that fast before. Wanted criminal, do you know what his name is? However, the market has already gone back to operating normally. You can head on in. You can find the ingredients and materials you need here. If you don't bring enough money, you can borrow from Swain. Though, of course, the interest is quite high. Amar. Swain is a seafarer. The ex-captain of a mandated Punisher squad would probably be at sequence 7. Z right. Comma. Swain is only a folk of rage. He was afraid of losing control, so he willingly gave up his opportunity to advance. The taste of death. This person, such high spiritual perception, or is it distorted? Can he tell that this body of mine has died once before? You don't need to pay him any heed. His name is Adamasol. He's an orphan. Ano people call him Monster. He was born with very high spiritual perception, and he can see and hear things that most people cannot. As a result, he often goes around talking gibberish. So he was born possessing half of what a starting sequence can grant. Have the Nighthawks, the mandated YJ, F5I, Punishers, or the machinery hive mind ever thought of taking him INP from his nickname? You can gather that Monster would be the only sequence 9 suitable for him. However, only the life school of thought has mastery over that sequence. None of the 3 groups you mentioned do. The life school of thought, I remember the documents saying that this group was of unknown origins. Ano runs on a system of a apprenticeship. Is this powder made from cow teeth pianol? Cow teeth pianol, isn't that a supplementary ingredient for the spectator potion? Could it be justice? Let me use my spirit vision to take a look. Could you lower the price a bit? I also need to buy this bottle of white-aged sunflower petals. There's no problem here. His body is very healthy, and his mood is stable, too. However, that doesn't necessarily mean he's a righteous person. Forget it. I won't worry about him for now. The sequence 9 of Spectator can't really pose any threats to society. Before anything else, I should pick out a pair of amulets for Benson and Melissa. Sir, why aren't you looking at completed amulets that already have incantations and symbols carved into them? Plan on making them into protection amulets on my own. I'm sure you know. This is something that all enthusiasts in mysticism wish to accomplish. May T ask you how you're choosing which amulets? TOUEP. T wish to buy a protection amulet to give as a birthday gift to my friend. It hope that it will give her good health. Now it's time for you to talk things out with the seller. I have something else to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave. Right, thank you. Klein. Dio you fino the things you wanted me. Neil, you finished paying your DTPT, walked all around this place, but I don't really find any beyonder ingredients. Let's end here for the day. Klein, we should head back. MSS, are you feeling unwell? I'm just a bit too teary-o. That's wasn't fast enough.
I hope she'll be all right.
Good afternoon, MSS Rosen. Klein, have you heard last night's operation to arrest the criminal? At Failio, I heard that the informant for the mandated Punisher squad found an instigator at the harbor. Originally, they were planning to wait for support to arrive before making a move. However, the instigator had very keen senses. They made the first move. Ando escaped. 00 You need my help to divine his location. H By the way, follow me and perform this action. Remember, you definitely can't stop. This has to do with your personal safety. 20HQI is strange indeed. What exactly is the point of this action? This is Klein Moretti. He has a very intriguing connection to the Antigonus family's notebook. This lady and these gentlemen here are colleagues from the Backlund diocese. They were responsible for escorting 200 here. This is Madame Larata, Sequence 8 Gravedigger. She is also an expert marksman. This is Aiur Harson, and he's just like me. And then this is Borgia. Hello, everyone. R.A.M. What's going on? It's suddenly gotten really hard to bend my arm. It's as if something is trying to control me. It look everyone else like Elsa's 2 movements have slowed. 2. What happened just now? My joints felt as if they had rusted, and my vision became slow and distorted. This is the manifestation of 200's danger leaking out. You don't need to worry. 20449 will first target humanoid creatures within 5 meters of it. The closer you are, the more easily you'll be affected. However, it only affects 1 person at a time. As long as there are at least 3 people surrounding it, passers-by will not be affected. Let's set out, everyone. We should finish quickly so we can seal 2049 again as soon as possible. 20HQ is inside there. Isn't IDP what a strange sealed artifact? I wonder what it looks like. Let's go. To Ray Bieber's apartment. Leonard, you're in charge of driving the carriage. Alright, Captain. 1SA living thing. It's coming again, this slow and lethargic feeling. What is 209? Exactly, I thought it could only affect 1 person at a time, so why did Captain Ono T simultane usly? When 20 turns frantic, it can affect 2 people at once. It looks like Ray Bieber really is a ascendant of the Antigonus family. When 2049 comes in contact with traces of the Antigonus family, it gets very agitated. So long as Ray Bieber hasn't escaped from the city of Tingen, 2044 will definitely lead us to him. As for what exactly it is, you'll find out very soon. Updates by fwebnovel.live. This puppet can assimilate the living things it takes control of. If I hadn't been knocked awake in time just now, I would have turned into a life-size doll. Huh, that direction. Klein, use your divination to see if there's any danger inside. See if there's any danger in the surrounding area. 2. It's possible that the secret order has been keeping a watch on me. Bieber's home this whole time, waiting to come out and cause trouble at a critical moment. There's danger in the warehouse and its surroundings. 7. There's danger in the warehouse and its surroundings. There's danger in the warehouse and its surroundings. There's danger in the surroundings. 2. Seeple, we've been scattered by the explosion. If we can't wake each other LP in time, we'll all turn into wooden dolls. It didn't leave any traces. Was it an illusion? Stay away from it. Right, the effects of BZ204Q have a limited range. As long as we keep our distance from it, we don't need to worry. But the captain and MP LIE are both nightmare beyonders. Right, will they be alright? Fighting in direct combat. VIF Sidai. Dewdrops drape over twilight's breast, or as stars that accompany the moon. I almost forgot nightmare is what sequence 8 Mayanite poets advance to. TIIH way elegant and graceful flowers. All brought to wank they're able to keep or even enhance the skills they had before the advancement. Mayanite poets AP expert fighters. WROV. Updates by jwebnovel.live.
74.
W is, this time wasn't an illusion. How do you deal with something Z like this? Hep beauty 1s only open to the night. But the night turns a blind eye see reality, and is completely blind to her love. The song isn't having any effect. Did he plug lip his ears in advance? The sequence potion that the secret order possesses is quite strange. Ray Bieber's hiding place is only a bit farther in. Could it be that the suited clown is only a distraction, and someone else is responsible for retrieving the notebook? I have to stop him. Waits, why do we need to stop him? My divination told me that there's very big danger inside. Won't it be good to let him go in first and sound things out?
Away woo.
A gravedigger ability, her flowers bloom on throughout the night. When day opens its eyes, she becomes bashful, unable to escape that gaze. What exactly is happening inside the warehouse? PSS. He transferred the Woland on his abdomen to his arm S. This 19 Ray Bieber. Ian. Larata looks like it's a dead soul. Try to find its weakness as quickly as possible. I hope my spirit vision can help Madame Larata find that thing's weakness, since demon hunting bullets are unable to hurt Ray Bieber. There's no need for me to continue wasting them. Damn, except for the mad torrents of grayish-white that surround him. I can't see anything. The threat, the hope of crimson. At least one thing is certain, this life will. One thing is true, and the rest are all lies. The chant ILIS taking SA Epvex. My head hurts so bad. This is too scary. This monster only had to scream a single time, and we were almost liable to bear it, even though we're all beyonders. Hey race. Updates by webnovel.live. For I pay Blee 27 is dead. Did we succeed? Updates by webnovel.live. Crap, I am falling. Linder the Plippets control. 2. Save myself. Hitting myself. Definitely won't work. An external force. Comma. I have to try. The immortal. Calories. The Sky Lord. Blessings. Thankfully, it worked, but I can't QST stay in here forever. At present, my physical body is probably indistinguishable from a zombie's right now. If Captain and the others notice, I won't be able to explain, but if it take the risk, Ano go back. What if 20 for Q takes control of me again? Wait, I might be able to use my seer abilities here. Looks like I haven't truly gotten used to my identity as a seer yet. Just as I thought, the things I am carrying on my physical body. Comma. I can create projections of them here, The only limitation is that they do look quite illusory. Fortunately, it's rotating clockwise, and it seems 2049 isn't trying to control me anymore. Do you wish to be awakened? As long as you help me pick up the Antigonus family's notebook, you will be saved. The secret order will also grant you additional rewards. The secret order. It's the suited clown from before. I know that Waiuya seer. I also know that the Church of the Evernight Goddess doesn't possess the subsequent potion in that sequence. However, we do. I used to be a seer, too. To demonstrate my sincerity to you, I'll tell you the name of the subsequent Sequence 8 potion. It's clown. If you agree, nod your head. I know you're still capable of performing that motion right now. Clown is what comes after seer in that case. He must have divined that he'll be in danger if he tries to pick up the X notebook. That's why he's having me do it for him. To use me as cannon fodder. He hasn't noticed that I've already freed myself from the Plippit's me control. It looks like the luck enhancement ritual doesn't manifest any external effects. A rod of hardened paper. This is my You purposely made me dodge in the direction of the Antigonus puppet. How is it that you haven't been controlled by the Antigonus puppet? CGH, this is the first time Eve killed someone. Feels very I wonder if he's carrying the formula for the Sequence 8 potion. Either way, I should wait for Captain and the others to collect his body first. Me. Harson. Is there anything you know me to DOP go? Search the incio of Borgia's jacket. You'll find a bottle of goddess gaze in one of his pockets. Remember to have Borgia drink half of it. It can squeeze out the latent energy we have in our bodies, which helps us to sustain ourselves and stay alive, until we can receive medical treatment. This goddess's gaze appears to be very effective. Go help your colleague. T will help Alarar. Hey, right away. Are you all right, Pierre? Let me help you. It's fine. I can drink it myself. YJZ, his injuries are much lighter than I expected. So, in truth, he was able to drink this medicine himself from the very start. This also means that he might have seen me perform my luck enhancement ritual. I was originally planning to go save you, but I realized you need my help. Ando, there's no need for you to worry. There are many special people in this world. People who can things that others simply can't. For example, you and me. Narcissist. However, it looks like Leonard is hiding many secrets as well. Looks like nothing's wrong with it. Alright. I've already searched the clown's body. Other than a wallet, a handkerchief, poker cards, and some other props. I don't know anything that can give us any clues. This is the only set of clothes I own that's worth any real money. Just a single fight has left it this badly damaged. The losses you incur while carrying out missions can be reimbursed. YYOA. Captain, what will we be looking FORP? After orrowing power from the notebook, Ray Bieber Wolof had to digest it first. However, his early awakening means that he haven't fully absorbed the Note 8's power yet. In other words, a part of his body will have become extraordinary, making it an extremely high-quality material. So this is the extraordinary material left behind by Ray Bieber. Correct. If you encounter similar situations in the future, make sure to do a thorough search so you don't miss anything. There could be a very important item left behind. Leonard, stay behind and watch the area. Borgia, drive the carriage. We'll take the Celio artifact and the notebook back. I know that you're filled with curiosity about the Antigonus family's notebook. However, we'll have to wait for the Holy Cathedral to determine its confidentiality level before we can decide whether or not to let you read it. Know that object is filled with misfortune. Am not curious about it at H. By the way, you performed very admirably during today's incident. We managed to thwart the secret order's plans, and you even personally killed a member of an evil organization. As a support-type Beyonder, you won't have to face the enemy very often, but you need to submit an application every time you wish to leave Tingen. Anno, you have to do your best to keep the whole thing a secret from your family. I want to become a formal member of the Nighthawks. I will sino a proposal to the Holy Cathedral. Once it's approved, you will officially be one of us. Only in this way can I come into contact with more secrets, such as the current situation of the secret order. Speaking of which, Klein, you were actually able to kill a Beyonder, whom I suspect was at sequence 7. How dio you manage IDP? They held back from asking this question. Lintel ID agreed to join their old hands at this kino of thing. Indeed, at the time, IT was 5 or 6 meters away from the sealed artifact, and my HO was still dizzy from the explosion. My movements were also sluggish. As a result, the clown thought that I was under the Celio artifact's control. While in an invisible state, he snuck lip to me. Anno then, by offering to save me Ando give me the subsequent potion to seer. He tried to lure me into helping him pick up the notebook. I pretended to agree. Then, when he started prodding me with a rod of hardened paper from about 2 or 3 meters away, I grabbed the rod. Anno swung him to the side. After that, IT shot at him to force him into the sealed artifact's range. Yes. Shooting at him directly wouldn't have guaranteed a fatal hit. So you MAOE an excellent decision at the time. I'm not sure I could have ONE it any better. H. Right. He SAIO that the sequence 8 potion in the pathway for seer is called Clown. He also SAIO that the secret order has control over the potions. What's more, he also advanced to where he was from seer. Clown is what comes after seer. That's quite strange. There's no connection between those. MSNO. They actually do have something in common. Both seers and clowns can be found in a circus. That's not a bad answer. T quite enjoy young people like you these days. Gentlemen who have self-deprecating spirits are getting harder and harder to pheno. Fortunately, I got to meet one toady. If this sequence contains things like Beast Tamer Anno Magician as well, then it would truly be a circus. A one-man circus. Fry. Royale. Head to the harbor immediately and help Leonard deal with the aftermath. Understood, Captain. Wait. Remember to notify the police and have them block off the road. ONT allow anyone to get near the area until you've moved the corpse back here. Alright. There's nothing else, YSP. Klein. Head to the arsenal and look for old Neil. Have him go to the Chinese gate so he can heal us with his ritualistic magic. I'll guard the arsenal in old Neil's stead. T'll also apply for at least 20 more Eamon hunting bullets. While we wait to hear back from the Holy Cathedral, you'll need something to take my mind off of the curiosity T have towards the Antigonus family's notebook. If there's nothing else, Captain, I am going to go look for old Neil now. I actually killed some. Providing medical treatment is truly exhausting. Tell the others not to come in here within this next hour. I some. Why don't you go and rest upstairs? I can keep watch here. It's too noisy upstairs. Roseanne is the kind of girl that simply can't stop talking. So there's a secret door here, huh? Comma, that corpse. Sorry to disturb you, but EQST wanted to ask if this corpse belongs to that Beyonder we encountered today. Yes, that's correct. You can come in Anno, take a look. You'll pheno that this is now only an ordinary corpse. Zia too is fry worried that I might be suffering from trauma. Are you drawing something? Updates by webnovel.live. So I have to be alone with him. Huh. There's an OJF more movement. Goodness, that was terrifying. I can't let Fry see this mess here. I should move the corpse. Hornaces again. Huh. The Antigonus family's notebook mentions the nation of the Evernight in the Hornaces Mountains, and the voices I hear when I cogitate or use spirit vision, as well as this corpse when it came alive just now. They all speak the word Hornaces. What exactly is hidden in that place? The answers to various questions op some kind of greater danger. This is... So that's what happened while you were gone. As for what exactly that was, don't know either. A brand on your skin, peeling off into a sphere of blood. Speaking of which, the corpse of a Beyonder will always undergo strange changes. Understood. Tillel informed the Holy Cathedral about this matter later. Sleepless Kenley, all right, Captain. It's possible that they'll send people to investigate the Hornaces Mountains as a result. By the way, have Mr. Ailey too and the others gone to rest? The gentlemen are at St. Selena Cathedral. Larada went to a coffee shop. Coffee, desserts, and large-chested mayos are her three biggest interests. She sure has some peculiar interests. Right once again. There was something I forgot to say. That Beyonder has definitely Livio in Tingen before. Leonardo has already gone to the police with the sketch of his likeness. They'll be looking into that. Anything that passes by will leave traces behind. This remark that Emperor Roselle Amoy, it really does have much truth to it. Indeed, the Emperor's words make a lot of sense. Even if they do have control over the seer sequence pathway, if they don't know who all the Nighthawks members are, Tichy divination definitely won't be able to lead them to a civilian like me. Unless they have a prophet, they won't be able to get revenge on Sun Me specifically. Klein, there's a letter it's from your mentor. A letter from my mentor. SAH. Right. I wrote him a letter asking him for historical information about the main peak of the Hornaces Mountains. I was very happy to receive your letter. It makes me nostalgic about the past. On the other hand, it's very sad that Welch and Naya have left US forever. As for the historical information about the main peak of the Hornaces Mountains that you mentioned, I remember that the archaeologist, Mr. John Joseph, once published a monograph on that topic. He discovered several ancient buildings there, ones that were at least 1,000 years old. It's very hard to believe that a human settlement would develop there on such a tall mountain peak. Those humans developed their own civilization, a unique civilization. I recommend you go to the Deweyville Library and see if you can borrow that monograph. It's called Research of the Hornaces Main Peaks Relics. Papers that mention they are published in J. New Archaeology, Arch Review, and Sozin. Looks like I am going to the Deweyville Library tomorrow. Melissa, hey, race money for the postage fee. Please help me mail my reply to my mentor tomorrow. Klein, the postage fee isn't that high. All girls owe a certain amount of pocket money. Right, what's more, the leftover money can help you buy the tools and materials you need. When reading, Wright Benson, Klein, are you guys free on Sunday? Selena invited us to her birthday banquet. To Melissa, on Ando T will owe what gentlemen are supposed to 00 give money. This is the first time I've heard someone describe being lazy in such a pleasant way. This was a practical application of grammar and classical literature. Good afternoon, Klein. Dio, you sleep well last night? I slept better than I thought. T Willow. It actually don't have any nightmares. It's just that When I think back on what happened, I'll feel a bit of heaviness. Heaviness and disgust. Good. I don't have to worry. Then, the Holy Cathedral sent a telegram. They requested that Ayler and the others bring 2044 and the notebook to backlined immediately. They're also sending US a new Nighthawk to serve as additional help. Captain, make sure you don't forget to submit my application for reimbursement. Good afternoon, me, Neil. Good afternoon, Klein. You're going to become a formal member very soon, right? The captain said that we still need to wait 2 to 3 days. What's more, we don't know for sure if the Holy Cathedral will approve our request. Heck, the Holy Cathedral wouldn't reject a request like this one, especially since you're already a Beyonder. You should start mentally preparing yourself. Every formal member of the Nighthawks has to go through a rite of passage, and that is to successfully complete a mission on their own. Nighthawks must stand on the front lines in the fight against danger. They can't rely on others to take care of them. And so, this rite of passage is merely a way for you to earn the acknowledgement of the other Nighthawks. IT won't affect your official salary. Why did you emphasize the fact that IT won't affect my salary? I make it that obvious. I think the possibility is very high. The documents say that the subsequent sequence to Clown is characterized by agile movements and strong combat ability. What's more, various other channels say the same thing. An old acquaintance of mine from the machinery hive mind once jokingly said to me that the sequence 8 for Mystery Prior is Melee Scholar. That doesn't sound compatible with Mystery Prior at all. I can see why Melee Scholar comes after Mystery Prior. Mystery Priors search for answers to the various mysteries of the world. And to them, melee combat is just such a mystery. After listening to what old Neil has said, perhaps the subsequent sequence to Seer really is Clown. Dewey Isle Library, sir, is there anything I can help you with? Hello. I was wondering if you HAO copies of research on the Hornacis main peaks relics. New archaeology. ANO archaeology review here. I am sorry, sir. We won't have research of the Hornacis main peaks relics. However, the other 2 titles you asked about were just returned to US 8Y a gentleman who'd borrowed them. They're on the shelf over there. Alright, thank you. The remains of an ancient civilization can be found at the main peak of the Hornacis Mountains and its surroundings. The ruins are at least 1,500 years old. Their palaces were so large and grand that they look like they were built by non-humans. From the murals they left behind, it appears that they believed the Evernight would bless the loved ones of anyone who died. Symbols of the Evernight can be found everywhere within the ruins. However, the symbols aren't the same as the sacred emblem of the Evernight. Palaces that looked like non-humans build them, like the one I saw in that dream of mine. If only I could go there and take a look. No, even if I had the opportunity to go, I would still stay well away. Going there would be like asking to oi. Good afternoon, Madam Angelica. Good afternoon, me. Moretti, this gentleman here would like you to perform some divination for IM. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. My name is Bogda. Anna and Joyce recommended that it come here. Using spirit vision, I can see that his liver is almost completely black. And the other parts of his body are unbalanced as well. Looks like his problem is quite serious. See, I think you need TOC4 doctor, not a fortune teller. You could tell after a single glance up. That's incredible. Anna was really telling the truth. Me, Moretti, I've already gone seen a doctor. TLL be having surgery soon. It would like you to vine the outcome of my surgery, to see if it will go well. Despite the pushes that Emperor Roselle made, due to the lack of technology, surgery in this world is still very, very risky. Alright, the price of my divination is 8 pence. If there aren't any issues, please come with me to the Topaz room. The price is only 8 pence. We are already fortunate enough that we can receive revelations from the gods and get glimpses of the future. As a result, We must keep our greed in check if we wish to continue receiving such gifts. Have you never heard of businesses? Reversed Wheel of Fortune. The surgery will have a negative outcome. Is there no hope for MEP? Let me try a different method of divination. Leave behind your ring. Ano, write down your date of birth. Then, please wait outside the room. Perhaps I can try using dream divination. The dream divination also shows me that the surgery will result in death. However, the ritualistic healing magic that I learned from old Neil today, it might be able to save him, but that would expose the fact that I am a beyonder. What's more, it's not guaranteed that I'll succeed. New Jersey web novel. Search for a source of hope, Indiana, the Eastern Borough, on VLAO Street. It will have something to with the word Lawson. If you can't locate what I am talking about, come here and pheno me after 4 p.m. on Monday. Understood. Thank you. I remember NPR. Glassy found a medicine at Lawson Darkwade's herb shop that he used to cure his Ling disease. I was also able to confirm my guess using spirit dowsing. I really hope Maine. Bogda can also find Hope, Indiana, that shop. Your lung disease is very serious. You're able to tell what my illness ISP then. Is there any medicine that can cure ITP? Of course. However, the prerequisite is that you have enough money to pay for it. How much does the medicine cost? A total of £10. It's a very fair price. Once you've aoed water and boiled it, aoed 10 orops of fresh rooster blood and drink it immediately. After you've done that 3 times, your illness should be cured. Is there something else you want? How about this bag here? It contains mummy powder. T promise that both you Ano your wife will be satisfied. Hey, no thank you. All it need is the bag with the liver medicine. Starting today, stop restocking our hay race. How wise that. Master, this is the 16th customer who has come here because of my growing reputation. If things go on like this, the Nighthawks, Manoadio Punishers, and Machinery Hivamino will all start taking notice of me. It's time for US to go to a different city. Alright, then Shulo we transfer the ownership of this shop. Your abilities are already good enough that you can stay and be the shopkeeper here. However, so of your monthly profits will need TOE deposited to my account. But you haven't taught me anything of your true abilities yet. Ha ha ha, that kind of thing. It's not something you can learn simply because you want to learn, Benson. Fortunately, the two of us have similar physiques. Just AST expected. This suit fits really well on you. This is the level of respect that a banquet deserves. But did we really need to dress this formally? Yes, absolutely. ONT, you wish to start a lovely relationship with one of the ladies at this banquet. The retroactive salary I received for becoming an official member just happened to be enough for me to buy a new set of formal wear with. However, the fact that Eve become an official member, I'll hold back from telling them about it for now. They weren't expensive, ONT worry. I bought them as half-finished products. Ando, I carved incantations of blessings Ano decorative patterns on them. Klein, thank you for the necklaces you made for US. Melissa, you're finally here. Happy birthday. Selena T, really like your Oris. It makes you look exceptionally beautiful. Your brother's APE more handsome than I was expecting. JSR. Really, I don't think either of us looks particularly dashing right now. Miss Selena, just how legally did you think we were Right, Melissa. Elizabeth is already here as well. How it's the girl I met at the underground market. So it turns out that you're Melissa's brother. Hello, Miss Elizabeth. I've played over 20 Rollins of Eodian, a single good hand. Fortunately, I've managed to resist the urge to cheat. I should go to the Ristium and let myself calm down a bit. WRN. Such a strange feeling. The strange fluctuations have disappeared. Could it be that I was hallucinating just now? However, Melissa is still upstairs. It's best if TGO up and confirm that everything's alright. Even my spirit-dowsing divination is telling me that some kind of supernatural danger is afoot. It's that room. There's definitely something wrong with this room. Klein, is something the matter? Thank goodness. It looks like nothing's happened to Melissa. I hear that you guys were having a lot of fun. Zero, I got a little curious. Sorry. Were we too loud? We were just playing around with magic mirror divination. Selena knows for lot about it. Ando, it's really magic mirror divination. Why not mess around with Ouija boards or something of that sort? If Selena has already been affected to this degree, what exactly happened here? Then I won't bother you guys anymore. Right, where's Elizabeth? Elizabeth SAIO that she's really interested in history. Ando that she has some questions she wanted to ask me. We were just going to have a normal academic discussion, that's all. Mr. Moretti, what exactly you want to talk to me about? I never said anything about being interested in history. As you know, TAM a mysticism enthusiast. Ano T noticed that there's something wrong with your magic mirror. Something's moan with it. T understand that it's hard for you to believe me when I am using such simple words. However, after you get back, Ando when Selena isn't paying attention, take a sneak peek at the front of the mirror, which she's refused to show you this whole time. How do you know that she's refused to show us the front of the mirror? It was an educated guess. According to the Nighthawk's records, almost every instance of magic mirror divination that involves evil had similar circumstances surrounding them. Selena, may T sit next to you and watch this magic mirror divination from up close-up. Tell me, MROR. Tell me. When will the romantic Ando handsome gentleman appear? The gentleman will appear hail a year from now. Mr. Moretti one saw it. Within the wig roar, there was only an evil-looking version of Selena. There's no need to be nervous. Tell me where Selena's room is, as well as where she keeps her mysticism-related items. After that, you simply need to pretend as if nothing happened and head back to the living room. Remember, 5 minutes from now, Fino an excuse to take Selena to her room. Then, gently knock on the door, 1 time first, Ano then 2 times in quick succession. From there, you can leave the rest to me. It looks like I'll just have to borrow the power of the Evernight goddess to help me fend off the existence that's currently affecting Selena. I am afraid there's not enough time for me to notify Captain and the others. The Evernight goddess, who is more majestic than the stars in the sky, Ano more timeless than eternity itself. I pray that you would show your loving grace to one of your devout believers. I pray that you would wait just a moment. Success now. I just need to have Selena enter this sealing circle. Then, I'll no longer have to worry about that mysterious existence fighting back. Elizabeth, what exactly is this surprise that you're planning to give MEP? You seem really nervous right now. A surprise wouldn't have any prior signs about it. So I am just very excited. Yes, very excited. There. Why would you need to knock on the P0 or Supreme Lady of Crimson, Great Empress of Misfortune and Horror? My spirituality is currently streaming out. I can't stop it at all. I pray that you would show your loving grace. Phew. The dark green in Selena's Elira has already disappeared. Looks like everything will be fine now.
What's happened?
Of control. Using ritualistic magic uses my spirituality. And, turns out, The effect that the potion's residual spirituality has on me becomes stronger in turn. If I0 only recently consumed my potion, I am afraid it's very likely I would have lost control just now. Acting really is quite useful, praised the. I've already corrected the error in Selena's magic mirror divination. The issue has been resolved. How's Selena doing? She's probably going to 8E in a state of stupor for a couple of minutes. It's also likely that she'll be a bit weak over the next 2 or 3 OAEs. Though on a different note, where did Selena learn about mysticism? Who was her teacher? 01. Oh, they not also tell her about the taboos associated with magic mirror divination. It was Hannes Vincent. She said that she learned about the divination she performed today after taking a peek at her teacher's Hyadin incantations. That's what happened. It's like she was asking to Oi. 00. You remember the incantation she recited. She spoke in Hermes. However, I0 remember a few of the words she saio. Revolve, Spirit, Creator, Ano Grace. Creator, the true creator, if I recall correctly. It's an ancient existence that appeared in the 5th epoch, revered by a large number of secret organizations. Remember, you Shulo never pray to any existence other than the 7 orthodox divinities when Selena wakes up. Remember to ask her for the exact incantation she used. Then, find an opportunity to tell it to me. I'll write that SAIO, Mr. Moretti. Why won't you ask Selena yourself? From what I know of her, she's not good at keeping secrets. I don't want Melissa to pheno out that I have an interest in mysticism. Ano, so I hope you'll help keep my secret. No problem. Indeed. Melissa strongly prefers machinery to mysteries. Ando, that's the gist of what happened tonight. I believe the evil existence that the magic mirror divination called out to die on create a disaster because it needed more time to fully awaken. However, I think it might be necessary to investigate Hannes Vincent. You Hanolio the situation very well. You acted quickly, before the evil spirit could manifest completely. Leave the rest to us. You should head home Ando, get some rest. Captain, I was actually expecting you to make this my initiation mission. My rite of passage, to have me carry it out alone. Judging by the incantation that Elizabeth provided me, Hannes Vincent is likely fairly dangerous. This is because we already have a different initiation mission for you to carry alt. We accepted a new case tonight. Ano, we've already confirmed that there's no real danger involved. Ano, so we plan to have you take care of it tomorrow. Want ask what this case is about. Focus on getting a good night's rest today. We'll move your day off to Tuesday or Wednesday. Captain, you being like this is only going to make it even harder for me to sleep soundly. What's more, Monday is the day of the gatherings. It looks like I'll have to postpone it this time. Melissa. Oh, you have something you want yo to ask MEP. Klein, what exactly did you do to Elizabeth tonight? I felt like there was something really off about her. Ano, later on, Selena became very strange as well. You're aware that Elizabeth and Selena are mysticism enthusiasts, right? Yes, Tam. But I don't like it. I believe that everything in this world can be logically explained. Ando, if there really is something we can't explain, it's simply because we don't have enough knowledge yet. Yeah. That's what T believe too. FYI, sought my own death. Mysticism involves the Hermes language, which was used specifically in ancient ceremonies and prayers. Elizabeth asked me to tell her the meaning of that makes sense. History is your area of expertise. After all, as for why Elizabeth and Selena started acting strange, I can't say for sure. However, I can make a guess. When Selena was performing her magic mirror divination, she recited something in Hermes. Diant Shep a couple of words. She dio, based on the Lamidio number of words that Elizabeth asked me about. I surmise that Selena's divination is interrelated with certain evil beliefs. I see. I think it understand Elizabeth Ano Selena's strangeness. Then, in the future, be sure to admonish Selena and warn her when necessary. Have her return to the orthodox path. Right, T definitely will now that Eve given her this reminder. I think Melissa will also start being on guard against this kind of thing in the future. Good morning, Captain. Oid. Something happened. Could it be that Hannes Vincent is dead? Oh, one low someone murder him in advance. Leonard Ando. I went to look for Hannes Vincent last night. Because we don't find anything abnormal. I entered his dreams to search for clues. I saw a giant and a Nakio man who'd been nailed to it upside down. His body was covered in bloodstains. Just as I'd started to look upon that scene, I faintio. When I came to, Hannes Vincent had already passed away in his sleep. A giant cross, and a man hanging upside down, covered in blood. This is quite similar to the description of the true creator. Though, at the same time, it's also very different. We will be sure to follow lip on this matter later. Right now, you should go Ano complete your initiation mission. Go Ando change into Yoli probationary inspector uniform. Then, meet with Inspector Tolly at the lobby of the shooting CLUS. He'll tell you the details. The famous philanthropist, Sir Oeville, has recently been hearing the sound of crying Ando moaning every night. The police suspect that it involves beyonder powers. Probationary inspector uniform. The police department pays half of our salaries. The first time you saw us, we were also wearing police uniforms. You aren't a probationary inspector in name only. So this is what a probationary inspector looks like. Not bad. Still, it's a pity that I can't wear this uniform under normal circumstances. Otherwise, it could be another set of clothes for me to cycle through. More tip. Are you Klein Moretti read novels on our Elo Tolly? Heli Inspecto. I think it's safe to say you've got the right person. Hati have a feeling we'll get along well, young man. Now then, shall we head to Sir Deweyville's house? Sure. If you ain't mind, you can tell me the details while we're in the carriage. It started last month. Ever since, Si Deweyville has been hearing moans of pain and suffering in his sleep. He SIO that the moans sounded like they were coming from someone who was struggling at the OG of death. His servants confirmed that they also heard similar sounds, though not as loudly. This situation has been affecting him with increasing frequency. He even tried moving to his villa in the country, but that can't help all. We also worked together with his security team, but we haven't found any clues. Sir Oeville has SAIO that, if the problem can't be solved within a week, he will seek help in Backlund. B. Could it be that C. Deweyville offended a beyonder and has been cursed as a result? No. That can't be it. If it was a Clyes, the servants Woolant have heard the same sounds as well. Sir Oeville. This is Mr. Moretti, a probationary inspector from our police department. Good morning, SIE. Good morning, officers. I hope that you'll be able to help me solve my problem. So this is the owner of the wallet that old Neil picked up. It looks like he hasn't recognized me as the companion of that Good Samaritan. Strange. Other than the fact that he's in poor spirits, there don't seem to be any issues. Sir Oeville, the first time you heard the moans, which room were you in? May we go and take a look? Cullen. Take them to my beer room. SIE, I was hoping that you could come with us. This is Sir Deweyville's bedroom. Cold here. Where's that crying coming from, you Thon? How it's back to normal going on. How can he be carrying this much resentment if they allowed to accumulate any further? They could turn into a wrathful spirit. For if the remnant spirituality from those people, whoever they were, is this strong, then just how much resentment did they have before they? See, I have a couple of questions I'd like to ask. Please go. When you moved Ano tried living elsewhere. Dio you get at least half a night's worth of peace and quiet Ano then. The situation slowly deteriorated from there. until you were able to hear the Suno even when you slept ouring the day. Indeed, these events ape consistent with what youoc when resentment accumulates and results in gradual entanglement. Sir, this is a mental illness, a psychological problem. Are you trying to say that I am a lunatic that have to be committed to an asylum? No, it's not that serious. In fact, the majority of people suffer from psychological problems, to varying degrees. Please allow me to reintroduce myself. I am a psychological expert from the AWWA County Police Department. Alright, what I have to DOP in terms of cooperating with the treatment also? I don't understand. Why is it that the people around me were also able to hear the moaning and crying? Will explain it to you afterwards. Everyone other than Sir Owieville, please leave. I need a quiet environment for the initial treatment. Cullen, please take Inspector Tolley to the second floor. Wait there. Understood. Sir Owieville, please lie down on the bed, relax, and try to fall asleep. Although I can use ritualistic magic to resolve this, it'll probably be best for me to keep my beyonder powers as secret as possible. First, I will use dream divination to try and find the root cause.
YMLQA.
Also read more chapter on web novel. Live VT. Female AUT workers at SIR Deweyville's ISZ lead factory. The resentment from the female workers that died of lead poisoning was minimal. There's no way it would have noticeably affected Sir Deweyville, unless there's a more persistent grudge that caused the rest to fuse together. Haley, how is your health? Deweyville said that anyone with a severe headache is not to come in contact with any more lead. They must all leave the factory. I am doing all right. It's just a minor headache. That's all. Your father and brother have both lost their jobs. We don't even have enough money for tomorrow's bread. Will you be able to collect your salary? It's 10 solely. Right? Yes. Saturday. I can get it on Saturday. We'll find some work at the harbor. But with the recent RECE sign, we'll only be able to earn 3 solely and 7 pence a week. Just tell the supervisor that my headache's already gone. It'll be all right. I'll be fine. Itchy, why? What's wrong, doctor? Someone get a doctor. Read more chapter on web novel live. Benson had to support both me and Melissa with a weekly salary of 30 solely. And GS, that was already difficult enough. This whole time, I was under the impression that the vast majority of workers would be paid at least 20 solely a week. But, as it turns out, officer, aren't you going to say anything? The psychologists I hired in the past would all try to chat with me at times like this. That CIO, I don't hear any moaning just now. Ando, I nearly fell asleep. How did you 00 IDP? First, I don't. It wasn't until later that learnio about them, and I feel guilty at one point, but I did pay compensation to those female workers. Even in the capital of Backlund, the salary earned by female lead and porcelain workers does not exceed 8 solely per week. Meanwhile, pay 10 solely or more. In addition, I don't allow workers who've had multiple headaches come in direct contact with any of the lead. Ano, if a worker becomes seriously ill, they can apply for AIO from my charity. Many people have criticized me, saying that my actions have made it harder for them to recruit workers, if not for the repeal of the Grain Act, which caused many farmers to go bankrupt, forcing them to look for work in the city. Those who criticized me would have had to follow suit and improve the treatment they gave their workers. Doing so would have made my expenses unacceptably high. I've already reached a point where I don't care about profit. In fact, I even operate at a loss sometimes. But if that were always the case, what would be the point? This could only help a small number of people. There's no way it would become an industry standard. I've hero that, for the sake of lowering costs, Some factories even use slave laborer. Sir, to be honest, you were asleep for a few minutes just now, and you told me about this one thing. While riding in your carriage, you saw a female worker who died on her way to work. She died of lead poisoning. She'd worked in your factory while she was still alive. The psychological problems you've been experiencing come from the guilt that's accumulated in you. Bit by bit, you thought that the guilt had already faded, but witnessing the death of that worker shocked it back. So, you used hypnosis on MEP now that you mention it. Yes, T believe that DIO happen. What was the name of that worker? What T mean to say is, what exactly should I owe to try and fix my psychological problems? The worker's name was Haley Walker. Her death is the biggest contributor to your current problems. You'll need to give more compensation to her family. Next, you should spread the word about the dangers of lead and allow your charity to increase the number of affected workers that it helps. You're able to become a member of parliament. You can work to promote relevant legislation. I will go and do everything else you've SAIO. But as for promoting legislation, I don't think that's possible at all. Because there are foreign competitors out there. Enacting legislation of that sort would cause our domestic LAO industry to collapse. And the organizations that help the poor wouldn't be able to provide enough relief for the massive wave of unemployment that would result. That's the gist of it. There have been too many instances of lead poisoning at Sir Owiville's factory, and he's gradually accumulated the resentment that formed from many Rezial spiritualities. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't have resulted in any big problems, but after Haley fell to the ground on the side of the road, she saw the Owiville family's coat of arms right before she died. No, this is too generous. We can't accept SIEU. You are truly we much too keno in the ENO. SIR Owiville gave Haley's family £300 AS compensation. And the feelings of Lynn willingness and desperation that Haley felt before she died have dissipated. In this age of steam and machinery, problems like this are not uncommon. The factories are always filled with oust. Even if LAO poisoning wasn't an issue, the workers there would still be at risk for other lung-related problems. TONT think we need to discuss these things. I believe that, as the kingdom develops, these kenos of problems will all be resolved. Right, Klein. How about we fino a restaurant tonight where we can celebrate you becoming an official member of the Nighthawks? Could we do tomorrow night instead? I USEO my spirit vision too much today. I even used dream divination to communicate directly with the resentment Sir Deweyville was suffering from. I feel really tired as a result. I'd like to go home and rest. Alright. That's very understandable. Thank you, Captain. See you tomorrow. Shas, Aun or Kutso do you say that Sir Deweyville gave the female workers' parents £300 AS compensation? Yes. That's right. Captain, are you worried that something bad will happen to them because of this wealth they've suddenly received? Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. If only there was fine wine here, we could toast to the success of your trial. Your power exceeds the bounds of our imaginations. Very good. This shows us that we're heading in a fruitful direction. If, in the future, you feel that you have somewhere else you need to be on Monday afternoon, you can tell me through the ceremony. Understood, me. Fool. On a different note, I obtained another page of Emperor Roselle's diary, and so, I believe I still owe you one more. My apologies. I was far out at sea this week. IT wasn't able to find any new pages. Don't worry. When I made my request, T was fully aware that it could take a long time to complete. Miss Justice, you may begin expressing the diary contents now. July 9th. I suddenly thought of an interesting question. Since the sequence pathways are called the blessings of the divine, the paths of the divine, then why is it that the slate which records the complete forms of the 22 sequence pathways is called the blasphemy slate? Who exactly was blasphemed against? And who was it that made the blasphemy slate? How were they able to obtain all the sequence pathways? July 12th. Today, I learned the truth that sealed artifacts are an important component of a church's strength, and, among the 7 major churches, the Church of the God of Craftsmanship has the fewest sealed artifacts. Did I join an organization that doesn't really have a promising future? July 4th. I met the mysterious Aimi Zeratul again. It turns out that he is the leader of an ancient organization, the Secret Order GI. All the Church of the Evernight Goddess documents only say that the Zapatal family was connected to the Secret Order. However, I've learned here from Emperor Roselle that Zeratul was the leader of the Secret Order. As such, I now have no doubt that the Secret Order really possesses the sequence pathway for Seer B. After finding out LD become a savant. Zapatal said that Io chosen a difficult, but relatively safe path. When I asked him why, he simply smiled and told me that the sequence pathway contains far more secrets than I could imagine. I couldn't help but ask him what his sequence pathway was, and he told me that his sequence 9 is Seer. He's clearly a high-sequence powerhouse already. He stopped needing to act as a seer a long time ago. He hopes that I can help him steal a dangerous, sealed artifact from the Church of the God of Craftsmanship, a relic of the Antigonus family. I continued to ask for details and specifics, but he merely smiled and didn't say anything. Damn that smile of his, damn his silence. When I reach a high sequence and become powerful myself, I'll beat lip every single seer I come across. May you rest in peace, Emperor Roselle. What am I doing reckless, so foolish? I actually dared to tay and observe MPR. Fool. Thankfully, he didn't get angry. Keep you both waiting. You are now free to speak. Mr. Hanged Man, where can I find the psychology alchemists? Could it be Justice, the gentleman, who was buying ingredients for the spectator potion at the underground market the other day? Could it be that he was a beyonder with the psychology alchemists? July GTHT suddenly thought of an interesting question. Since the Say Ae Patwa is are called the IE blessings of the divine, the paths of the divine, then why is it that the slate which records the complete forms of the 22 sequence pathways is called the blasphemy slate? For you an interesting name. Who exactly was blasphemed against? And who was it that made the blasphemy slate? How were they able to obtain all the sequence pathways? What other information for knows the slate contain? How I wish I could see it. July 2nd 12th. Today, you learned the truth that sealed artifacts are an important component of a church's strength, even though some of the sealed artifacts are very, very dangerous. And, among the 7 major churches, the Church of the God of Craftsmanship know the fewest sealed artifacts. The ones they have are on the less dangerous side, too. Did I join an organization that doesn't really have for promising future? No, I should think about it in a different way. Only a blank piece of paper can be used to produce a inner thing from Barrich. A weak organization will provide me the best canvas upon which to display my abilities. July 14th. T met the mysterious Mr. Zeratul again. TT turns out that he's the leader or an ancient organization, the Secret Order. After finding out I'd become a savant, Mr. Zerata said that I'd chosen 4 difficult, but relatively safe path. When I asked him WH4, he pet and told me that the sequence pathway contains far more secrets than I could imagine. Couldn't help but ask him what his NC pathway was, and he told me that his sequence is Seer. T let loose and motionally asked him if every seer was just like him, always only telling pair of the truth, never explaining things in Yule, and he's clearly a high BD on Ace East Raber MLL Tli Adderby. Sequence powerhouse already. One I Ariy Ow as a seer along. Long time ago Mr. Zeratul told me that it was a habit he developed back when he was a seer, and this was his way for him to pique me curiosity and for me to cooperate with him. He hopes that I can help him steal a dangerous sealed artifact from the Church of the God of Cr. Smanship, for relic, of the Antigonus family. Passat, obviously, this will have to wait until I become a core member of the Church of the God of Craftsmanship. Talso asked Mr. Zeratul how long it would take for me to digest the potion using the acting method and what standards I should use to determine whether or not Teed successfully digested the potion. Insas ito he that. For AAANE result in the ikli uzin the acting me ucvi lesoe helsinjnoth. In the fast's case it might only enter as for what standards T0 use. Onder has comp once a they il immediately know. These are the only entries from Emperor Rosel's diary that we obtained this time. Emperor Rosel was quite an irritable guy. Miss Justice. I actually don't have any leads on their whereabouts. I also ONT think you need to be in such a rush to find the psychology alchemists. Your current focus should be to digest the spectator potion. Alright, I was just hoping that I would have enough time to prepare myself, so that, when I get in contact with them, I can do so more naturally. But then, when I will be able to finish digesting my potion ando, is there any way for me to judge whether or not? IVC Reniant for 1M already at a point where I no longer hear the murmuring anymore. It doesn't seem that Mr. Fool intends to say anything about this. If the acting methu isn't used, then general wisdom says that it will take at least 3 years. There is a simple way to determine if the digestion is complete. Ano, it is to let yourself exhaust your body, pushing it to its limit. If you don't hear any crazed murmuring and see anything strange at that point, then it means you're ready to advance. As for the acting method, I also only just came in contact with it. It feels great. Ando I don't think it'll take 3 years anymore. It's almost as if he don't answer me at all. 3 years, that's too long. At low sequences, if you strictly use the acting methu, you can digest the potion within half a year. Doing so within a single month is also within the realm of possibility. As for figuring out whether or not you've thoroughly digested the potion, you'll naturally know when you have. You won't know anyone else to teach you. 1 month. That's wonderful, thank you, me. Fool. Me. Hanged Man's tone of voice is filled with joy, relief, but also strong doubt. What exactly is he doubting? I've heard that there's a listener from the Aurora Order who is searching for traces of the true creator, which is the holy rescience they advocate. The true creator. He's an existence that numerous secret organizations and cults believe in. They believe the creator don't completely die, ando that the core he left behind is the true creator. In the time since the 5th epoch, he has appeared in various forms. For example, as the Hanged Giant, or as the I Behino the Shadow Curtains. Very many people believe it was only after referring to images of the true creator that Emperor Rosel came up with the Hanged Man tarot card. There's nothing wrong with what I say, right me. Fool H is trying to probe for my thoughts on the Talai creator. Whether he's hanging lipside down or hiding behind shadows, oant the imagery give OFF an evil vibe, either the image of the true creator that me. Hanged Man described shares quite a few similarities with the scene that Captain saw in Hannes Vincent's dream. I actually prefer to call him the fallen creator. The fallen creator. Fallen. This attitude of his, it's as if he's speaking about an equal. In the beginning, I suspected that the fool was only bluffing. However, with that ritual he taught us, and his attitude towards the true creator, I am now soup that, even if he's not as powerful as the true creator, he's at least at a similar levels. Indeed, Mr. Fool. I agree that your description is more appropriate. According to our observatio beyonders who believe in the true creator, no, the fallen creator, is far more prone to losing control than normal. The rest that don't lose control are mostly lunatics. 2. This is consistent with the Nighthawk's documents. However, these so-called lunatics don't lose the sense of reason. Instead, their morals and ideologies became twisted. Too bad there aren't many records about the seer sequence pathway. I need to find opportunities to ask about matters that relate to the secret order and clown. But how do I ask in a way that fits my identity? I wasn't planning on establishing this tarot club in the beginning. But 22 chairs still appeared here. Do they symbolize the 22 sequence pathways? Zoe, I wanted a temple. So a temple appeared. So if I decide I want a trumpet that can help ask questions in my stead, Will a trumpet also appear? That sounds really scary. Mr. Hangio Man. Could you go into more detail about all the mysterious organizations out there? I will pay you for the information. Great question in this case. Miss Justice basically acted as my trumpet, and now, the hanged man will definitely mention the secret order. I'll owe 1,000 pounds. Ideally, PIO in banknotes that aren't marked with serial numbers. Either that or gemstones that have just been minio. You can use the average monthly prices in the Backlund jewelry market to calculate the total. 1,000 pounds no problem. Should the money AD delivered to the Warrior C Bar in Pritz? Yes. Give it to the boss. Williams. Ando, tell him that it's for the captain. 1,000 pounds 1s enough to buy a house in the richest part of Tingen. It's probably the annual salary that captain earns. 2. I suppose I'll start with the Moses Ascetic Order. It is the oldest Hayyadin organization. That said, many people wrongly believe that the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Church of the Earth Mother, and the Church of the God of Combat are the oldest. The Church of the Evernight Goddess was one of the earliest Hayyadin organizations in the Fourth Epoch, or the Third Epoch. What exactly happened? The Moses Ascetic Order was initially formed by several humans who had read the Blasphemy Slate. They believe in a non-anthropomorphic god called the Hidden Sage. They call it a goo, but it's more accurately described as the representation of an ideology. They place knowledge before anything else, and the Hidden Sage is knowledge itself. In the early days, the Moses Ascetic Order was a well-respected organization. The members of the organization lived ascetic lives to resist losing control. They strictly kept their secrets, and they adhered to moral and religious precepts, believing that people would continuously reincarnate after death. The sequence pathway they hold is that of mystery prior. Warlock is also a term that was spread from this organization. USAIO that the Moses Ascetic Order was a respected organization in its early days. Does that mean they aren't any longer? That's right. They've already fallen, becoming an evil organization. GIWNEH. That's true. I don't know the actual reason, and it could very well 8E lost to history. However, I do know one very uncomfortable explanation. The main reason for the fall of the Moses Ascetic Order is the fact that the god they believed in, that is, the Hayyadin Sage, Ando, became a personified evil god. QQAE that happened. I am very sorry, but no one knows the answer to that question. Wait, no. Perhaps. What am I doing? I've already stood at the edge of danger once, and once is more than enough. The Book of Storms contains a warning, thou shalt not test any god. Returning to the topic at hand. Next is the ominous sect. ANO, that's my overview on the various hidden organizations and secret sects. Thank you, Mr. Hangito Man. That concludes today's gathering. Now then, what's next on my agenda? Tai ZZCI, I wanted Lu a trumpet. So BZ a ooble of myself appeared, one that can act as my trumpet. My MOUTHPIEC. Unfortunately, IT looks too lifeless. Even if it's obscured by a layer of fog, IT would still be obvious that something's off about it. Looks like this line of thinking isn't going to bear fruit. It's a language that I've never heard before. It's very similar to ancient Fasak, but it's unmistakably different. Mean mother and father. Ancient Fasak was a common language. It's also the root language of every contemporary language. Fasak itself is also gradually changing. The Fasak Empire in the north has always claimed that its people are descended from giants, so perhaps this is the Jotun language from ancient times. SLAM, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. And yet I am stumped by this foreign language. Until I can understand what this person is saying, I should keep an eye on him and observe him for a while before deciding whether or not to pull him into the gray fog. After hearing what the hanged man said during today's gathering, Eve realized that there are 4 points I must pay special attention to. The Demonist sect was also known as the Demonist family during the 4th epoch. They ape few in number, and they rely on continuing their bloodlines to maintain THEI ranks. They kill the fathers of their children. Ano they abandon baby boys, so all of THEI members are female. However, this is all going off of what the hanged man said. For now, there is no way for me to verify the veracity of this information. The Numinous Episcopate, which believes in death, and the Rose School, which is fond of making bloody sacrifices, both originated in the southern continent. After the advent of the colonial era, they were almost completely destroyed by the 7 churches. However, in the process, they started spreading to the northern continent. The psychology alchemists are similar to the early Moses ascetic order. They believe in a non-personified existence, and they believe that the human spirit is capable of changing anything. Among the various hidden organizations, the secret order has the lowest level of activity. As a result, IT is also the least understood. Every time they show themselves, they appear to be merely chasing after something, searching for something. The leader of the secret order, Zeradal, worked together with Emperor Roselle to try and obtain something that the Antigonus family had left behind. So the secret order must be searching for traces of the Antigonus family if I want to obtain the recipe for the sequence 8 potion. Clown. From the secret order, perhaps I will have to start from that angle. The reception hall is filled with Zourni ale, but other than that, nothing else is out of the ordinary. Me, Moretti, oid you. Dio, you already hear about what happened to Mr. Vincent A.H., right? I forgot that you're an exceptional fortune teller. T heard that he suddenly had a heart attack while he was sleeping, that he died peacefully. He was so kino. Ando, he was a true gentleman. To think that he died so young. H, right? There's a customer here for you. It's the same person from last time. He's been waiting in the club this entire afternoon. Congratulations, there is nothing quite as sweet as the taste of good health. Me, Morettle, you're really able to see my state of being at will. Aren't YOUP, but yes, I am fully Helio. I need to go and repent to God. To think that I actually suspected you and that miracle-working apothecary. Those 10 pounds T spent were so worth it they bought me my life back. What P you paid 10 pounds for the miraculous medicine. While you only paid 8 pence for my divination, I confirmed with my own eyes just how serious his liver disease was. If he was cured within only a few days, then the only explanation is that a beyonder was involved. It looks like I'll have to go and observe that apothecary, Lawson Darkweed. Planning to go thank the apothecary and bliy the other concoction I was originally he recommended. With the addition of mummy powder, IT can satisfy both men and women. Unfortunately, when I went there, I found that the ownership of the herb store had already been transferred to someone else. Mummy powder is something that even the aristocrats are searching after. This apothecary one is a cautious one. Mummy powder, something that the noblemen of Backlund are mowily searching after. This powder, which is made from grinding mummies, can allow men to perform perfectly in bed. Klein, I saw Madame Daly just now. Madame Daly, the spirit medium, that's right. However, she already left. The way I see it, Madame Daly is truly the ideal beyonder. If I were a spirit medium, T would travel the world. I would 6-0 to Intis, to Fasak, but even Madame O'Ailey needs to get prior approval if she wishes to leave and Matt Harbor. I already know. ONT shatter my Oriums besides. There's no way I would become a beyonder. It's too dangerous. The way I see it, beyonders basically turn themselves into monsters for the sake of fighting monsters. Right, the captain wanted you to go see him as soon as you got here. Archbishop Cheney's once said that we are guardians. BLIT, that we are also a group of miserable wretches, constantly fighting against dangers and madness. Daly stopped by earlier. She's been transferred to the Becluno diocese. As the capital, it's very prosperous and crowded. It also has the most beyonders and the greatest number of opportunities. She has a much better chance than I00 at becoming an archbishop or a senior deacon in the church. She has a unique talent for mastering and exploiting sequence potions. As I've told you before, the Nighthawks have a rule that, after taking a potion, you must wait for 3 years and undergo a test before you can take the next potion. Anno, 3 years of waiting often isn't enough. It took me 3 years to go from sleepless to Mayanite poet. Then, it took me a whole 9 years to go from Mayanite poet to nightmare. It's already been 3 years since then. I have no idea how much longer it'll take before I can advance to sequence 6. And when our bodies grow old, it's best we stop trying to advance. The probability of losing control becomes so high that no one is willing to risk it. But Daly is different from most of us. 1 year after she became a corpse collector, she submitted a special application, passed the examination they gave her, and became a gravedigger. After that, it only took her 1 year to advance from gravedigger to spirit medium. It's currently her 5th year as a beyonder. She's only 24 years old. She's still very young. Anno, she has a plethora of opportunities ahead of her. Captain, you're still fairly young yourself, you're only 30. Why don't you ask Madame Daly to tell you how she goes about mastering and exploiting sequence potions? Well, she did tell me once that it have to become a real nightmare, but I don't really understand what that means. Acting as a nightmare. That sounds pretty unpleasant for everyone involved. Right. Daily Anno discussed whether or not the subsequent potion to seer really is clown, and she made a very interesting hypothesis. So, does Madame Daly think that seer Anno clown don't follow a logical progression? In other words, they don't follow a linear progression. Instio, the relationship they have with each other is one of eventual unification. A normal sequence pathway is similar to a person's body. As a chilo gets older, they become taller and taller. Their frame grows stronger and heavier, and they become more mature. Meanwhile, special pathways are like this. This is sequence 9. This is sequence 8. Each finger is separate, independent of the others. There appears to be no connection between their movements. I see then. At what stage will the different abilities be combined together? When will the qualitative change occur? Daily Anno, I surmise that the answer is sequence 4. According to the Church's categorizations, sequence 4 is the first of the high sequences. Said that reaching it will cause one's vitality and spirit to undergo changes. In ancient times, reaching sequence 4 was enough for one to be hailed as a demigod. And, 1,000 years ago, sequences 9, 8, Anno 7 were all considered low sequences. However, Beyonders have been few in number in the past 100 years. Nowadays, the major churches consider sequence 7 to be a middle sequence. For sleepless, which the Church of the Evernight Goddess possesses, the sequence 5 is gatekeeper. Right, and what's the sequence 4? I remember that the archbishop who stole sealed artifact 008 in Zangwil was a gatekeeper who'd failed to advance to sequence 4. No, gatekeeper is the sequence S for corpse collector. As for your other question, to be honest, I am actually not sure what the sequence 4 for sleepless is. I won't have access to that information until I become a diocese bishop or a deacon. Anyways, you should go continue learning from old Neil now. Also, don't forget that we're having dinner tonight to celebrate you becoming an official member of the Nighthawks. Alright, already have my money ready. What, there's no need for that. Have you forgotten about the additional bonuses we get, the bonus you get when you complete a mission, the portion you give to the organization. I see, got it, Captain. HP the captain die on call me back, it's a miracle. Stop thinking about tonight's dinner so much. You still have to learn some new ritualistic magic. Ancient Hermes, Oregonese, Elvish, Ano much more. By the way, you'll have to start doing 2 hours of instructoral combat training every afternoon. On every day except your days off. Combat training, the Captain Diant mentioned that earlier. He forgot to. Let us give a hearty welcome to our new official member, Klein Moretti. Cheers. Don't have an appetite. HUHPO10 your combat training TI with MR. Gawain this afternoon leave you too tire up. What you need most is strength training. These 2 Olambels are going to be your companions today. Afterwards, you'll have to RLIN and do squats, too. If you haven't touched this steak yet, I can help you with it. Go ahead. Fry has to guard the Chinese gate tonight, so he couldn't come. 1SR Miss Author not going to say a little piece something on this occasion. Unfortunately, my submissions have only maced their way into a couple of smaller newspapers. Captain, I think you should give me the Funos INEO to self-publish a novel. You should learn from Olo Neal and come up with better, more appropriate reasons. I am always very impressed with MR. Neal in that regards coy. Yesterday's training was horrible. I thought that taking the potion would have improved my physical fitness. As expected, all of the stat points for SEEPs get PLIT into spirituality Ano the mind. I have to go visit my mentor today as well. I want to see if I can borrow the monograph about the main peak of the Hornaces Mountains from the University Library. It's like this. TMA History and Relics Consultant. So it's possible that I'll sometimes have to head out into the wild and participate in the excavation of historical relics. I need a healthy body to do that. SUT, that's not very gentlemanly anymore. Haven't you always wanted to conduct yourself like a professor? Haven't you always hello yourself to a professor's standards? No. A true professor is not only able to communicate with others in a gentle way, but he must also be capable of using physical means to persuade others when normal communication is hindered. Klein is really starting to get more and more bombastic. Here I was, thinking that his sore muscles were hurting him a ton.
Koei University.
Is Professor Cohen here? I made an appointment with him by letter. We're supposed to meet at 10 o'clock. Good morning, Klein. Professor Cohen suddenly had a meeting come lip. Ano he had to go to Tianjin University. He asked me to wait for you here. Good morning, me. Is the IK? Have it ONE something out of lineup. It's fine, ONT worry. Please take a seat. Ano have some coffee. Feel free to add sugar and milk. T reacted the way I oyed because I noticed that you look much sharper than you oyed before. You're now even more like a true gentleman. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. AZIK. Has the professor managed to pheno research of the Hornaces main peaks relics? However, you are no longer a student of Koei University, so you'll only be able to REAO it while you're here. You aren't allowed to take it with you. It's just as the professor said in his letters. The settlement was clearly part of an advanced civilization. There was an ancient country there. From Tite murals, it's apparent that they looked just like human beings. So it's safe to assume for now that they were humans. They simultaneously revered and feared the night, and so they created a god to personify it. They called this god the ruler of the Evernight, the mother of the sky. The mother of the sky, that's quite a grano title. What's more, this god has some very obvious overlaps with the goddess of the Evernight. The murals show that the people of this country believed that death was not the end. They believed that their deceased relatives would protect them within the night. And so, They would keep the bodies of newly deceased loved ones within their homes, on their beds, for 3 full days. The strangest thing is that no graves have been found in the area at all. It's as if none of their residents needed to be buried or even died at all, which contradicts the contents of the murals. In the ancient remains on the main peak of the Hornaces Mountains and in the surrounding area, all of the displays and decorations are very well preserved. The murals are largely lindimaged, too. It's as if the entire place went completely lindisturbed before it was finally discovered. There are still plates on the tables, and there are still traces of decayed food on the plates. In some of the rooms, there are half-filled bottles of wine that have virtually been turned into plain water, and after that, the murals end. They end before there's any mention of burials. Where the people of this country GOP, it seems as if they all left their homes in a huge hurry. They don't have the time to clean anything lip. Ando they never returned afterwards. They left their homes in a hurry, and then, if you also consider the fact that there aren't any graves there, it makes the whole situation even stranger. The author, Mr. Joseph, also addresses this. He mentions that, when he first discovered the remains, he thought that maybe the residents there had literally vanished into thin air. However, the palace in my dream was at the top of a peak, and it was much more magnificent. What's more, there was a giant seat that wasn't meant for a human. There were also countless maggots. I think this is confirmation that my dream was related to the ancient remains at the Hornaces Mountains main peak. And I am pretty sure the remains are of the nation of the Evernight that's mentioned in the Antigonus family's notebook. Well, have you found anything worthwhile? Yes, quite a bit. Look how many pages of notes I've taken. Klein, I don't really understand why you've suddenly become so interested in this matter. However, when I was still studying at Backlund University, I did a fair amount of research on divination. Yes, I found that your fate contains disharmony. What divination talking to a seer about divination? At what kino of disharmony do you mean? You've run into 4 lot of coincidences over these past 2 months. Haven't. The most obvious coincidence Eve encountered recently is how, after we went after those kidnappers, we found clues about the Antigonus family's notebook in the room that was right across from the one they were hiding in. Meanwhile, Ray Bieber rushed to find a place where he could digest the power the notebook bestowed him. He didn't even try to escape from Tingen first, and this allowed 2044 to track him down. I did always feel that this was rather coincidental, and after Selena took a sneak peek at Hannes Vincent's secret incantations, she waited Anno Diant try them out until her birthday banquet, during which I happened to discover what she was doing. That was quite coincidental. If things had gone differently, Hannes Vincent wouldn't have been the only one to All I can see is a little disharmony. I'm unable to see anything else. You have to understand, I'm not a real fortune teller. I'll be taking my leave. All right. Thank you for your warning. Me? Zik. Goodbye. Me. Azik is a little strange. Acting as a fortune teller for a fortune teller like me, I should use spirit vision to take a look. Mr. Azik is completely normal. It's a shame that I am only able to see a person's ether body and astral projection when I am above the gray fog. Coincidences. I won't be able to stop worrying now. Elliot's kidnapping was guided by beyonder elements. Okay. Let me break down the 3 coincidences and divine them one by one. The answer is no against Elliot's kidnapping. Ray Bieber staying in Tingen. Anno Selena's magic mirror divination. The verdict for all of them is that they were normal events. The Orium divination I performed on these 3 events gave me the same results. So they really were just nothing more than coincidences. Looks like T overthought the whole matter. Mr. Azik1SQUST, a divination hobbyist. In Klein's original memories, there isn't anything about him being interested in divination, according to the original Klein's impression of Mr. Azik. Mr. Azik is a calm and reliable man who never says anything baseless. If he were really just a hobbyist, then he wouldn't have communicated with me in the way he did. Could it be that he accidentally came across some insider information and used divination as an excuse to give me a warning? Is my own divination being affected by an external force? Looks I'll need to confirm the results I've obtained in a better environment. An environment that is more mysterious. One that is more difficult to understand. Elliot's kidnapping was guided by beyonder elements, but there weren't any of interference. This kind of power is terrifying. The real cause of little Elliot's kidnapping. The real cause of little Elliot's kidnapping. WD feel like IVE just caught a glimpse of something horrifying. A red chimney, a garden, and a grassy lawn. Are these things related to the people who were responsible? But whoever it was that was behind the coincidences in these three events, I can't see the purpose of thief actions at all. Hell, I can't even feel any malice. Right now, WEP like marionettes putting on a show. What's even scarier is the fact that we feel so confident about ourselves through it all. And how am I supposed to bring this lip to the captain if he asked me to confirm my conclusions back in the outside world? Well, there's no way I'll be able to. Before I worry about that, let me test the other two coincidences as well. Ray Bieber and Selena's incidents. My divination isn't telling me either yes or no. Something strange is afoot. Could it be that one of the forces responsible for all of this has sensed my divination and responded? Accordingly, it's not just my spirit dowsing that's been affected. I am unable to see any clues about the other two events using dream divination. Looks like it's very likely that my guess is correct. There's no way for me to warn the captain, so all I can is to try and improve my own abilities as fast as possible. In addition, I shall interact with Mr. Azik more see if I can get any more information out of him. In any case, I can say with certainty that my divination skills are greatly improved when I am here in the gray fog. Is this what it means to have good luck? Perhaps I'll be able to divine the subsequent potions to seer while I am here. That way, I'll be able to confirm the Captain and Madame Dallas hypothesis. The sequence 8 potion after seer is clown. The sequences 8 to S that come after seer each grant new unrelated abilities. It's not responding to my statements about seer at all. Is it because I don't have enough prior information to perform this divination? This is the place where Ray Bieber and his mother lived. I can find clues about the clown potion there. And just now, that was the place where Ray Bieber was hiding. Also, what's that branded on the suited clown's waist? This layout. This is the living room of Welch's house, and together with Welch are the original Klein and Naya. This Welch again. The people next to him also look familiar. Wait, it's Hannes Vincent from the Divination Club. 8UT who's the third person. The Antigonus family's notebook. I'm currently divining for clues about the clown potion. Aren't so why is the Antigonus family's notebook making an appearance? Just now, I saw Welch and the original Klein together. They were discussing the Antigonus family's notebook. Then the scene where Welch Hannes Vincent appeared together. What does it entail? Qua sug a aed he see gray 3 ta, we hycc ras ogeef wait. Colo it be that Hannes Vincent solo the notebook to Welch. If I really think about it, it's obvious that Hannes Vincent had ventured deep into the world of mysticism. He had channels and abilities that allowed him to obtain the notebook that had accidentally been let out by the secret order. No wonder Captain and the others weren't able to find any clues about Welch purchasing the notebook when they went to the antique market. They were looking in the wrong place entirely. In any case, there was a third person present in that scene. It looked like an old man in his 50s. Perhaps he'd know a lot about the situation, other than the brand on the suited clown's wrist. Everything else I saw just now is directly related to the Antigonus family's notebook. However, what TM trying to divine for our clues about the clown potion? This doesn't make any logical sense. Mystical sense. But going off of Emperor Roselle's diary, it's possible that Zeradal, or should TI say, the Secret Order, was searching for relics of the Antigonus SS7 me ESGE Pret AP me AEWI Atafia. AF Mr. BTQX he rete ku al ba va BT8. So the Orium may have been telling me to use things related to the Antigonus family. ATO lure out the Secret Order and OB8 tain the clown potion. But it's also possible that the Zeradal family and the Antigonus family have very OEP connections with each other. If they were friends, they would have understood each other well. Ano likewise if they were enemies. Then it wouldn't be too surprising if the Antigonus family possessed a portion of the other family's sequence pathway, and how it recorded in a notebook. From what T know so far, the first explanation seems the most likely. However, my seer's intuition tells me that there's most likely a deeper symbolic meaning somewhere.
Could this be?
The limits of a seer unless I am faced with a very simple and intuitive symbol. I must be very cautious when trying to interpret anything, for it'll be as if I am walking on the edge of an abyss. If my interpretation fails, or if I manage to interpret a key point, I will end up like that suited clown did. Feel like I am really close to fully digesting the seer potion. Thank you for guiding me with your life. Praise the Lowy. That SAIO. There are still a couple of things that I neo to confirm. Mr. AZIK has good intentions. Mr. AZIK is a powerful beyonder. Sure enough, both statements are true. But I don't have enough information right now, so there's no way for me to confirm this hunch. Looks like TLL seriously have to visit Mr. AZIK more. He might be a Mosquince beyonder with the life school of thought. Perhaps I can start my search at the divination clue. In addition, have to pheno this person as soon as possible. This older man who appeared with Hannes Vincent. However, I don't know how to ORAW, although I can clearly visualize it in my head here. How will I be able to take this portrait and transfer it into the real world? So should I follow old Neil's example and pray to the goddess using ritualistic magic? But I am currently borrowing the power of the gray fog. If the divinities were to find out, my life as a human could very well be over. Hold on. Maybe I can pray to myself. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black, the one who wields good luck. Pray for your revelations, that you would allow me to aura what I've seen. Although I am currently unable to utilize the mysterious power above the gray fog, I shall not have any problems if I am merely transmitting images and sulans. I pray for your revelations. I pray that you would allow me to draw what I've seen, just as I thought. I am able to hear my own prayer. My own control ITSAS if an outside force is latched onto it. It expecting to see you again so soon. I thought you would be spending a couple days away. ZZ 8 of UPE 89 SQ. Good afternoon, Miss Angelica. Around noon, I dreamed about something that has to do with Mr. Vincent. It know you Linderstano, a fortune teller cannot ignore his Oriums, for they could very well contain divine revelations. What did you dream about? I dreamt that Mr. Hannes Vincent was having an argument with this person. This person, her emotional aura is currently a thinking blue. That's a normal reaction. It don't remember the exact date, but I am pretty certain it was at least a month ago. I saw him and Mr. Vincent talking near a doorway in hushed tones. Because of the other man's thick, messy eyebrows. The fact that Mr. Vincent had been smiling, which he so rarely remember the scene very well. Do you ever see him before that day, or have you seen him since? No. I don't even know what his name is. To be honest, if someone else had shown me this portrait, I would have suspected that they were a police officer who's looking into the cause of Mr. Vincent's death. However, you're a true seer. I won't be surprised no matter what kind of revelation you receive. I am really sorry. I actually am a police officer. A true seer understands his own insignificance and the great significance of fate. We can only ever see a small, blurry piece of the whole picture. We can receive revelations, not answers. We must always reflect upon carefully interpret the revelations we receive. We must maintain a sense of the more you know, the more you understand your own insignificance. I've behaved myself in a way that matches the name of the potion. I understand the hidden laws of this role I've taken on, and I maintain strict demands for myself. I think I've mastered the essence of acting. Only in this way can I adjust the state of my mind, body, and spirit to move myself closer to the remnant psyche in the potion and gradually digest it. Me, Moretti. Sometimes, feel as if you're a philosopher. Haha. In the circles it come from, calling someone a philosopher is an insult. Helping others interpret revelations. Gliding them in good directions. Always respecting fate. And never blindly believing in one's own interpretations. Says Madam Angelica. I'll be taking my leave now. Thank you for your help. These are the seer's laws that I've pieced together so far. They're also the essence of the acting I'll be doing from now on. If it proves effective, I might be able to completely digest the potion within the next 2 to 3 months. Or maybe even within the next 2 to 3 weeks. You want to launch an investigation to try and fino this person. That's right, Captain. When I was at the Divination Club yesterday, I didn't see any of the members exhibiting abnormal reactions to the death of Hannes Vincent. And today, IT happened to learn that the person in the portrait was once seen having a secretive conversation with Mr. Vincent. However, the team's investigation records don't mention anything about this person. Have old Neil make some extra copies of this portrait. In a bit, we'll have the others go out on a search. If this clue ends up proving useful, you'll have made another significant contribution. Oh, by the way, would you draw this? Yeah. IOREW it with the help of ritualistic magic. And that's 100 truthful. Of course, being 100 truthful isn't the same as telling 100 of the truth. I've been using ritualistic magic too much lately, and I've almost used up all the materials that I applied for. They'll have to go buy some more at the Underground market. Beyonders like Seeps, who lack direct means with which to deal with their enemies, are helpless in combat if they don't have the materials they need to perform ritualistic magic. Deed. You're the friend that old Neil brought with him last time? Yes. I am. May T ask what T sholo call you P? I'm sure Olo Neil mentioned me to you before. I am Swain, the owner here, the ex-captain of Tinjin's mandated Plinisher squad, and rumor has it that he's been in the Imperial Navy. 2. W of Nig of 88. 5 Uoas Bepso BAS off Z0 E Aura G Wakads HOAS 83P. H. Just a moment please, Mr. Swain. T have something that I'd like to ask you. A8 out. Haha. You're just like your captain. No. I don't have a memory problem. Have you ever seen this gentleman before? Yes. I remember him. He once came and asked me if I had any documents or items related to the main peak of the Hornacis Mountains. Documents or items that are related to the main peak of the Hornacis Mountains when I was at the library. I remember the librarian saying that someone had just returned the titles I asked for. Those ruins are not a popular subject of research at all, and those titles were borrowed recently SS was could it be that the person who borrowed those titles before I did was the same gentleman who witnessed the exchange of the Antigonus family's notebook read MRE. Is there a problem? No, there's no problem. I am just trying to figure out how I should go about investigating this gentleman. As I'm sure you know, Hannes Vincent died in his home. Indeed, Vincent was a relatively famous fortune-teller here in Tianjin. Anno he came here often. Now that I think about it carefully, T believe the gentleman in the portrait really dio come here together with Vincent in the beginning. Do you remember his name? I don't ask my customers for their names and identities, so I wouldn't know unless T was already acquaintio with them beforehand. Olo Neal, for example. Well, it's no matter. I can go to the Deweyville Library and search for clues there. A private library like that one would definitely keep records about the people borrowing their books. But before I do that, I have to stock lip on materials. Underground market. Looks like the market isn't particularly busy around this time of day. There aren't that many customers or sellers here right now. ITS that OAOSX ho OESQ. Is this really necessary? You almost went blind the last time you saw me. Sure, but it's not like I actually dio anything to you. Seriously, you're reacting like I'm a horrible demon or something. Poi. The amantha extract that Madame Daly used that one time, powder made from origo tree, ando essential oil extracted from slumber flowers. Isn't that the young lady I saw that one time, the one who was shivering strangely? Other than Justice, who I can't see all that clearly, this lady is the most beautiful woman I've encountered since transmigrating to this world. Well, I don't have the time to stay and watch. I have to hurry to the Deweyville Library. I also have to make tomato and oxtail soup for Melissa and Benson in the evening. This book of witches records the black magic of witches. Although T haven't dared to try any of it, some people have in the past. And it really owes work. Someone evil who brings disaster, disease, and pain. Deweyville Library. TAM, a probationary inspector from the Special Operations Department of the AWWA County Police. INEO records of the past 2 months borrowing history for new archaeology. Archaeology review. Anno research of the Hornacis main peaks relics. Understood. Just a moment, please. Sorry to keep you waiting, officer. This contains the borrowing history for those titles you listed. Sirius Arapis, Cloth Merchant, Lives at Number 19, House Street, H.M. Welch's House, the Divination Club, and this cloth merchant's residence are all on House Street. Since this is the case, it's not surprising at all that Welch knew Hannes Vincent. It's possible that they met each other through Sirius Arapis. Welch was the son of a banker, and Sirius is a merchant. They're both part of the middle class, and they both lived in the same neighborhood. It's extremely likely that they would have visited and gotten to know each other. And it's not hard to see how Sirius got to know Hannes, who often visited the Divination Club in his neighborhood. Hannes wanted to sell the ancient books in his possession. Through Sirius' introduction, he found Welch, a history student, the image of the suspected evil god, the true creator, that showed lip in Hannes' dream, together with the incantation that Selena learned from him, show that had gone very deep into the realm of mysticism. It's very possible that he was a member of a secret organization, and it's also possible that he joined a secret organization lender Sirius' influence and guidance. Yes, Sirius started out by borrowing a lot of unrelated history books. It wasn't until later on that he started borrowing these same titles that I did. This shows that he was fumbling about on his own. The last time Sirius came here was last Saturday, which was also the day before Hannes died. A number of days have passed since then, and he still hasn't returned the most recent books he borrowed. Perhaps he got scared after learning about Hannes Vincent's death, and so he doesn't dare to come here again. To bother you again, but have you seen this person before? Eli Lily Mum. I am sorry, officer. That face doesn't look familiar to me. Under normal circumstances, if the target was frightened, and if he already had all the information he needed, he likely would have gone straight to the main peak of the Hornaces Mountains. But if he still has requirements he needs to meet, he would likely stay in hiding for a while and wait for everything to calm down before showing himself again. 1L. Serious Arapisp, what a coincidence. Am here to return. My body still hasn't recovered from my training yesterday, so I can't be rash. As long as he hasn't left Tinjin yet, missing him this time won't be the index say of the world. I have Tio listen to my instincts, safety first. NW. He looks more scared of me than I am of him in a sudden encounter like this one. He doesn't have the time to gauge my strength, so it's only natural that he would try to ruin, scared as he already is. OC's 3GSRSU. Sirius seems to be slowing. His blue has turned black. Isope ENT. Oi. IWYXZYYAE. I fired off all the Oedman hunting bullets in my revolver. That should have done the trick, right? S24BSYY. The warts on his face are disappearing then. He should be dead for sure this time. To be on the safe side, I am going double. Some pretty good craftsmanship went into this wallet. What a pity, though, that it only contains 10 soli. Sigh. Too bad I spent so much of my own money at the underground market today. It's nigh time I bought myself a new wallet. Dear MPZ, please allow me to defend myself. When Hannes and I sold the Antigonus family's notebook, it wasn't an act of stupidity or betrayal. When it was in OLIR hands, it didn't demonstrate any special behavior at all. I suspect it's alive. It's a dangerous item that must be sealed away. It often shows different contents to different people, and the contents change with time. 2. I was able to confirm this fact with the lamb at the police station. I believe that the notebook will only reveal its complete contents if it's in the hands of a descendant of the Antigonus family. When Hannes and I first received it, we could only see a few trivial entries about the Antigonus family. A general overview of the nation of the Evernight that existed at the main peak of the Hornaces Mountains, and the 3 sequence potion recipes that we gave you last time. As you know, the Secret Order possesses the Seer pathway, and they have access to extremely powerful tracking abilities. Both Hannes and I believed that it would be too risky to continue holding on to the notebook. We discussed it between ourselves, and we sold the notebook to someone named Welch who lives on this same street. And then, the situation that you already know about Linfolded. Hannes died. It must have been God's gift to him, for it has saved him from falling into heretics' hands. I no longer dare to go outside. The lamb told me that Hannes attracted the attention of the heretics, not because of the Antigonus family's notebook, but because he foolishly took on a female apprentice. His female apprentice snuck a peek at his secret incantations, and then, while she was being watched by a heretic, a nighthawk, she tried performing magic mirror divination. I am sure you can imagine what happened next. Unfortunately, the lamb at the police station doesn't hold high enough of a position to give us exact details. The heretics don't suspect me, however, Thiep investigation was cut short by Hannah's well-timed death, and so I planned to go to the Deweyville Library before anything else, to try and find more clues. As a group of people that also possessed the seer pathway, the Antigonus family should have had foreknowledge about their own eventual destruction. And so, they most likely left behind a secret treasure that would allow for Ti2 family to be revived. There is much reason to believe that the treasure was at the main peak of the Hornaces Mountains, somewhere within the remains of the nation of the Evernight. The sequence pathway that the Antigonus family possessed was the seer pathway. This is the letter that the cloth merchant Sirius Arapis wrote to me. It has been translated to English. The notebook that killed the original Klein Moretti that indirectly helped me transmigrate to this world came from the Antigonus family, which possessed the seer sequence pathway, and it was Emperor Rosel's diary that made me ultimately choose the seer potion. Fellow he found. Furthermore, Emperor Rosel had an inclination towards seer because of me. Zeradal, the leader of the secret order, which also possessed the seer pathway, it's suspected that there's a connection here with the ancient secret order. Zeradal, that's the name of the person who reminded Emperor Rosel to act. Wills as if fate has woven a tight and suffocating web. The secret order, which is controlled by the Zapatal family, is pursuing things that the Antigonus family left behind. If both parties belong to the same Beyonder pathway, this makes a lot of sense. Perhaps it's for the sake of completing the entire sequence obtaining materials that they need for advancing. Or perhaps they seek the other party's experience so that they can lower their chances of losing control. Following this line of thought, it's reasonable to assume that the Antigonus family possessed at least part of the seer sequence pathway. When I was divining for clues about the clown potion, the images that I ended up seeing, other than the suited clown, they were almost all related to the Antigonus family. So every one of those images had a clue hidden in it. They each presented me with the possibility of obtaining the clown potion. It's like everything mentioned in Sirius' letter is true. In the past, I didn't understand the key to any of this, and so I missed out on the clues to the clown potion. The first time I heard the word Hornaces was just after I'd finished taking the seer potion, perhaps, whose voice Thap's surviving contact with something that the Antigonus family left behind and becoming a Beyonder on the seer pathway the two preconditions for hearing Hornaces. Then the treasure of the Antigonus family that the letter mentions, the one that's supposedly at the main peak of the Hornaces Mountains, is that also real? No, I can't even think about it. That notebook alone has already killed so many people. A complete treasure could only be even more terrifying. Finally, when the end of days arrives, I will offer all of Tinjin's lambs as sacrifices to God. With humility, Sirius Arapis a heretic's line of thinking is unreasonable indeed. That said, it seems like this Mr. Z holds a pretty high position. He's probably reached sequence 7 at least. Like the captain, it's a shame that I can't tell where this letter was going to be sent. He probably wasn't going to write the address until just before he sent it. The vigilance of a herpetic, I can use spirit channeling to make this dead man talk. Since the Antigonus family possessed part of the seer pathway, then it's very likely that the formulas Sirius obtained from the notebook include the formula for the clown potion. I've already killed the criminal. Please go to the nearby police station and ask them to come deal with the follow-up. Also, get some of Yoler's staff to cordon off this area. Don't let anyone else get close. Now I no longer need to worry about being disturbed midway. I pray for the power of the dark night. I pray that you would allow me to communicate with the spirit of this cultist. The formula for the clown potion. It's the formula for clown. This is the second formula, and the notebook recorded its name as clown. 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of tornapple juice, 7 grams of black-rimmed sunflower powder, 10 grams of golden cloak grass powder, and 3 drops of poison hemlock. These ape the supplementary ingredients. The primary, extraordinary ingredients are 1 crystal from an adult, single-horned, gray hornaceous goat, and one complete human-faced rose, the Eno of S. Hope for the Lord's blessings. The Hanged Giant, the true creator. Sirius and Hannes were both members of the Aurora Order, but what the captain saw in Hannes Vincent's dream was some other terrifying being, nailed upside down to a cross. It wasn't the Hanged Giant of the Aurora Society. I remember the Nighthawk's documents saying that the Sequence 9 potion possessed by the Aurora Order is called Secret's Suppliant. They're capable of sensing the existence of certain mysterious horrors, and senior secret suppliants are said to have somewhat distorted worldviews. They are also particularly susceptible to losing control. According to the documents, secret suppliants are just as bad in combat as seers are. This is certainly in line with how Sirius performed. Fry once told me that, after a Beyonder dies, they will always undergo some degree of strange change. Klein, are you alright, Captain? You guys are here. The police station notified us. I feel as if you Ando evil forces have a bono of some kino. You've encountered more extraordinary events recently than we dio in the 3 months prior. Perhaps it's not by coincidence. The scent of holy night powder Ando essential oils. You tried channeling his spirit? Yes. That's right. I was worried that you wouldn't arrive in time. His remaining spirituality how already started showing signs of dissipating. However, Scipius' remaining spirituality has already been completely destroyed. Even Madame Daly wouldn't be able to communicate with it now. Anno, what did you learn from channeling his spirit? I saw a pendant with the Hangio giant carved onto it. I also say a flash of blood red in the giant's single eye. After that, I was pushed out of the ritual. I'll have Captain and the others look into the clown potion themselves. If they can't find anything, then I'll look for an opportunity to eventually tell them about it. This way, I'll be credited with a bigger contribution. The Hanged Giant, the Aurora Order. Kenley, go and ask Olo Neal to come here. Before reaching Sequence 6, Beyonders on the Sleepless Pathway lack access to supplemental abilities. We're only able to master the most basic ritualistic magic. Captain, do you mean to say that, starting at Sequence 6, Beyonders on the Sleepless Pathway will gain enhanced support capabilities in any case? You foiled a conspiracy against the city of Tingen. You may head back Ando rest. Although TVE already eaten this on 3 occasions now, IT still fino it as delicious as ever. Klein. It's truly a shame. The Blackthorn Security Company has deprived Tingen of an outstanding chef. This is only because you'd never seen true cooking skills before. What's more, the best compliment to this tomato ano oxtail soup is actually rice, not bread. As a result, on my days off over these next 2 months, I will often be going to Koei University. I'll be learning more and more from my mentor and the other members of staff that I know. Like Emperor Roselle once said, one is never too old to learn. Knowledge really does lead to wealth. Is it too late for me to apply to a university? Benson, Yule Neo Klein's grammar books and classical literature textbooks. I swear by the goddess name, even if those books threaten to plit me to sleep, if don't read them for at least an hour and a half every day, then I will consider myself a useless baboon, ha ha has. Listeners are able to directly hear the whispers of the secret entities. Thus, they acquire abilities that are powerful, distorted, and unique. However, if listeners are unable to advance, then it is rare for them to survive for more than 5 years. In addition, the Nighthawks evaluations state that every listener is a lunatic. Even if they behave normally on the outside, SL are still certainly lunatics on the inside. Taken from the Nighthawks' internal documents. Praise the lady.